Hey, we're recording. So, we last left the Teal Dream and its crew having arrived at Uros, having ascertained where Lemuria was, having managed to land, have a brief talk to an extremely casual port captain officer. Um, didn't seem to have to go through any particular set of customs, um, but upon hearing about your cargo, he got a bit animated and he's sent for one of their merchant negotiators.
Hello.
Good evening, Kurt.
Oh, hey.
Just in time, awesome stuff. So we're just starting now. Just recapping where they got up to last week. So,
Roger that. Let me load it to roll 20
yep,
because I'm having some computer trouble.
all good. So that's pretty much where we left it. Also, sorry, yep, LV50 was a small settlement that had sort of inquired whether or not they could get first dibs at any actual cargo that you had. I think I'm not sure, but I think it's on your list to go and see afterwards. I'm not sure. Um, and you got a description of what Urus was like. So I'll just quickly repeat that again. So Urus is a smallish planet as planets go. It's a size 5, making it around about 535. Sorry, 5,356 miles in diameter. So its gravity is around about zero point 0.7 on the surface. It's completely covered with water. The temperatures range in the temperate areas from about 25 or 70 degrees Fahrenheit to down to 10 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. At the poles, oh sorry, that is at the poles, the lowest one, because there's virtually no axial tilt. Second from its star, it does spin retrograde, so clockwise, like Venus in our system. And sunrise happens to come off out of the west. What else? You know that the ocean is full of at least fauna because you've done some sensor sweeps just to see what might be underneath you. Nothing super large, like super large, but things comparable to your ship. So at least something a little bit smaller than 200 tons. Um, you know this planet had been colonized. What else did you know about this planet? You since found that, oh, that's the other thing, you found that there's two sorts of settlements as you've encountered so far. One is people who float on the surface of the planet, of the water, excuse me, and other people who have taken up residence in airships, which you almost had an interesting encounter with coming in and landing. Weather is generally mild. That's pretty much it at the moment. You haven't really been able to interact with many other people or anything else. You just, at the moment, you're awaiting the arrival of this trade guy to see if it's going to be worth your while. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to do while you're waiting. Just so you know, Kurt, you are the ship's engineer, and you have not checked on the engine since you've jumped. So,
I better do my routine maintenance because
all
that's
good.
my job.
Okay, so if you can give me a 2d6 and plus, I think you're a, I can't remember.
How do I do that? Roll 2d6, correct?
/R space 2d6, yep. And and add 2 plus, and then plus 2 at the end, and that gives you your full number. Beautiful. Okay, no issues. As far as you're concerned, the engines are fine, the power plant's fine. Apart from, because as you're landing, your pilot was doing some weird things which required you to sort of temporarily overclock, so to speak.
In other words,
The
lots of
engines.
duct tape.
Yeah, that's some swearing, some kicking, and yes. So you've checked the maneuver drives more carefully. Doesn't seem to have affected them in any bad way, but you probably would appreciate him not doing it again, and you know, putting some stress on your beloved engines.
We also need a duct tape order.
Okay, there you go. So Bob from the engineering. Oh, we only called him Bob. We didn't know what else to call him. Sorry.
That's fine.
Cool. Okay, Bob. Bob is putting in an order for some duct tape. That's it, guys. What are the rest of you doing?
Alright, well, okay, we're down on the planet right now, and have we sold our wood yet?
No, you're waiting for the guy
Oh, that's right.
to come to you. You haven't sort of left the ship. You're not sure what you want. I haven't heard what you guys want to do about leaving the ship and going further afield. There is no starport here. Basically, what they've done is they've attached a sort of a floating, half-submerged pod, which seems to be holding up the weight of the ship. Although the ship in itself is kind of floating on the water. And they just
Bob
attached
should
you
probably check on that.
Okay. So that would be the cargo hold. You'll be having to go down and have a look to make sure that you're all still watertight.
Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're just waiting. No one else has said if they're doing anything, moving anything. You have. Oh, we do know. Because I believe there were 6 in low berth.
Oh, yeah. How did
And
we
you-
woke them up last?
You woke them up. Unfortunately, one died.
Oh, yeah.
So the husband of the
And
dead
other
wife
one
was a
the
rather
signif-
difficult. Sorry.
Yeah, the other one was the significant other. Yes. that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So you sort of ushered them off. Welcome to your new world, or death, as the case may be. And yeah, that's where you're at. So you're just floating, waiting, really.
Yeah. Do we want to think about looking into getting that desalinization plant for the colonists up at LD50? I know Joaquin was a little nervous about them trying to get us to land.
Yeah.
But I don't know that they're actually dangerous. I think they were
You
just
suppose-
eager for trade.
You suppose if I fixed their desalination plant, they'd probably give us some good?
I don't know if they have one, but we could probably contact them on the radio and find out if they have one that's broken. Actually, that seems like a good idea. All right, Vincent's gonna get on the comms and see if he can contact Settlement LD50 and find out a little more details about their desalinization plant thing.
Okay. Right. Can you just give me a I've got to do one too. A 2d6 roll. Is your character Jeremy? Is that the one with the high social?
I have 6 social.
Oh, okay. Right. Just a straight 2d6 then, please.
Alrighty. Let's see what we get. Roll the dice.
Jeremy, you're playing Javon Bowes, right?
No.
I'm playing Vincent Bradshaw.
Oh,
I'm a
okay.
doctor.
Jerry's playing Siobhan.
Roger that.
Okay. So
I need
You-
a picture for me.
if you click on your character sheet, you'll see one. I've also done a picture for the group, but I'll put it back in later. So they're a little bit hedgy to sort of say much. They just say that they need a working desalinization plant. Yes. And you're saying that you might be able to fix one if we have one that's broken.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, a good engineer who might be able to repair theirs if they have one. So I'm trying to find out if theirs is broken or what. If they're a little cagey, then.
By the way, is there a way to bring up my character sheet and roll D20
Yep.
here?
If you go to the top right, you'll
Roger
see chat window, and then you'll see something journal next to it.
Roger.
You click on journal, and then you'll see your character. You click on that.
Oh, actually,
Yep.
you picked a. That's about right.
Yep. And then you've got a. Hopefully, you'll see the picture of the avatar of Bob.
Got it.
If not, click edit, and you'll see Bob there. Bob is extremely strong. He's got a 13 strength, and he uses his blade to great effect. When I generated him.
Yes, and Navy. Space Navy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Space Force. Sorry.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Okay. So that should. What the hell have I done there? Dear. Okay.
So, do they say they've got a broken desalinization plant, or are they just not talking to me?
Well, you're a different guy than who they were talking to before.
Yeah. Pretty sure I was the one that talked to them last time.
Oh, did you? Oh, sorry. I thought it was Pierre's character.
I would have had the admin talking about trade, but I don't remember talking about the
Yeah.
desalinization.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Well, if you're the same person, sorry. Then yeah. No, don't worry then. Yeah. They say yeah. We've got a broken machine, and we try to jury rig it many times, and I think it's past that. We need parts or a new one.
Yeah, we can pick up some parts cheaply, I'm sure, and then try to go over and fix it.
Make
If,
sure there's some duct tape.
Yeah, if that's if everybody thinks it's a good idea to go do that.
Mhm.
Joaquin, are you?
Yeah,
still,
go for it, man.
You still a little cagey about going over to this remote settlement?
Now, am I with Jeremy or I'm still with the ship, right?
Everyone's on the ship. No one's left at the moment.
Okay.
Oh, excuse
Pierre?
me. You there, Pierre? You haven't fallen unconscious?
Yeah.
Okay, it's cool.
Okay.
'Cause, you know, just because of the whole pest eradication
Working up.
spray.
I'm working up the sheet for Frank DeToro.
Alright, yeah.
So there's a
So,
bio info that'll make things plain.
Yeah.
Does Joaquin have any objection to heading up to settlement LD50 and trying to fix their desalinization plant? The guys we contacted last time that were way out in the boonies. I know Joaquin was a little nervous they might be planning to rob us or something.
Well, I do have my blades, and you got your guns, so I think we're borrowing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Hesitantly,
matter of profit. It's the only thing we got.
Yeah. Well, they don't have they're offering barter, which isn't much, so I'm on the fence. I'm curious what Pierre's character Joaquin Whack has to say about it.
Yeah.
If they're douchebags, we can just kick their ass and take it. But
you haven't gone there
let's
yet.
be nice.
Yeah, the RPCs. Yeah, but I don't know. All right, I'm gonna say we're gonna do that.
Okay.
If Pierre's not objecting, we're gonna see about picking up some parts for desalinization plants.
Okay, so you and Bob head off to try to look for parts.
Right to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, you've got a sort of a two guys that are in quotation marks guarding the ship. you kind of get the idea it's actually more to keep the people in the city away from you, not you away from them, because you you know, you sort of are that rare sort of thing that comes along once in a while, so you're sort of treated with a little bit of status that you're not used to. Excuse me. And
So what you're saying,
Mhm.
we have to attract the sales to us rather than going to the sale.
you have to find where the sale is. You're in unknown space, so this is only familiar because it's a colony planet of the Orion Alliance. After that, it's unknown what you're getting into. Yeah, you've got a star map which is in Roll20, but it's you only got the stars. You don't even know if they've got gas giants associated with the planets inhabited or anything. It's going to be a big guessing game. So you two wander off. You do attract
Yeah, we
a
wander
bit
off.
of attention. As you move around, you do get the impression that most of the space is put over to just habitation and residence. There's the odd shop. It's more, I don't want to say fabricated, but
Dilapidated?
no. It's just like it's stuff that most people wouldn't either know how to make, or the shops are like that. It's the stuff that most people don't know how to make or aren't bothered making, but they still want them, so they'll go and buy them at the shops. So the shops aren't offering you anything really real value. And when I say shop, we are really more likely talking about something at a bazaar. You know, it's more like a small stand with a tent over it, and that's it sort of thing. Otherwise, it's mostly residences. Every now and then, Vincent, what was you're a doctor, is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So it'll be Bob. Bob, you'll notice that about every 100 feet or so, there are these pylon things which you are supposing are some sort of navigational beacon. So they must have some sort of tech somewhere for, you're guessing that it's this because it's sort of, that's what it sort of looks like to you. It doesn't look like a transmitter of like video or perhaps it's a retransmitter of audio. You're not sure, but you just notice these things. And if it is a retransmitter of radio signal, it's a very low signal because, as I said, they repeat every 100 feet or so as you're moving around.
Hey Vincent, look at the line of things over there. That looks like an antenna, but I could be wrong. But why did they plop this thing down here in the desert in the middle of nowhere?
In the ocean? No, I don't know. Maybe they're for guiding boats away from this place, or
Must have something to do with quantum theory because I never trusted that Einstein guy, and this looks like a line of Einstein.
As you guys are sitting there talking, trying to work a little bit out of that stuff out, can you both give me 2d6 roll, please? And you're just looking for an 8. No bonuses
yeah,
or anything.
electronic, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, 2d6.
No modifier?
Nope. This is just a something you might see. Okay, Bob.
Oh, got nothing.
There's a couple of guys, and you're not sure what they belong to, but they look like they possibly could be wearing uniforms because they're wearing exactly the same thing. It looks like they've been trying to shadow you for a wee bit, but they're obviously not good at that either. So yeah, I don't know whether you want to, what you do with it, what you want. They look youngish, in their early 20s, young, healthy, fit guys. They don't appear to have any weapons. Also, you'll notice that sorry, I should go back a step. The Port Authority guy told you that only daggers were allowed, only blades are allowed. Bladed weapons are allowed on the streets.
Wait, did you say Dagos?
Yeah, daggers. Yeah, nah. Blades.
Oh,
Bladed
daggers.
weapons. Daggers.
Yeah. Dagger.
Oh my god.
Okay, so
Sorry, you caught me
right.
off guard there.
that's real cool.
All right.
Yeah.
these guys are coming up to me and they're like, "Hey, dude, we're wearing overalls from the corporation." And I'm like, "Man, I don't have any weed. We're kind of busy here. What do you want?"
I said weed. What's weed?
Yeah, that they're following us up. I asked him, so what do you guys, the Port Authority?
No, 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 no.
No.
We're part of
None. These people obviously want something. So what do you want? What do you?
well, um, we we sort of know that. I mean, you come from other star systems which probably have far greater technology than we do, um, and we are part of the maintenance crew here. And we were just wondering, would it be possible if either of you are the captain, would it be possible for us to actually get inside your ship and have a look at it?
Yeah, that's kind of like asking to visit my wife. Now, come on, you got something better.
No, that's all we wanted. We just want to look and see what a ship looks like, a starship.
Yeah.
I mean, the
You
biggest thing we
you
get to do
just
is
said
maintain those poles
that
over there.
you just said that you were part of a starship crew,
No,
and
no, no,
that you
no.
now need to see. No, 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 no.
Maintenance crew for the settlement, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, what are those little poles out there for?
Oh,
Uh,
they act as
I'm pretty
repellent.
protective of my ship, dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
They act as repellent to some of the bigger and nastier aquatic creatures.
Ah, that makes sense.
So
Mm.
they use the solar power, which is along the pole shaft itself. It goes down through the inflation mat down into the water around about 40 or so feet, and then it sends out pulses which will like repel them. Yeah.
And you're saying we could possibly harness that to refuel our ship, right?
No, I don't know. If he says, is that how your ship works on solar power?
Hydrogen, actually.
Yeah, no, we need
But,
hydrogen.
electricity can crack it.
Oh,
But,
well, we've got lots of hydrogen. Isn't that part of water or something? We've got tons of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I was refining it. But,
So can we have a look in your ship?
What do you think there, Bob?
Can I at
They don't
least
touch nothing?
can I at least watch them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, obviously we're gonna watch them. No touching anything.
No. Come on.
Yeah, they might even be able to touch them if I say you can touch it. You know, there's
Alright.
obviously stuff that's silly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they introduce
All
themselves, Ken and Car. That's their names. Ken. Ken is the taller, sandier head one. Car is the shorter, dark-haired one. So they start just talking about where have you been, and it sounds like they're real fanboys. They just want to know all of your, your various space travels, and they're keenly interested, obviously, in your experiences, but from a technical point of view, they do talk very basic. I mean, you guys, your tech is a lot more than theirs is. Um, but they do have a sort of a more of a technical language they speak through. Excuse me.
All right.
I really don't like to be known. I mean, that's like we're the Firefly crew. Hey, everybody knows that.
That's all right. We're moving on here. We probably won't be back for years.
Okay, well, we'll go right by your ship.
Yeah. Actually, we'll just walk on back and show them around the ship.
Okay.
And then maybe
Is there anything you
when
want to
they're
ask
done,
them?
we'll ask them. Yeah, maybe when they're done, we'll ask them if they know where we can get some parts for fixing the desalinization plant. Because
Oh man, says those things are scarce as what are the aquatic equivalent of a hen is, and its teeth. Um,
yeah.
um,
Okay.
they give
Never
you the name
forget.
of a guy. He sometimes can scrounge up parts. This guy is Hester I don't know, Malzoni, Hester Malzoni. He can, yeah, and they sort of give you rough directions to where he is.
All right.
He'd be about, they'd say he'd be about 30 minutes, and they sort of indicate, you know, because the whole thing is this city is like on a giant floating mat, and it's roughly circular. So the roads tend to be circular with an interconnecting spoke every now and then.
All right. In that case, I think we'll head on over to Hester Malzone's.
Okay.
Find
So
out
you
if
guys,
he's got the parts.
okay, you guys are heading up that way.
Well,
Jerry,
I might
Yeah.
take a.
Kurt, what you going to say?
Well, I was gonna go to the taco district and then I'll join.
Right, the taco
Yeah,
district.
take a
They don't have a.
food.
The closest you'd find would be the fish bake district.
Ew.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
all they got is fish
When you live on a
tacos.
water planet, you don't get much choice. Jerry and Pierre, you guys sort of waited for the trade delegation or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
It's one old guy and two rather looking nervous young people. The way he's talking to them, it's pretty obvious he's actually trying to train them. Because every now and then he'll turn around and say, you see, now that's how you start your interactions with a prospective client. Da 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 da. And he talks to you and then he turns back to the other one. One's a guy, one's a girl, and he does this and it's like he's so far into it he doesn't even realise he's sort of breaking his own stuff. So he says he's here representing the interest of Lemuria. He has been certified and accredited to carry out any transaction. So he has heard that you are carrying a large amount of wood.
Yes, we are.
How much was it again? I think it was in the 40.
You got it for
Range.
super cheap. So he says, we're both business peoples, and I understand that you would like to make a bit of a profit, and I have no problem with that whatsoever. Of course, my job is to minimize how much that profit is, being my job. So, would it be possible for me to have a look at the quality of your merchandise?
Well, under those terms, I don't know about that. Our job here is to everybody to come out happy and for us to make money and for you to have a product that you would desire.
Oh,
And we have high quality. Now, this is Jack Bright talking with his high education, intelligence, and admin.
Hi.
We have high quality, top notch wood that is of great value to you. And if not, we'll sell it to another nation. We want to maximize profits, but yet have everybody happy.
Well,
Our
that's
goal is
exactly
to
what
make money.
we would like, to have everyone happy.
Well, sir, didn't you just contradict yourself, though? You just said that you're looking to sell for less as possible, and we're not interested in that. We're looking for a good, profitable bargaining price
Oh,
for
that's what I
everyone's
hope
happy.
everyone can leave this interaction with, he says.
This is so Javon is right there too, just kind of hanging out, and
Yep.
says, "All right, we'll." He asked Javon to get one board out of the crate and bring him a board to look at.
Okay.
This is the basic,
Cool.
or one
Yep,
log
so
or board
wood-
or whatever.
Wood does start at 100. You are in a, sorry, this world is classified as a rich world, so you will get a +2 on your whatever you roll, if you decide to sell
Yeah.
here. Okay, so
Well, we do.
Yep, you go.
We do want to sell. I don't know how much do we have here. I don't have that information. What do we
40
have?
ton.
40 tons.
40 ton of wood.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so the old guy looks at it. He hands it to both of his attendants, and he asks them sort of questions like what do you notice about this? What does it feel? Feel the weight. What are the prospective uses? They start prattling off things back to him. Yes, very true. Right, and then he asks you, because he doesn't know. So, how many don't forget, you've got the settlements around the place. How many tons of this wood do you have to sell?
We have 40 tons available.
That's an awful
We
lot
also
of
have
wood.
some other interested customers on your planet, and other locations that were very, very intrigued to buy this wood. I'm trying to bargain it up.
No, totally understand what
So
you're doing.
I have admin +2.
Yep,
Or
Jack
Ooh.
does.
Jack does. Is there any other bonuses for the planet because there's lack of wood? Is there any other bonus besides the +2?
It's all
Trade
about
bonus.
this interaction. So, you've already had some others.
Maybe
No,
some other people
we've
on the
decided
planet.
out of good faith to bring it to your attention first. But if we cannot make a good deal, I would like to also make a good deal with you. I would like to make a good exchange so you can be happy and I can be happy. But if we're not satisfied with the deal that we bargained, we do have some other potential customers on planet that are interested in this wood.
He does have competitors.
Yeah. So he says,
Yep.
you make a good case, providing that all the wood is of the same quality that you've provided us with. Thank you very much. I will do the roll. Oh, fuck.
Holy crap!
Double sixes.
He actually rolls them.
Hell yeah. Double sixes.
What does that mean?
6 plus 2, a double six is 12, plus 2 makes 14, plus the bonus you just got, 2, makes 16. So you are selling this stuff, it only goes to 15, guys. He is basically offering you 400%, the top value you can get, 400% of the normal sale value of a 1,000 per ton.
I would say we have a deal.
Right. Now it says this would come to the next part, of course, of the deal. We can't do that all in money. We have a range of items that you can look, and if you feel is going to be appropriate to what you feel, then we can have the deal. Otherwise, yeah, there's not much else I can do. He says basically he can offer a third of it in money, in Orion Alliance of credits, whatever you want to call them. The rest would be in trade goods.
400%, so a third of it in money. What did we get this stuff for? We got it for cheap, right?
Super cheap.
Right
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah.
We basically cut down a rainforest a little bit, like us.
Yeah.
Making that like that.
It wasn't far. We bought it at 500 credits a ton. Pretty good.
Oops.
This is not so far back in the stack of notes. So 40 tons at 500 credits per ton. But now we got 400% of list price. How much is that?
Just doing it now. That's 400,000.
Nice.
Gasp.
That's
Say
pretty
again.
good because you only paid like 20,000, I think.
21,000 with the fee. Yeah,
Oh yes, because you had to split.
that's right. Wood, 1,000 base price. So it's 4,000.
So yeah, so you've made a hideously monstrous profit. They can offer. Sorry, I'll just. So they can offer you 133,333 in credits.
No. How do you figure 400,000? Because it's 4,000 per ton. We got 40 tons. It makes 160,000 tons total.
Well, hang on. So it's 1,000 per ton
Base
times.
price.
Yeah. Times.
I'm breaking out my
400.
old
Sorry.
Radio Shack calculator.
Yep. Oh, and then times the 40, I beg your pardon, which is
Yeah.
16 million.
No way.
No. You're doing
Okay.
4,000.
No, you
per
did
ton.
something wrong there.
40 tons. Got to be
40
160,000.
tons
One
times 1,000 is 40,000.
1,000 times 400% is 4. times 40. There we go. Now I've got the order right. 160,000.
Okay, yeah, I think you got tricked with a percent key or something.
Yep,
or how
that's
it works.
okay.
160,000.
They'll give you 53,333 in credits, and excuse me, and the rest in trade goods. So
What are the trade goods that we have available?
I'm just about to generate those. So let us see. And of course, you're not going to have to pay for split stuff because
No.
you know, it's not the sort of place. Okay, let's see what you got. Now this requires a dice that we don't usually see in a Traveller game. Just a 1d20. Okay. Oh, great. Sorry, just got to go to the... Awesome! I've lost that page.
What did we get them for? Like 40% or something? I don't even remember what did we buy them for.
You got them for half price, and you're selling them for 400% more than
Oh, so
normal
we paid 20,000 credits for 40 tons.
Yep.
And we're selling them for 160,000.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're giving us 53,000, so we're up 33,000 already just on cash, and now we're going to get goods on top of that.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Jack Bright
so,
is smiling from ear to ear as he sips
we're-
his cappuccino.
Rightio,
We're
so
golden even if they,
Cappuccino, my ass. I'm gonna have some bourbon.
we're golden even if they sell us like Elvis pottery with clocks in the bellies or something.
rightio.
Oh, we're good.
They have got.
Wait,
They
leg
can
lamp.
give you a. They can give you or provide you, if you want, with 80 tons of copper that they mine from the water in the ocean floor, or they can not give you that because they can't possibly make that. They've got textiles, and they
copper
have,
Really?
wait a minute, wait. Copper we can turn into various machine parts and all sorts of things.
you
Well,
can
let's see
do,
what's worth
yeah.
more. Hang on, let me look at the book here. Let's see what's
And-
worth here, because
They've also
we're
got
wheeling and
textiles.
dealing. We could get out really good with that. The textiles, you said? How many tons?
15 tons of textiles, and lastly,
And that's at a base price of 3,000 a ton at 100%.
yeah.
So 15
And lastly,
times.
they've got something. No, they can't do that because it's overpriced. Wouldn't be able to give you.
Anyway, textiles. Who wants to be fashion? I mean, because that's what you're doing. So copper. My God, we're talking engineering.
I don't know.
They also
How much?
have polymers for sale.
Ooh.
Some polymers, and they've got 20
How many
tons
tons
of the
of
polymers.
polymers?
They've got 20 tons of polymers, 80 tons of copper, 15 tons of textiles.
Everybody be quiet. Vincent has a.
Yeah.
Listen to the wizard.
Let's see, wait, they have 22 tons of the polymers.
20.
20 and 18. And how much of the copper?
80.
Oh.
Can we take 20 tons of polymers, and we only have a 40-ton cargo bay? So, and then 20 tons of copper. Polymers are 7,000 a ton, base price, boys. I say we take those polymers. We try to, and then we take 20 tons of copper. The copper's 2,000 a ton, base price. Or the textiles. You said 15 tons of textiles,
Yep.
right? Those are 3,000 each. So can we try to haggle some deal like that? I would say go with the polymers and
Yep.
the copper.
Yep. What do you want to
Wizard.
say, Vincent?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan to me.
All right.
Go
Okay.
with that.
Cool. Rightio. So,
The material one has spoken.
okay. So, rolling for Jack. He's got, I believe, admin 2. Is that correct? Jerry?
Yes, that is correct.
Yep. Okay, so
So just a straight roll plus 2?
a straight roll minus 2, remember? Because you're trying to get it for less.
Okay.
And you, first of all, you're haggling for the 20 tons of polymers, yes?
Wait a minute. There's a plus and a minus. Is that right? Wait a minute. I rolled a straight 7.
No, 5 plus 4 is 9, minus 2 is 7, so that's okay. So they're prepared to let the polymers go for 7,000 a ton.
Sounds like the normal
Okay.
price.
Yep, normal price. Hang on. No. Take 3 off that because Rich
Batman.
Will's yeah, Batman. So actually that's 70%, whatever 70% of 7,000 is. That's how much they're willing to part for with the polymers for. So if someone wants to do that calculation. And can Jack, Jack, give me a 2d6 minus 2 please for the copper. Jerry.
2d6 minus 2 for the copper.
Yep.
2! Oh, yeah.
Okay, so 40%.
Boy,
so,
we may just pass on the polymer and buy all the copper, boys. I think
Well,
we just might
given-
pass on the...
yeah, given the fact that polymers is going to actually be worth 3 times its weight as the copper.
Yeah.
That's the only negative in this.
So there's 20 tons of copper. That's at 4,900.
80 tons of copper.
Yeah, we could
Okay,
put
but the
it
polymers. How many tons of the polymers are there?
20. 20.
20. 4,900 times 20. Now they're going to take this off of the credited value they're giving us.
Yep.
That's 98,000. So how much value do we have for the polymers?
So
For
you
the 20
had,
tons.
hang on, take away 160. You have got 106,666. So you could actually, I think, get all the polymers just.
Okay, we had 166,000 minus 53,000 is what they gave us in cash.
Oh no, that's I've
So
already
that
taken
puts
that off.
us-
I've taken that away already. This you've got 106,666 credits worth of swapping value left.
Okay, then I say we buy the. I say we still buy the copper too, even though we go over. It's going to be 98,000 credits. Somebody taking notes on this, Pierre? I think you got the.
Yeah, I calculated 98,000 credits for the polymer lot.
Polymer. Okay, I'll take that off. Hang on.
And then what's our balance credit for goods? It's like 8,666, right?
So you've got 10,666 left. You also have 20 ton in the hull the cargo bay left.
We want to buy that copper for a roll of 2. A roll of 2 is 40% for the copper. That's 400 a ton. And then we got, if you figure out the math on that, what is that?
Copper
Well-
is normally 2,000. Now it's dropped 40%, makes 800 a ton.
800 a ton.
And
That's
depends on
8,000
how
for
many
the copper. Wait a minute, no. That's 16,000 for the copper. So we got to come up,
Yeah.
we got to give them a little cash back. Out of the 53,000, we give them back $6,000. So we only have 47,000, and we'll have 20 tons of copper and 20 tons of polymer. And plus, we still doubled our money on the damn wood on top of that. I mean, this is a score. You got the math on that, Pierre?
Working on it.
Cool. While you're doing that, so that's all sweet.
Yeah.
And they're not charging you know how normal places charge you if you don't get the whole tonnage, they break it. It's because it's part barter, so they've got to do it that way. Wilson and Bob, you finally arrived at whatever I called the guy, Mario's or whatever I called him.
Testa Malzone.
Say it again.
Testa Malzone.
Him. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you spell that? Put spellings in the Roll20 chat, please.
I just wrote it down as.
Yeah. Yep. That's fine. Totally fine. Hester Malzoni. Rightio. So, again, it's not much more than what you've seen as other in speech marks shops. This one has at least 2 walls that come off the stall are solid, the others are sort of canvas. And he sits in a sort of a tent canvas behind him where there are, you can see several younger and some kids actually creating things. So Hester, big man, large jowls, moustache, balding. You would consider him more of a ball shape than any other shape. Sweating a little bit, tapping his forehead with a handkerchief. He's got a large bowl of some sort of, you're not quite sure what, but he's eating it. As you get closer, it's definitely some kind of fish because it's got that smell, and it's older fish. And he looks up and he says, "Ah, hello, I haven't seen you. You new here. Have you come in from another settlement?"
Vincent says, "Yeah, we came in on a starter ship. Look, we're looking for a part. Maybe a spare part."
You see his eyes bug out when you say starship and when you say looking for parts. Yeah. What sort of parts are you looking for?
Well, parts for repairing a desalination plant would be good.
You carry a desalination plant on your ship? That's odd. But who am I to question? And he sort of, you sort of tell him what you want. He charges one of his little offspring or whatever, or whoever they are, kids or whatever, to go and check and see if they can find any of those parts in the various containers there in the back of the tent sort of thing. And he just starts talking. He says, "You know, I also am a procurer of fine objects of art, and I was just wondering, perhaps in your travels you might find someone who's interested in those sort of things. Let me show you." And he starts to bring up all these, we've got little creatures made out of glued together clamshells and all those horrible bric-a-brac things that you get at the seaside sort of stuff. And then he shows you, says, "Yeah, so this is more for the common person, but and then these ones here," and he brings out, and then you sort of see that he's actually got a whole lot of what look like to you to be oversized pearls, fashioned in various jewellery. Some he's made some of those really horrible little animals out of by adding some shells to it.
Wow.
But yeah, and the biggest pearl that you see there would be roughly the size of a tennis ball.
Dude, that's some money right there in the right place. This is a trading score, this place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is what we're out to do, and we got to be taking notes on all this stuff. This is our mission, is to plan and bring back trading routes to our employer.
Yeah, this is definitely going to have to be noted down.
Can we tell what the value is? Can I do a roll? My
You're not there, matey.
roll to
Not
see?
there, so you can't. You're not there. It's up to Vincent and Bob at the
I'm
moment.
not there. I'm in the other area.
Yep.
Okay, never mind.
That's cool.
Yeah, Bob.
This is Bob. This
But
is Bob
could-
and
Bob and Vincent,
Bradford,
but there's
right?
nothing stopping them from radioing back to you what they found, so you can talk that way.
That's I say that's mighty nice pearl you got there.
He says, "Yes, thank
How
you.
much would
Yes.
want for that?
This pearl?" And he points to the big one.
Oh yeah, the big one.
You seem very interested in it.
Well,
As we may be opening more mercantile negotiations, I hope. He sort of looks at you and waits for something.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Of course, should we actually do business, I would hope that I would be your prime supplier of any of these objets d'art.
Well, sure, why not?
Well,
How much?
he pushes the whole lot to you, the horrible shells and all, everything. So you've got around about 5 or 6 pieces made out of jewellery of pearl and that big one, and all the rest of the crap stuff. And he says, "Well, I would be considering 2,500 credits, or barter to the value of.
2,500 for the big one.
Do you
Tell you
have
what, I'll
any skill in mercantile stuff at all?
Let's see.
No, you don't.
I don't think so. No.
Streetwise Zero, you might want to wait for your. You might want to give your admin guy a call and get him there with you.
Well, Vincent just says, I'll give you 2,000 for the big one. How's that sound? Just that one.
Just 2,000 for the big one alone, he says.
He was going to give them all to you for 2,000.
2,500. I'm bartering them down, and I don't want the crap. And I've got more than that in my pocket anyway. Thinking about putting it in.
Very well, he says. Very well. He hands over this thing the size of a tennis ball.
Yeah, all right. And this will hand over 2,000 credits then.
Okay. You can see him sweating even more furiously, and like handling the cash like it's like the most precious thing he's ever seen. One of the young people come in. They haven't got all the parts, but they've got about 2/3 of the parts. Kurt, can you please give me a? I hope you've got mechanical. I think you have. Oh, sorry.
He went to the bathroom apparently.
Sorry. So Vincent, if you can roll for Kurt. Oh, hang on. I'll tell you what his mechanical is.
Next one.
Big one. So give me a 2d6 plus 1, because he's going to try to evaluate what he needs to do. He might have to dip into the ship's fabrication stuff. So if you can do that, please, Jeremy.
Yeah.
2d6 plus 1, I think you said.
Ooh.
Okay, he's not sure, but he reckons he probably, with a bit of jiggery pokery, probably could fabricate what they need. He'd have to have a look at the device itself, but it's from what they're telling him, what he understands, he could probably bridge the gap. So he'd probably say you get the part. So those parts there, this guy wants 1,000 for. Very hard to come by, and he holds it and he sort of taps it. Very hard to come by, my friend. And because we are prospective merchant dealers in the future, just 1,000. I would be charging a lot more if it was someone else.
Yeah. All right. Vincent hands over the 1,000 and grabs the parts. They head on back towards the ship.
Okay.
Did you pay that with your? Did you pay that with your ship money? What was your total cost?
Just what he's got in his pocket.
Oh, personal. Okay, personal funds.
Because he wants that pearl for maybe for the operating theater, just so everyone knows he's a rich, fancy guy.
Yep.
All right. Anyway, we pick up parts. We head back to the ship.
All good.
Vincent's gonna get the other guys and let them know, let them check out the pearl and show it off and tell them about this guy who had this pearl. And
okay. Jerry, can you roll for Jack, please?
Roll for Jack.
Just
what am I rolling?
Straight 2d6, but he's sort of, there is no skill for this, but I just, yeah.
I can't see what I rolled.
7.
I rolled a 7.
Okay. Radio,
That's for Jack.
Yep. So Jack sort of, if you're okay with it, he takes it from you, he licks it, he bites it. He says, as far as I can tell, this is the real deal. How the hell do they get them so big?
Sea monsters, obviously. You'd know about that if you knew about biology. which I do because I'm a doctor.
And Jack goes, sea monsters. We'll let somebody else gather them then, shall we? But he says like, you know, it's a +2. His thing level is, isn't it, Jerry? His
He's admin level 2, so it's a +2, straight
cool.
roll.
Thank you. I'm just having a quick look there. Yeah, he reckons.
Yeah.
Like, and he sort of draws in the air something around about 1/12 the size. He says a pearl of great quality, and I'm assuming this is at least close to that. A pearl that size would fetch you somewhere in the region of somewhere between, if it was bad quality, about 750. If it was really good quality, about 1200.
He got ripped.
No.
He got ripped. See what you get when you make a deal without your admin.
No.
Oh.
Jack said a pearl of a 1/12 the size of that thing. Is worth,
1/12 the size.
Yeah, 1/12. He didn't get ripped.
Oh.
Yeah, providing it's a pearl of quality. That's the only problem. You'd have to. He's
so what's the value? What would I estimate the value of this guy at? If this is quality.
He says if this is quality, you could basically times what you paid for it by 12.
Oh.
If it does work out to be a quality pearl.
So it's about 14,000 credits for that one pearl.
Yeah.
12 times.
Possibly.
12 times what you said, 1,200.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere there. But he's telling you it's if. So and unfortunately there's only one way you can really test that it is a pearl of quality right now.
How's that?
Cut it in half. Unless you can unless you can find someone who actually has the skill to value it properly with the proper equipment.
Well, we got Streetwise. So.
Hey, he's got a whole bunch more of these pearls back there. You can just go get another one and cut that one open.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Yeah, he had tons of these. This was the biggest one though, which is why it's mine.
Okay.
Bigger means it's fancier.
Bigger is better.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
Nice.
So, potentially that's what you've got. But Jack reckons if it's not such a great pearl, you'd sort of be timesing the 750 by 12, possibly.
So 9,000.
It's still a good deal, though. We still know we got this is a score.
Yep.
This is another score to document.
You also know
he's
they
got more if you want to get them.
Apparently can produce pearls of great size on this planet.
Nice.
That's what we need to know about.
Mm-hmm.
That's a score right there.
Yep. So it takes all of about 4 hours for them to offload your cargo and then unload the new one, which you will check. So I'd say probably Jack and Javon.
Pierre, what service was your guy in, and how many terms was he in there?
Oh, I didn't put that in.
He was a diplomat. Okay, it's down. All right.
One single term, yeah.
Yeah. Which way do you say your character's name, Jerry?
My character's name is Javon.
Javon.
Bowen.
Okay, Javon. Okay.
Bowen or Javon Bowen.
Yep. So Javon and Jack are in the cargo hold, just checking out all of the new cargo coming in.
Yeah.
And it's all above board.
Dude, we scored huge, man.
Yep. So you've got a whole lot of polymers. So yeah, and a whole lot of copper wire. Well, copper basically. So that's all loaded on. Vince and Bob return. Sorry, I didn't hear you right, Manta. What was happening with oh my god, my brain's useless today. Kurt.
Oh, he's having some kind of technical problems.
Okay.
He's,
Gonna fix it. Okay, all cool. Sorry. Okay, so
Yeah.
if you take, or whoever you take over, take over. Okay, so you guys return back with most of the parts for from what you've from your description. Yeah. So, can I get a mechanical roll, please, from Bob, just to see if he can go through the crew's fabrication
Bob is Kurt.
sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob Kordowski.
Okay. He pretty much quickly picks out what he wants. He's going to take just the minimal of what he needs, because he doesn't want to endanger the group when they need something. But this is all in the line of doing business and seeing what business can be done with a not such a big settlement. So he starts to fabricate. I'm not going to ask him to make a roll for it because it's all pretty simple stuff, but he just had to make sure he could find the stuff he needed. So he's putting himself to task to create the bits that they described. He's looking at technical manuals and all that sort of thing, and just building what he can now, and he'll wait till you get there to sort of do the bits that need to be for the right size and stuff and shaped. So I'm going to leave that with what Bob is doing right now, if that's okay. After 4 hours, guys, what do? Do you want to actually... You've sort of settled everything in Lemuria. Do you want to go out and have a look at anything else, or do you want to fly on to LV50 or somewhere else? Anyone hear me? Hello? You there, Jerry?
Now I hear you.
That was
Yeah,
weird.
dude, I don't know what the hell. I was off. Can you hear me?
No.
No, I lost everybody for a moment there.
Yeah.
and-
Yeah,
So
I
did
did
I.
too. It was weird.
Just
Did everybody lose everybody or what?
Yep, I think we did.
You guys just went all silent.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
just so you know, I'm gonna email you. I've thought of this because Discord has been playing up every now and then. There is another one that we could use later on, but I'll send you the email so you can have a look at it and see if you want to use that next time. Just in case Discord does this again. So sorry.
Well, it wasn't for long.
Yeah, it's just
I wouldn't
annoying.
even count it. It wasn't there for a long time at all.
No. So Bob's gone off to do the spare part making. Oh God, what's his name? Javon and Jack have checked out the cargo. Just wondering, what is it you want to do next? Do you want to have a look around Lemuria, or do you want to just get on to your next place, which is probably LV50?
Don't we have to do a check to see if there's a gas giant or what the deal is there?
When you're in space, yep, you can. That would be the navigator's job to see, depending on which planet or which star system you're aiming to get to. There is one problem with that. You have to be only one parsec away, and you're 2 parsecs away from either of your next planet. So it'd be when after you've
So
done
we'd
the
have
jump.
to just guess. We can't tell if it's we can't take a stab at a gas giant or
Nope.
water. Because if we jump somewhere, that's scary. We
It
want
is.
to know there's fuel.
That's the part
That's a
about
double.
this game.
That's a double jump. We're out of jump fuel,
Mm-hmm.
and we can only
Locals.
tell up to 1 parsec. We can't like fly on out and scope out, or still
Nope.
make a roll at it anyways. And if we get a high success, we can tell.
Nope.
We
Well,
could,
that's kind of sucky.
we
Dog.
could
It's
maybe
sucky.
talk to the locals and see if they have any kind of observatory or
There you go.
yeah. If
Yeah.
they've,
Or
done
if they
that,
know
maybe-
anything about.
Yeah, that's something we should do then.
Okay. So who's heading out?
I know. Vincent's probably in the stateroom that we converted into a medical room and is trying to glue the pearl up somewhere on display.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else want to go or?
Yeah, I would be interested. I think Javon might go. I mean, but yeah,
Jack.
Jack is interested in the pearl type of thing, man. He'd be really interested in what the value of that is and how we could get more of those. So he's still kind of curious about this place because he sees dollar signs, being
Yeah.
being an admin kind of guy. Yeah.
Vincent would tell him where to go to find Heston Alzone with all his pearl stuff that he's selling. So,
Cool.
you know, if you wanted to go visit that guy,
Histomezzoni.
yeah, Heston Alzone. If you wanted, you could find him.
Okay, so who else is going out? I don't know if Jack and Javon are going out to find this Hester guy or not.
Because you want to buy more stuff? Is that the idea?
No, it's the guy. What is Hester got exactly? What are we looking? What is his deal?
He's the guy with the pearls.
Oh, well, then of course Jack would want to go on that one.
Mhm.
Jack's kind of a wuss, so I think Javon would go with him to kind of keep an eye out on him. We can't carry guns with us, or
Blades.
what's the law? Huh?
Blades.
Blades. Yeah. Javon does have a high dexterity, and he does have blade combat 0, and he does have a cutlass and a blade and a dagger. So, Eddie has mesh armor. Since it's blades, Javon's going to be wearing his mesh armor. There's not a lot of guns. Mesh is good with guns. Mesh and cloth in case there is guns. And he's going to be carrying his cutlass, blade, and dagger. And he's going to be going along more as security for Jack.
Cool.
So they'll be joining in on
I think you can only wear mesh or cloth. I think the only army
I thought
can wear...
you could wear both, but only the lesser of the one is efficient depending on what... You can only use the one that's more better. Well, if that's the case, then I think we'll wear... God, I don't... Traveler, I think cloth is actually better.
Okay.
For guns.
It's the only thing I think you can wear over the top of something is like something over reflect, because reflect's underneath your clothes and stuff, and it's just thin polymer layer thing. Not polymer, laminar layer or something.
Well, then okay, he's going to be wearing mesh because it's a sword world and it's low law level.
Cool.
He'll wear his mesh because mesh is really good against blades.
Yep.
And he's got all 3 of his blades on him, and he's going for security reasons.
Cool.
To kind of look out for Jack.
Okay.
Yeah, so Jack is definitely interested in the pearls. Now Jack's a wuss. He's weak as hell, and he's got a low dex. And I mean, guns and blades are useless. He's got
basically he's
zero.
a mouth. He's a mouth basically, and that's about it.
Yeah, he's a sweet talker, but he needs protection. So those 2 guys are going to go along for sure.
Cool. Okay, so they head off to try to find this Hester guy. Anyone going anywhere else to try to pump anybody else for information? No? Okay.
We're talking about knowing where to supply for gas giants or waters systems. So who is who's technically minded on this world for things like that? I don't know.
Anyone who's got navigation would be okay.
And that would be you.
Yeah.
Whack, you are navigation 1. And actually, so does Javon's got navigation 1 also.
Okay.
That's why
I'm
updating your character right now on the sheet, and I'm going to repost it.
Good.
I'm putting it in the same format as the rest of them here.
Okay.
So we're working on that.
That's fine.
Cool. So, Javon and Jack head off. Pierre, how are you going to find out this information? What's your character going to do?
Let me see. They're mostly involved in industry here. See, that's the thing. It's not a very high starport level.
No.
So
It's
they
a
wait
floating
for people to come
platform.
to them. Yeah, I don't know if there's anybody here who goes off to the systems, but there was like a trader or a representative, the old guy with the 2 young people as trainees. I can probably try to find them again.
Okay. You could, through the communicator to the Port Authority guy, find out how to get in touch with him. Yeah.
Yeah, I can leave a message. I can be quite plain about what I want. I want information on supply of hydrogen from gas giants in the unknown worlds to wherever it is, south of here. Well, like Rimward. Is it Rimward? Everything's Rimward.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Rimward or trailing from your current position.
Yeah.
Position.
Gas giants don't go away. Water on the on the size of a planet doesn't go away. So if they ever heard of where there was supply of these things in the past,
Okay.
the Port Authority guy might hear.
So the port guy could tell you that there has been the odd few ships that have come in over the years. Most of them seem to return back to the Alliance, but one or two of them have decided to go off into outer space or out that way beyond the rim, beyond the edge. But he's never heard of any of them coming back.
None of them?
No.
Who's that now?
Says the Varg.
It's a Varg!
It's a Varg.
It's a Varg! I didn't know Vargs made it this far.
Vargers are pretty agitators. They can't guarantee their supply of fuel. I don't blame them.
No. The last group was a couple of years ago that headed off Rimwood and trailing. They were making for what they call the Near Star, which is the one located at 0202, but he doesn't know what happened to them. And it was a big ship. It was bigger than your ship. He believes it was the Jump 2 ship, but he couldn't really tell you much more than that. He's not that sort of technically inclined, but he knew, because they made mention that it could do a Jump 2, so they were feeling fairly assured that it would be a safe route for them to go through. But he's never heard anything about them, and that would be about 3 years ago.
Steve, you said we have half a ton of jewels in a stateroom or something?
2 tons. One of your staterooms has got 4 half-ton boxes of gems and precious metals if you need to start trading those, because they won't take your credits. And that's to a value of 0.7 mega credits in containing those 4 boxes.
Gems and precious metals?
Yep. And they're in half-ton boxes. So you've probably got a whole lot of lower value ones.
Okay.
So that's sorry. Yep.
The Port Authority guy, the old guy, has experienced a few ships going to Rimward and trailing, but none of them have come back with any info or.
None to his knowledge. No. I mean, it may be a different case. I mean, probably, he says, probably the people on Open Station would actually have more understanding that, because that's where most of the ships land.
What station? Spelling?
Open Station.
We also have a big special ships locker that has 1 ton of life support for 6 for 1 year, 1 ton or 83 days of water. That's not including the water that we recycle.
No.
And half a ton of parts, half a ton of hull plating, and half a ton of thermal hardening hull plating.
Yep.
The thermal hardening stuff is to replace or repair our drives, isn't it?
It's to repair your drive engineering section and your computer sections, because both of them.
Okay.
But all 3 of those, because you've got 2 computer sections, all 3 of those are the only places that have been hardened at the moment. Yep. So
none of us are getting paid.
No.
Right
Right.
now, we're all on a salary, or
Well, basically you pay as if you succeed, you get the ship, and whatever profit you
Okay.
can make.
Profit.
Mm.
Yeah, profit's only good if we can get back to spend it. You know,
If you
to
can only spend it,
civilization
yep,
for the
exactly.
credits,
So,
or
yep. So Jokin, whack on your character Pierre.
whack.
Whack.
Joaquin or
Yep,
Whack
Joaquin. Yep,
Estevez?
Joaquin.
Call me whack.
So he hears this, for the want of a better job description, Port Authority talk about this
Heard.
open station place where most of the ships land. And this is news to you.
Most ships land
That's
there.
where we want to go.
Hmm.
Yeah, we only landed
Yeah.
in Muria because,
Although I don't regret
we-
coming to LV50.
we haven't
Your
been there
blade,
yet.
your blade wielding engineer's back, but kind of sort of because he got lost in some sort of weird computer time loop.
We did too. We all got bumped off, Kurt, and then we
Yeah.
got put back on.
Yeah.
The Discord did go out for everybody and froze, but that was
Yeah.
brief.
It's good for that.
Okay. So, Jack, I'm just going to quickly go to Jack and, God, all these names start with J. Javon.
Javon, Jack.
Yep. You get to Hester's place.
Okay.
He's just
Who else
starting
is
to...
with me? It's just Jack and Javon and nobody
Yep.
else?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, Vincent's trying to glue
Oh,
his
wait.
pearl the size of a tennis ball up onto his wall. Kurt's in the engineering trying to fabricate the spare parts he needs for the salinization plant.
What exactly are we doing with the desalination? Is that to help take the salt out of the water for our
Yep, that's
fuel or
for
what?
LV50. You're seeing what you might be able to get out of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Jack and Javon, you have arrived at Hester. You see, as I described before, this rather very large round man. He's sitting there wiping his brow, while a whole lot of young people who are doing various jobs and that are sort of packing the place up a little bit. But Jack, where you go?
Hello. So is he there? I knock on the door, or what is there, a
Well,
doorway?
it's a stall. It's basically a stall, and it has like a tent coming off it.
a store?
A tank?
A tent.
Tent. Yeah.
Tent. As in camping.
Okay,
Ah.
I thought you said taint, and I'm like,
Yep,
wait a minute.
taint.
there's
It's got a taint as
stench?
well. It's he's chucked some of that fish up on it, so it's tainted. The tent is tainted. Okay, Jack, what are you doing?
I would introduce myself. Hello, are you Hester?
Yes, I am. He says.
Hester, you've met one of my associates earlier today.
He raises his
Vincent.
eyebrow.
Vincent
Vincent?
Bradshaw.
Um,
Do you recall? I mean, he bought a
Tall,
pearl from
thin
you.
man wanted one of my bigger pearls. Are you from the same ship?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. I'm
Ah.
the administrator of the ship.
So
I-
are we talking business? He sort of butts up a
We
little
could
bit.
be talking business. Yes, we're very
Oh.
much so.
Right.
And
Wow. One moment, please. Open the door for them. And he's like this. Open the door means like push back the canvas so you can come inside, sort of thing. And he sort of turns around and he gets two of his little assistants to bring in some chairs so you can sit down, more like stools or anything. But you sit down inside the tent. Yes. So he sort of clasping his hands a little bit. Yes. So.
We were just curious about these pearls. We bought a pearl from you, and
Mhm.
we were curious. Do you have access to more of these pearls? And
I can get some more
we
if
may
that's
be
what's going to make us
interested
profit.
in purchases down the road or future business transactions in regards to pearl harvesting. Accessibility to those pearls.
Definitely.
And I'm also wondering if you know anyone who's a specialist on the quality of these pearls. I'd like to know. I mean, it seems to me from all appearances that they're high quality, but I would still like to, have some certifiable, well stamped, proven tests of quality on these pearls because they are larger than I'm used to or familiar with seeing, and I think there may be large markets in it. And a man like you and a man like me and our other business associates, everyone in the circle, could make a lot of money. And I
Right,
think
he
you'd be
says.
interested in that, wouldn't you, Hector? As I
Yes, sir.
stretch out my hand to shake his.
He sort of wipes his hand. He's obviously sweating. He shakes your hand. It's still clammy. He says, "I'm definitely interested in that." D- d-
So I'm,
would it pump up the price of these things if they knew a little bit about the difficulty of getting them? I mean, our the buyers at the other end.
It could, yes. I mean, but what we want to do is, I mean, you get the price that you consider right.
Mm-hmm.
You know how marketing is, and then
Yes, yes.
we could paint that picture. There could be a chance though that we could be flipping a lot of these continually if you can access them, and you could become very wealthy. We could also become very wealthy.
I've become very wealthy today.
My employer, who's interested in trade routes, might be interested in working with you on this. If you can give me the contact information and we can connect and make some connections, and we can get these facts in order, we could do very, very well.
Well, he says, one of my brothers, I come from a large family, one of which you see the joke in, but anyway, one of my brothers actually runs a fishing fleet, and every now and then the nets they catch a crake, and basically, I don't know if you've heard about crake. They're rather bitter, nasty pieces of work. But if they manage to get it out of the net and can kill it, then we open them up, and that's where we get the pearls from. But they are nasty creatures. They're all teeth and claws, and hooks and other nasty things.
Okay.
Crap.
But
Well, how many in general does he harvest? I mean, is it?
it's very
is there a better
random.
way?
It is random. The pearls that I showed your friend today was after about a month's worth of fishing. Yes.
Well, it might be a little slow here and there, but I think we could, as you get pearls, we could have them sold. We could have them sold as you get them, and
Awesome.
promptly.
And
And,
what mark would be my profit margin?
Well,
of course, I'd have to
put
give
a
my
price,
brother
you
some.
sold for a price today. I think we could for sure guarantee you the price that you sold it for, to my associate for each pearl, or something of the sort. So we would just buy them from you, and then we would resell them at our profitable rate.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
And pardon me. What was this about swordplay?
Swordplay?
Well, I heard something that I would have to actually stab things.
Oh, you mean the creatures? No. You're not.
No, we
fishing.
don't stab anything there, Kurt. They do the hunting. We just buy the pearls from them, and he was explaining to us
Oh,
how they hunt them.
Yeah.
So right now that Jack and Javon's just, they're Mon. He's a Jamaican dude. He's just bodyguard looking out for Jack. Jack's the wimpy brain administrator, snaky, shady car salesman guy, and he's a steward.
Shady
So
car.
he has no strength or dexterity.
He is.
I mean, no strength or endurance.
Yeah.
Because
So what if
a
we
little
cut
bit
off
above
the
average
middleman?
dexterity, but he's smart, educated,
Yeah.
what do we
and
cut
he's
off
our
the
talker
middleman?
administrator.
Yeah.
We
So-
already know where the location is. Why don't we just go take it and screw them?
Because they're being a legitimate business. Yeah. Okay, so Hester is quite happy with the sound of that arrangement. He says, so are we saying that the one I sold for 2,000 credits, is that the baseline you want? You don't want anything smaller?
Well, no, not necessarily. We take whatever we could get. but of course you wouldn't get 2,000 credits.
And if I could provide something
we
bigger,
would have to adjust the price appropriately for the size, but we could do that based on the 2,000 credit scale that we presented to you, that my friend has presented to you.
Right.
So if it's that big, 2,000. If it's half that size, 1,000. A quarter, 500.
And what if it was bigger?
Something on those lines, I think, would be a really elegant, smooth deal. You might see some ships coming down, bringing merchandise like wood, it seems, or things, and they might want to stop by and visit you from my company and purchase pearls that you have available. So every time one of my company's ships arrives, Hector, they're going to want to meet you and buy up whatever you have in pearls.
I like that he
So
says.
I thought,
how often do you think they'll be coming?
Well, right now it might be a little while. We might need a few months to set this up. I'd say 6 months or so, but they could be coming every week or so, every couple weeks.
Dude.
You don't have anything available. Once we set up the networks, we're looking at some serious business. And if you can get more harvesters to harvest more, we'll buy up every pearl that you have.
By
they
the way,
have to be legitimate and special.
We have investment bankers that are very interested in this deal because there's a guy that is like, hey, also you've got a lot of things that are really interesting on this planet, and I'm very interested in it.
The bull crap is flying on the. I'm gonna have to wear my filter mask. What is this bull crap?
Okay, so Hester invites you to come home for a meal with him before you go back to your ship. Do you wish to go with him? Jack?
Yeah, I would think so. Yep. Does the rest of the crew want to go, or what's the deal?
No, he's just inviting you and Jochen.
Well, I think it would be poor business etiquette if we don't. Do we have comms where we can call the rest of the ship?
Yeah, you got your comms, so they know exactly where you are.
I got to be an engineer, so I got to do what I got to do.
Yep. So you're stuck in the engines at the moment doing.
You're in the engine. You're not even with us.
Plants, but yeah. But it will be heard over your comms if you want to do that. That's
don't make me stab you.
What?
Are they still working on loading the ship?
No, it's all done. That's all done.
All done? Okay.
That took 4 hours. Unload, load on, it was all done. So you guys are just, I guess, filling in your space. So, Jack, you get there. It's a series of interconnected buildings that, from sort of how you can see it, because you can sort of see the division on the ground where they bring the floating mats or whatever the hell they use to keep everything above surface. It actually spans 2 of these mats. And inside it's pretty chaotic. There's kids and there's the people and it's a big, huge extended family. Anyway, you get to sit down, enjoy the company. It's just experiencing traditional sort of Italian big family sort of meeting. And then after that, after you've had a drink and that sort of stuff, Hester invites you to come and see just a few trophies that his brother, who you've been introduced to, who is going to be called Toby, we'll call him Toby, just as a name, not very Italian, but anyway. Yeah, Toby, with great pride, walks you into this room, and you can see all sorts of bits and pieces, odd, like pieces of extremely large creature, jawbone hair, and something else there, and all that sort of stuff. Then he walks over to a cabinet, he opens the cabinet, he pulls something out and puts it on top, then he moves away. At first you think it's something like a football that you see, and then upon a closer inspection, it's a bloody goddamn pearl the size of a football.
A football.
Oh, sorry, soccer ball. You'd call them a soccer ball.
A soccer ball pearl. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So how big was the original one that we had? You said a golf ball or a tennis ball?
Yeah, tennis ball.
Holy.
See, this is the biggest one
so
we pulled out of a crate.
That's $100,000. That's
a lot.
200,000 credit pearl.
Yeah.
That's sitting in front of me right now.
Providing it's a pearl of quality, but yes.
Keep it away from anybody from England or Scotland or anybody that plays football.
Yes.
Wow.
They'll probably kick it into the stands.
Yeah, you wouldn't be wanting to use that in the game. But anyway,
Oh, why not?
he sort of puts it back in. You can see there's some security around there that you didn't see. You know, some locks and that. But yeah.
Wait a
So
minute, wait a
they
minute.
say that they could be doing a lot of business with your company. They haven't ever managed to harvest one that big again. They have had some a bit bigger than a tear spore. But yeah, that's the biggest one they've ever managed to get.
Well,
And wait a minute, wait a minute. We could
you're not
actually
with us, Kurt.
advertise
Kurt,
this.
you're not along, dude. You're in the engine room.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
You're in
screaming
the engine
at
room, bro.
Yeah.
poo.
Well, he would say to him that he would look at him and say to him that, hey, well, you know, any pearl that you get, we should be able to purchase from you, even of this size. And if you could take the value that I discussed with your brother, we could fairly multiply it by that size. So at a 2,000, I don't know what this would go for, but we could work off of a scale, which would be profitable, of course, to us. You don't have to worry about our markup or what we sell it for, but you could know that you'll be guaranteed better income than you've probably seen for these pearls, and we could develop a trading business with you.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have guaranteed customers. As our ships come and land, we'll buy these pearls up from you. That's a beautiful pearl right there. I've never seen anything that big.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, so I would multiply that. How much bigger is that? You say that a tennis ball times what?
It's about 10 times again as bigger. But the thing is, of course, something that huge would be pretty rare, so you'd be adding a whole lot more on top of it just because of its rarity.
As long as we could get it for a scale that's profitable, the scale's
Yeah.
not too out of
Yeah.
line. I've given your brother kind of the scale that we're willing to pay based on what my associate paid coming up front, and I think we could get that done. We could do it.
All right.
Every time your pearls will be sold, as long as they're of good quality.
Of course.
Quality needs to be established and checked.
Of course.
We do we have a business deal here? Can we set up a trade route with you?
We can shake hands and sign papers. So Jack, that means you're going to have to scurry back to the ship and start writing up an official paper to sign, so that you don't get them screwing you over and that sort of stuff. But in saying that, can I get please Javon to make a 2d6 roll? And does he have
2d6 plus what?
Does he have any? Let me think. Actually, does he have corrals, Javon?
Javon has streetwise 0.
Okay, no.
Okay. He has admin 0, streetwise 0. Jack has admin 0, streetwise 0. No, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong guy. Yeah. Jack has admin 2 and streetwise 0. Okay. No corrals. But he also has a high intelligence and education.
Yep.
B and A, and he's got a standard social standing.
Yep. So just Javon, give me a flat 2d6 roll, please.
Javon's going to give you a flat 2d6. Okay. Yodar, man, that's beautiful, man.
That is.
That's nice.
Yeah. As Jack and Javon move back to the ship, Javon might want to tell Jack something he noticed. Did you notice how many pearls were on the ladies? Almost every single woman there had some sort of pearl necklace or bracelet under their clothes, or under their sleeves, or under their collar, or whatever.
Jack looks back and says, "No, Javon, I had no idea."
No.
So there's pearls that are marketed in other places here. Maybe
no.
Should,
he said he doesn't know. He just says, "Did you notice how many pearls there are around that house?"
No, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay, you guys get back to ship. Jack, start writing. Can I please, Kurt? Can you just give me a 2d6 plus 2 on your plus 1, sorry, for your mechanic? I just want to see something about what you've been doing with the spare parts for this desalinization plant.
Oh, that's not good.
LD50.
That's
a
little below average, but it's still above basic.
Yep. Okay.
Going slow.
Cool. And Joaquin, is there anything else you need?
He's muted.
Oh, you're
Joaquin,
muted.
is he with us?
Sorry,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's okay.
For purchases, I don't think of anything. No, if that's what you
Okay.
mean.
So, who? I know because Joaquin isn't. Although you've got navigation, you're not the pilot and the navigator, are you? You've got a separate navigator somewhere.
I
Yeah.
got pilot 1, navigation 1. I don't necessarily have to do both.
I have navigation 1
Okay.
as well.
Right. So Vincent, you and Joaquin would be making the flight path to find out where. Well, to work out LV50 and all that sort of stuff. If that is your next location, or Joaquin, if you want to investigate this open station place.
Yeah,
I think
this information is so key. We should probably make a short trip to open station
Okay.
and
Yes.
ask around
Okay.
and see.
Absolutely.
And maybe see if we can sell our stuff. Although within the same world, we probably won't have much chance to get any profit.
I'd hold on to our stuff, but I definitely would. If nothing else, we could try to see if we could find out some things about routes. If we go to the open
Yeah.
station, we might meet somebody that came from a certain way, which could tell us about a star. We could maybe know which way to go.
Okay. Right. So if that's your, I'm not going to ask for a roll because it's only on the planet, so it's not that hard. But just need to know where you're heading. Okay, folks. So the night will pretty much roll through, unless you're lifting off beforehand. I don't think you have -3. I think you might have -3, Kurt.
Roger that.
Yeah, -3. So what we do in the game, because we have 0 level skills, anything that you're not skilled in is a -3, unless it's a weapon, which is a -5. So you got a
Oh,
negative.
I see that.
So you don't have any skill in nav, but you do have like in mech and jack of all trades. Oh, now you're all here. So for those of you who have got jack of all trades, this is how I'm playing it. You can use it as a neutralizer to any penalty for any skill you're trying that you don't have actual skill level in, but it will never give you a bonus. It'll only neutralize the penalties. So say for example you had to do a medical roll, Kurt. You've got medical -3, you've got jack of all trades 2, which means if you tried to do a medical roll, for you it's only a -1. So it just
Roger
negates.
that.
Eh?
Gotcha.
Yep. Oh, cool. Okay. So yeah. So it's just I'm just using it as a sort of a not as a bonus, but just as a neutralizer. Okay. So night goes through.
Sorry about the caps lock. It's my
Yeah, no problem.
push talk.
Not a problem. Night goes through. What are you doing? Taking off?
Well, yeah, I think we're headed over to open station
Okay.
first thing in the morning. Unless anybody else has got.
Right. Well, the Port Authority guys sort of alerts people to move away and all that sort of stuff, and have to push the crowd back and all that sort of usual hang on.
We have to okay the docking.
Oh, well, you're leaving the other place first. So I do know that Bob, when you landed there, checked that the ship was watertight. It still is.
That.
But now, basically, you guys are ready to take off. So, Joaquin, I need you to give me a piloting roll, not to crash or anything, but just to be able to disengage properly.
Right. Okay. I think I set up my rolls easily.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so you're lifting off, and for some unknown reason, part of the map that actually holds you buoyant has attached itself to the bottom part of your ship.
Damn.
And your dragon. And you've gone
Reland and let's disconnect it, man.
Yeah,
There's something, you're hooked up to something, man, I'm saying from the turret over the comp. Reland, man, maybe you go in the turret and I fly this boat, man.
I am in the Jeffries tube with my the tricorder.
Tricorder, you don't have a tricorder, but anyway, yeah.
Joaquin, man, landed, man. Let's check it out and disconnect it. You hooked to something.
I cannot bend the laws of science.
Pierre, if you're talking, I think you're muted.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying anything. I was just
Okay.
marveling at his accent for special reasons.
Yeah. No, we all got your message and the blackface stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
He's Jamaican. Okay, so he's playing a character. That's a legal
yeah.
drama card.
Right.
So shoot, I really hate having to I messed up their landing pad or whatever it is.
Yeah, you've
So I
probably done
gotta
a bit of
land
damage
and
to it.
float.
We'll have to
Am
see.
I therefore floating the ship in the water?
You're gonna have to try to re-land so that someone in your ship can get out and disengage however the bloody thing's hooked up to your ship on.
And that's probably
who's
something
our-
Bob should do, Kurt, because he's the engineer mechanic
Yes,
guy.
I know. I'm
Who's-
trying. I'm trying. Look, it's
Yeah.
just like Elite Dangerous. I'm just trying to kind of get into the area.
Yeah.
We're almost
Who's
there.
Right.
the electronics guy here?
Vincent's got electronics.
Okay, because you might get some subsonic sensor thing, and when you speed it up, the subsonics go just into the lower frequency bass range of human hearing, and it sounds like da 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 da.
Look,
Oh, well. Okay, Bob.
My hovering engines are a little bit wonky. Come on, help.
Okay, Bob, you're out on the ship.
Ah!
You are just doing a flat mechanical roll, 2d6 plus 1. And Joaquin, I need you to give me another piloting roll, please. After Kurt has given me
Okay, but we're
his
floating?
mechanical roll.
He's
I'm going to tell you
he's
once.
gonna hang out and disconnect
Yeah.
you. 2D plus 1.
Yeah. So,
Right.
Kurt,
Okay.
You
well,
know, usually landing shouldn't be this tough. Come on, guys, let's go.
Exactly.
It's right
it was
there.
a bad
It's the
takeoff for
hydraulic.
sure.
Yeah.
right. So, Kurt, 2d6 plus 1, please.
3d6 plus
Two.
1. All right.
2d6
2D.
plus 1. Yep, 2d6 plus 1.
You wish.
Eh. Forward slash.
Did we lose everybody?
Oh, no.
There he goes.
Okay.
Oh.
Radio. Okay, Kurt. Yes, somehow. This isn't a hanging out the window, cutting it off thing. This is a re-landing the ship because someone's going to have to get into some sort of scuba gear because the bloody thing's caught in the intake valves that you would use when you skim an atmosphere.
And of course, I'm hanging off the intake valve because I'm a lunatic.
Yeah. So you're going to have to come in and get in. And I don't know if you guys have got any scuba gear. I don't think that's one thing you bought.
Who needs scuba
Oh,
gear? I
Frank-
would have to go
Somebody,
back
Frank
into
the gunner's
I
got
think
can
we
also
did.
assist him. Frank DiTuro's got mechanical 1. He's there.
Okay.
He's an NPC
Okay.
gunner.
Cool. Okay.
Ben, that's Ben's character
Yep,
if he joins
no.
us.
That's cool. Well, you'll be able to do that, but they basically now I need that piloting roll so you don't do anything really, really bad to the ship.
I come crawling
Oh,
back.
brother.
Yeah.
You know what? I saw 2001 by my grandfather. He gave me a videotape.
Yeah. Pierre?
No, there's no scuba gear in the ship's locker that we
No,
bought.
there isn't. No,
Yeah,
unfortunately not.
tanks though.
There are oxygen
Pam,
tanks.
pam,
Yeah.
pam.
Yeah. And Pierre, can I get a piloting roll from you, please?
I think I did roll it.
Oh, you did one up there. Oh God, the 7 was that. Okay, radio.
Everybody's going red.
This is just one of those things that gets worse. Okay, sweet as. Okay, so you're gonna fit some oxygen tanks to these two guys, Bob and Frank. Frank is gonna try to assist Bob, and you guys are gonna try to disengage whatever the hell that floating platform thingy was that's bloody lodged firmly into your intake of your scoops.
Javon gets out of the turret. He goes down to the bridge and he sees if he can assist in the co-pilot chair. And
Okay.
he's at the and they rolled a 7 also, so I'm right
Alright.
with Pierre.
God.
because I've only got a
Yep.
skill 1.
So, can we get a support roll from Frank first, please?
I'm not
Who's
that
Frank?
bad.
No,
They
no,
gave me-
not yet, matey, not yet. You've got your chance in a second. We're just going to get Frank's roll first.
They gave me orange juice in a packet.
Who's playing Frank?
You are. Oh no. Who's playing Frank?
Nobody is.
No. I gave it
That's
to someone.
Ben. All right, I'm for mechanical 1. I'm rolling
Hang
for
on.
Frank. That was a 6.
Look, it's Frank.
Whack him. Pierre, you're playing Frank at the moment.
Oh, that's
Okay, then
right,
let
you're-
Pierre
yeah,
roll.
okay,
Watch
that.
that roll.
Okay, what kind of roll?
Using
Plus
his
1
mech.
mechanical.
Plus 1 mech. He's trying
Right.
to support Bob and trying to sort this mess out.
Okay, should I?
Yep. Roll.
Oh yeah, I can change. Yeah, I can change. Let's see. 2d6 plus 1 mechanical.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
better.
Rightio.
Oh my
when
God.
you roll Bob, you roll 1 for your you add 1 for your mechanical and 1 for the support from the teammate. So away you go.
So you're saying 1d6 plus 2?
2d6 plus 2, and you're
2d6.
away.
What is
Yep.
that?
Yep. Nice.
Oh, good job, Kurt.
Okay, rightio. Finally, Bob and Frank get out of the water after a solid half hour of tugging, cutting, pulling, bending, shaping, hammering, whacking, spitting, swearing, cursing, and finally get back on board ship. You are completely disengaged from what remains of the floating platform, and the officials aren't terribly happy. You've destroyed.
Well, oops.
Hey, Game Master.
Yes.
We ended up with a couple of pounds of fish.
A couple of. Sorry, cut off then.
Pounds of fish, he
Well,
said.
we got some fish because
right.
you know.
Right. Yeah. Not a very good net though. But anyway.
It's edible about 2 days.
Kind of. If you want to eat the net, because it's all made out of seaweed. Okay.
Oh, please.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah.
away we go, Joachim.
Another
To
is another.
Yep, just to get out of here without any other incident, please.
Okay, piloting.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
And
Better.
perfect landing. Oh well, also Javon was
Takeoff.
there to, yeah. Take off. You rise. You turn. You hit the accelerator. The maneuver drives come on, and you start to move forward to your location of open station. That's OPPEN.
Open station is on the planet, or is
Yeah.
it in orbit, or where is
no,
it?
it's on the planet surface.
It's another floaty place.
Yep. But it's a place you weren't aware of. As you get
Yeah.
there,
Cloud
you-
City.
close to, but in the water. You get to pick up their frequency. You get what you're much more used to. This place is not much, but it is something more official than what the last place you just landed at. So they ask for the tonnage of your ship. They give you a vector to come into. They say they're just what you're looking for is the platform that has the yellow and red lights flashing. So you basically pilot your ship down to something that looks very similar, but actually just a little bit more cleaner, if you like. This one is constructed specifically for spaceships to land on it, you know, so it's just got a little bit more technical knowledge behind it. The other one was sort of artsy craftsy is the only word I can use to describe it.
Ad hoc.
Yeah, ad hoc. Yeah.
Which one is the cheapest?
The crafty one, because they would have just built it out of the stuff they found. This one's actually been manufactured, so it's a lot more safer. You're not going to get tangled up in it. So you come in.
Are there any other starships out here?
I will
Any other
check
ships?
for you. No, you're the only ship. This thing only has 6 bays. There's only one lit up with red and yellow lights. And when you're going to get down and close enough, you're going to see that they're going to be able to remove those lights and put it on another platform anyway. So the biggest platform there, you'd say, would probably take a 400-ton ship, but yeah, nothing over that. Just given the sizes of the platforms that you land on. They do have a structure in the middle. There's not an awful lot to this open station. There is, as I said, 6 platforms varying in sizes. There is a circular region roughly the size of a football field, and roughly in the center is a tower that would be about 2 stories tall, that has buildings under it. That's about it. But you land and it's safe. You are met with some guys out there who say they have to just do a have you landed on the planet anywhere else?
Yeah.
Should we be truthful? Yeah, go tell the truth.
Yeah. We dropped off passengers in Elysium.
Lemuria.
Lemuria, that was it.
Yeah, Lemuria.
Yeah, something
Okay.
like that.
Yep. Okay. Right. They say yeah. Okay. Well, that's up to them then. If anything happens, we just need to. Are you intending to also visit any other settlements on planet?
The LV.
We actually are just interested in information about stars and if there's any star map information, right?
Well, they also.
Not really.
They say to, when Vincent says we are thinking of going to LV50, they say, okay, we just need to conduct a quick custom spray just to make sure that we try to be as clean as possible. So they just start spraying some stuff underneath the bottom of the ship. They crawl over the ship and spray stuff. It doesn't seem to do anything.
Hey! What the hell are they spraying on my ship?
They explain that it's just what could I say? It works on an antibacterial basis. So basically, they are disinfecting what they think might be on your ship, but it's a very basic decontaminant. So yeah, it's, if anything, they're making it look shinier, but that's about all, because it's not worth much.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah. So you're Javon, and I think it was Vincent, wasn't it, who was talking about finding stuff out about other planets? I'm not quite sure, or was it Joaquin? So that they don't have a hell of a lot of information. They don't hold a hell of a lot of information here, but what they do say is, yeah, there have been several ships that pass through here. Most sort of turn back and head back into Orion Alliance space. There's the odd one that has talked about heading further out. They really don't know much more than a couple of rumors. What is there something specific that you want to sort of know about?
I don't
I explained that we want to know. We want to know which stars contain gas giants or water sources, because we want to know if anybody knows about the hydrogen supply in other star systems.
Okay, well, he just repeats that he believes that you can use your sensors in ships if you're less than a parsec away, and you will be able to find out whether the gas giant is present or not. But apart from that, he doesn't know much.
Yeah, we got a big gap to the next stars.
That's doable. If we jump to 102, we can scan 103 and 202. And if that won't work, we go back to Uros and, I don't know.
Problem though is if we don't have fuel, we can't go back to Uros.
We can do 2 jumps, can't we?
Yeah.
Well, one jump 2 or 2 jump 1s. So
2 jump 1s.
Jump 1.
One jump, 2 jump 1s or 1 jump 1.
Yeah.
So we'd have to jump one into an empty sector and then use our sensors to make sure about the.
We've got either 103 or 202. Those are our only 2 options. We can't go anywhere else.
So, which one would be your safe empty hex to jump into.
What about this one, Steve? Wait a minute. I just got a really rocket idea.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we jump to 102 and then scan 103 and 202?
Well, yeah,
That's what I
we
was
can
saying.
scan both the sectors.
Pardon me.
both the,
Pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon
Of
me.
course.
Pardon me. Can we do 0203?
0, 2,
Because
0,
it's
3.
in a
Can't.
cluster.
No, we got to go to
No.
either 103 or
Yeah.
202 first,
Yeah.
Kurt.
You can only scan
Roger
one
that.
one hex over.
But-
you can't scan more
But
than
we
that.
can only scan. That's perfect. Think about it. You can only scan or telescope in to see what's in each system from 1 parsec. So if we
I
jump
like
to,
clusters.
yeah,
Yeah.
we jump into 102. We just do it. We just set to jump into interstellar space. If there's an issue, we can go back to Uros. But then we can spend a couple days in interstellar space and scan the two
Mhm.
and decide which one to go to based on what we scanned from that point. We
Yeah.
don't need any star
We have to
maps.
do- It's a waste of a week, but we have no choice. We got to play it safe. Then we
It's
can.
really not a waste of a week because we're heading in that direction, and then we can pick or choose which one to go to based on we'll know which one we know for sure
Right.
has fuel source.
Yep.
So either
Right.
way, we'd have to go in that direction. It's just
It's
102
very
is the
elite
perfect
dangerous. I
strategic
agree.
location. It's really not that dangerous because you have enough jump fuel to go back to Uros.
No,
smart as
I play elite dangerous because it's kind of a representation of this sort of game,
Right.
and
Well, cool.
it takes time to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, guys.
So we got a one. Yeah.
So the only other task that you guys are thinking about on this planet is to go and check out LV50.
Yeah.
So is there anything?
Which I think we would do.
Remember where you are. At the moment, you're at Open Station.
Yeah, mostly came to Open Station to get info on gas giants. They weren't much help. So
Is there
Can
anything
we
else? in
get
the
can
station?
we get hydrogen from the gas giant? I don't know.
You are. You
We
got.
got to
Well,
get there first.
you've
Yeah.
We're
got.
full of fuel now, right? We desalinized and got this thing full of fuel.
You were full of fuel. You have enough.
Okay.
Had enough for 2 jumps from the planet Fling. You've only used 1 jump to get to Uros. You've got another jump. You'll need to fill up again.
And we need to fill up again. There's water everywhere. Well, let's fill up.
Mm-hmm.
do that, and then
We should have
check
done
in
that.
with LV50.
Yeah. Are you asking these guys at Open Station any other questions?
I
Ask
don't
them,
know.
Yeah, do they have
What ships
fuel?
have been here?
That too.
What'd you say? Sorry, Vincent.
Do they have fuel on in
No.
Open Station? Yeah, I
No,
didn't
they
think
don't.
so. It's
No.
worth asking though.
And to answer Javan's question, about 3 weeks ago, they had a ship that jumped in from Fling, and they believe was jumping back to Fling. That was the last ship. The biggest ship they've ever had here was a 400-ton ship. They really can't service anything bigger than that because they just don't have the technology to build something that would float and hold something bigger than that. So yeah, so like they are quite limited to like smaller ships.
Sounds like they need a trade deal.
Mm-hmm. They need something because kind of cut off from everything. And you already found out that they were quite rich in some things. Anything else you want to ask them? Sorry, you go.
Pardon me, but do we have any connections with the trade hub back where we came from?
Yeah,
You do.
it sent us. Yeah, it sent us on the mission basically.
Yep.
I'm
Cool.
just finishing. I'm going to go back to like stabbing at things.
Don't worry, you'll get plenty of chance of that.
Just a thought.
No, that's all good.
You guys got the updated True Doc, right? I just put it on there. That's got
Yeah.
Pierre's guy. That's got Joaquin Whack on there and everything. and our
Okay.
money and everything. It's document format.
Cool.
So you can just scroll and see all the characters and stats. So that's what I got open right now. I'm
Okay,
opening
okay.
and glancing at it as we play.
Okay. So, no other questions for the people at Open Station?
No other questions. We got to have some questions, guys. Hitting at us.
Just
I can ask. Well, I have a bit of admin, so I can ask if they have any trade specialties here or special products.
well, there's tons of special products. It just depends on which settlement you go to. Yeah.
We ask about for kicks. We ask about pearl production, and copper
Cool.
production, and some of the resources if they
Cool.
have those here. What they're
well,
like.
they are basically they mine various elements out of the seawater. That's pretty high tech. That's about as high tech as they get. Otherwise, they mine it from the shallower parts of the seafloor. You know, around places like hang on. Around places like Hydropolis, which is apparently is a place. It's a town that's built on the sea plateau, which is about 100 yards under sea level. But that's way in the northern sort of zone.
And they do a lot of manufacturing there of raw materials and steels and different things, copper. And...
They tend to mine it, do some initial processing, and then they on sell that to various settlements for for other things that they don't necessarily produce. So you're sort of
Jack would ask him if there's any way we could get business portfolios for if we're looking at he would just openly say we're looking at creating marketable relationships here, and I'm wondering if we could get business portfolios of your top producers on
well, the guy sort of looks incredibly puzzled the minute you start saying any of that, because he doesn't really understand what you're talking about. But there's two sort of possibilities that okay, Matty. There's two possibilities that he could understand. One is that this place is all done, it appears to be, by each place has its own sort of production things, and then they try to use barter to get what they don't produce. You could use that quite nastily, but the danger that you're going to do in introducing a more complex mercantile system is you could set up some monopolies which might adversely affect what you're trying to do. So it's just a complication at the moment that you're thinking of.
Okay. Well, we don't want to set anything up. We just want information about what we could set up. That we could take back to our employer. But that's also good information to have.
Yeah, Hydropolis
so we're
apparently mines almost all the metals.
Okay, so I would want to get information on Metropolis and all of those, all the metals that they mine. Yeah. And even if it's brochures or binders, stuff that we can take back to our employer. That would be what Jack Bright would be. Jack Bright's always on the make in the business deal.
So it's more about information than any sort of printed, that they're not that sophisticated.
Okay.
You're sort of looking more at, although the products and how they get them is more sophisticated, you're looking more at a mercantile system more equivalent to the Phoenician times around the Mediterranean.
Gotcha. What is the tech level here?
It's, I think a 6. Hang on, let me have a look. A 6.
6?
Okay,
but they're not totally useless. Okay,
No,
well that'll work. Well, that information's all he wants because he's going to take that information and put it in his report for our employer.
Rightio. G'day, Ben.
I mean, we want this ship. We want to succeed.
Yep.
And so far, we've made a score here.
Yep.
And then I would say to the captain and whoever's navving, I would say to Vincent and Joaquin, let's get the hell out of here.
Well, they're still talking about LV50.
Yeah.
Oh, LV50.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
Still
no, that's,
gotta do
all, that's
LV50
okay.
yet.
But you can say that, and they'll
LV50.
LV50.
Oh man.
Yeah,
LV50.
I
Whoa.
know.
Benjamin,
Hey,
are you on?
He's listening, I think. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm
He
on.
most probably
Mostly.
won't be able
There's a
to.
document you can
Yeah.
download. It's in the feed. You got to sign into Roll20. It's called
Weekend
Teal
Warriors.
Dream.
Yeah. It's on the
Yeah,
Weekend
Weekend
Warriors chat, a text chat, if you want to get it. And it's
Weekend
like
Warriors text
3
chat.
up from the bottom.
3 up from the bottom. Teal Dream crew doc.
Yeah.
Your character's on there, and you are a
Okay.
gunner.
Yeah. You're
Hold on.
Frank
Hold on.
F.
Weekend Warriors?
Toro. Yep.
Yeah.
Right near the end, you'll see it, and your character's name is Frank F. De Toro. So, while you're doing that,
And
lady,
if not, I just posted your character. There's your
Yeah.
character. That's who you're playing.
Yeah, you can. I can
Can
surrender
you
the
like
control.
text me
give it to
the link or something like that, or send me it? Because I'm having a little bit of trouble.
okay, you and Dad get that sorted.
Can you just get in the Weekend Warrior text chat? The Weekend Warrior chat. It's got a palm sign. It says Weekend Warriors. You're already on. Aren't you? Are you on your laptop or are you on your phone?
On my phone.
Well,
Yeah, no,
Oh, okay.
he might not be able to get into the Weekend
Nah,
Warriors.
never mind. If you're on your phone, you can't. Yeah.
Your dad can tell you what your skills are when you need them, if you need them, matey.
give him the
Yeah.
give him the access and control of my sheet. I got Frank's sheet and I filled it a little bit in the bio and info part.
That's okay. He's got access to if he gets into Roll20. He's I've already given him
Yeah.
access.
Alright.
Yeah. So at the moment, Ben, they're just exploring their first planet they jumped onto. They've done a bit of trade. They found out because the whole game is based around establishing new trade pathways and things. So they're adventuring as they go around that sort of stuff. And so far they found that this place produces some pretty phenomenal pearls, and they made a good deal on some things. Now they're thinking of heading out to a place called LV50, which is a very, very small settlement. This planet is a world of water, so everything sort of operates on some sort of flotation device, and they sit on the surface of the planet that way. Except for one city they just found out called Heliopolis, which apparently is built off a shallow 100-yard plateau, 100-yard deep plateau on the seafloor, which they're nowhere near. So, Joaquim, are you flying off to LV50, or you still have reservations?
Well, this is to complete the deal about the desalinization
Yep.
plant parts.
Yep.
So
Benjamin,
Yeah.
I just texted you the character information. So even though you got your phone, you're connected by a headset, I'm assuming, or Bluetooth to the chat. Open your text from me, and there's your whole character. All right. Sorry to interrupt.
That's right. Yep. And
all right.
basically, Jeremy, you take over Kurt from now on. Yep. Way you go. Sorry, Joaquim.
All right. I got my preset macros for piloting roll, but I had crappy luck, and I have more crappy luck.
That's okay, because you don't need to do that off these ones. These ones are built, as I said, they're much superior to the jury rig arts and crafts flotation that you just came from.
No seaweed fibers to catch
No.
on our ship parts or anything
Nothing like that.
Good.
So you fly out to LV50. LV50 looks like, so you've seen Lemuria, which is like a huge, I think I described it something like 2 to 3 kilometers across floating city. Open station would have been the size of a football field. LV50 would be about half the size of a football field. There are several buildings. You have the flotation device. You've got several boats that seem to be tied and floating off the major flotation pad. As you come in, they say they don't have a flotation pad for your ship. Is your ship watertight? Can it float? Which it can do.
I suppose it can. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So they sort of someone rushes out. They've got a light, and they sort of wave it at you to try to attract you to where they think might be the best place for you to land nearby their flotation pad.
So where am I?
You're on
No,
board
I
ship.
just
You're in
joined.
the at this point you could be in one of the gunner chairs. At least then you can see what's happening outside the ship. You're in a very mild planet. It's it's apart from the lack of land, it's sort of like, you know, one of those picture postcards of Tahiti or something. It's just all perfect, but there's no land.
Okay. So what am I in the turret?
You're in
Am
the
I
turret.
like I'm
Yep.
just okay, so I'm in the turret. There's some flashing light, right? That's what's going on.
And you can hear
Right.
over the intercom that it's the you know, the person attracting the attention of the pilot. This is where you're going to put down all that sort of stuff.
Okay, so I freak out a little bit. I'm trying to, and then I just realize what's going on. All right, that sounds good.
Yep.
So, yeah,
Cool,
carry
cool.
on.
Yep. So eventually, you're going to put down in water and float. So I am going to require a piloting roll, which means before that happens, Vincent, do you need to get into that? Oh no, it would be Javon. Would you be getting in the co-pilot seat? Getting out of your gunner seat to get into the co-pilot, and you're muted at the moment, Jerry.
Someone's gonna have to roll for me. I'm away from my computer for a second.
Okay.
Would you need me to roll for something?
Just want to know, are you going to go help the pilot land, or are you going to let him do it by himself?
No, I'm gonna go help him. Definitely. If I can assist, there's no need for me in the turret.
Okay.
I can run back to the turret if need be, but
All
I will
cool.
definitely assist.
Right, I'm going to roll for you. You just got piloting 1A, I think. Yeah.
I have piloting 1, yes.
Okay. Double sixes plus 1 makes 13. Okay. Where you go, Joaquin? 2d6 plus your piloting plus 1 from Javon.
Oh, okay. Adding 1. Here we go. Very good.
Beautiful.
Nice, 12. Okay. It must have been something else that was distracting you before, because you just put this baby down so patiently, quickly, so quietly and smoothly. They don't even know they're in the water until they're in the water. So
Nice.
you can.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Vincent. What does Bob do?
Well, I guess he's gonna. Well, Vincent will get on the comms to the people and that he talked to before and say hi. We talked earlier. We're
Mhm.
here about the desalinization plant repair, and then Bob will head on out with part to
Okay.
see about repairing it, and then we'll negotiate if
Okay.
we can do it.
Rightio. So Bob, give me a. Is there anyone else? I think this is where you come in, Ben, because you're the only other character I think with mech. So it probably will be you and Bob's the star, is the ship engineer. So are you going to go out and give him support?
Me?
Yep.
Or who?
Ben, your
Okay.
character Jack.
Because I'm confused. I'm like, okay.
So
I'm the
you're
one with
playing
mech,
Frank,
yeah.
and Frank has mech
Okay.
in this game.
You got the character bed in
yeah.
front of you.
Yeah.
Just look at your
Yeah.
text.
I just got confused because I'm like
All cool, mate.
like
All
me,
cool. Yeah.
but I thought that I'm like, is he gonna call me Frank?
Yeah.
But
Frank.
let's see. So it's
Frank.
traveler77. That's the one, right?
Yep. That's the puppy.
Okay. Sounds good. Let me launch it up and
Are you home now or
roll the
what?
dice. Yeah, I'm home. I
cool.
got back from the girls thing.
Cool.
Let's see. Here, could someone roll for me? Because I gotta go
That's all
to
cool.
my computer. I'm in the kitchen.
Okay. I think
Okay.
Joaquin, you've got
I
The Pia?
do control it still, yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the roll needed?
2d6 plus 1.
Mechanical?
Yep.
All right.
Nice.
Very good.
Okay. So I think Mantar has to
Nice.
go off, but you've got support, so I'll roll for the Mantar's total 2d6. He's got one, you got one, plus 2. So basically you guys are looking, and yeah, you can see what you need to do. There's very little change that Bob needs to do to the parts that he's already fabricated and the parts that you've already bought. It'll take him an hour or two, and with Fred's help they should have it up and running again very shortly. So he gives you the nod, yes, it's possible for us to do it. Way you go, Jack, make your spiel, sort of stuff. If that's what you're wanting to plan to do, or is someone else doing the talk? Oh, so
what exactly am I doing now?
I'm not
Catch me
sure.
up here.
Is Mantar, is it going to be Vince doing the talking, or is it going to be Jack doing the talking? Because Bob's just giving you the nod that he and Frank have had a look over this thing, and they should take a bit hour or two, and they should have it up and running again.
So wait. Let me
Yep.
get a catch up on everything.
Yep.
Who's Bob? What is Bob?
Bob
Is
is
Bob a robot?
the starship pilot, engineer.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So the crew
Who is
He's a
is
guy
Jack?
named Kurt, but he had to quit playing,
Yeah,
so he's
yeah.
an NPC right
Yeah.
now, and Mantar's playing him and a guy. When you're home, you can open up the document once you get on your laptop and see all the characters.
Yeah.
Mantar's Vincent and Bob. You're Frank. I'm Javon and Jack. And Pierre is Joaquin and Whack.
Joaquin.
Okay.
And then we have one.
Joaquin. Yeah, at the moment he's only got
Yeah.
one. Yeah. So, you guys were testing to see whether or not you could fix it. You've got the nod. Where you go, whether it was Vincent or Jack, I'm not sure who's going to talk to these people.
I think Vincent, since they talked to him over the.
Yep. So I guess it's Vincent.
over,
Yep.
So yeah. All right. So he says, "Yeah, we can fix your desalinization plant. What do you got? You can pay us with? You got any them pearls or anything? We'll take those.
Do we look stupid? We're not going to take on a crack.
Oh,
Take out a what?
correct. The thing they get the pearls from, the big sea monster. They don't.
Crate,
that's-
yeah, crates.
Yeah. Well,
Great.
what else you got?
So hang on, I'll spell it for you.
All right.
Great.
Yeah.
Kriagg. Great.
Those are the pearl creatures, eh?
Those
But
are
they're
the-
taking them on, but other people won't.
No, shit, no, they're dangerous. They're all claws and teeth and spikes and all sorts of nastiness, the guy says. Okay.
Well, what do they got
We
started?
can we found a way to change our spagma. You sort of look at him, what the hell, into cloth, and we can show you it if you like.
All right.
Okay, right. So they bring out this sort of faded green woven thing that looks like a shirt, a long sleeve shirt with a hole in the top, you know. And they say, do you happen to have a blade on you?
Nope.
Yes,
well,
we do.
Bob does.
Many.
Okay, so
Bob-
he says, well,
Bob
what
would have one.
I'd like you to do is try to cut it.
All right. Bob produces his blade and tries to hack away at it.
Okay, make your roll for Bob. I think he gets a +2 for his strength and with any of his weapons, and a +3 I
Oh,
think
yeah.
for his skill.
Bob's strong.
Yes, he's ridiculously strong. 13 strength.
Yeah. Whoa.
Okay, rightio. He hits it fair and square in the gut, and he tries to do all sorts of damage to it. He comes away, and yeah, he's made a tiny cut in it. He's left scratching his head. That should be shredded right now, he says. He says, well, in using this fibre in this way, we've been able to produce something that has the same tensile strength as some metals.
So it's like a super mesh on steroids.
Kinda.
How is it against bullets?
We don't have guns here.
Oh, you don't have bullets here.
Yeah.
Can we take it aboard our ship and try?
Sure.
Oh yeah. Vincent likes this. So yeah, he'll take a sample and say, I think we're going to be able to do some business here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's great. The highly civilized planets where they use guns all the time could really appreciate this stuff.
Yeah. Vincent gives the nod to Bob and Frank to go ahead and start doing the
Okay.
working on the desalinization plant.
They start
Takes
working on
that
it.
Cloth stuff
Mm-hmm.
back on board to test it out, because no matter how good it is against bullets, it's got to have some uses. It might have industrial uses even if it isn't bulletproof.
Yep.
Definitely
Okay. So
valuable.
what are you firing at it first?
Well, what do we got? Let's see.
I believe you have a laser carbine.
Yeah. Could try that, but we want to try bullets first. What do we got for bullets? I know we got shotgun.
Oh, we got tons of guns. We got revolvers. Just try shooting with a revolver.
There
See
we
how
go.
it holds.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll shoot it with a revolver then.
Okay. Bang.
Alright.
So the effect you've got with a revolver would be like a -3.
Yeah. Not bad.
Hmm.
Well, considering that cloth gives you a -3 as well.
Yeah. This Joel cloth armor. Yeah, alright. That's good. I'm gonna try the laser carbine against it and see how that works.
Okay.
So what happens with that?
Whoosh. Okay. Whoosh. Basically, it sort of burns the area in the initial impact, but then it sort of stops. You know how, well, you guys will know when a laser hits a piece of equipment, it'll burn through and it'll sort of continue to burn a little bit. This thing sort of starts to burn and then stops burning. So what it gives you is the effect of a -1.
Yeah. Nice. Alright.
So it's sort of like a high tech mesh with a little bit of a reflect quality,
Yep.
like an yeah.
Oh yeah. Alright.
But the shirt you're talking about is like a cotton shirt. It's
That
not
thin.
thick. Yeah, it's not thick.
What is the material? Is there anybody we could diagnose?
Well,
What is it
they
made
said
out of?
something called spagma. Spagma. I'll spell that. Put it in the thing for you. Oh God.
Huh.
find it.
This is another serious market we have here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's something called spagma.
Would you be willing to produce shirts and various armor things if we were interested in purchasing them?
You'd purchase these things from us. The thing is,
Yes.
the only problem we have is if anybody else on this planet finds out about this, they're going to be able to do the same thing, and we're going to lose any sort of bargaining power.
No, we could patent an agreement. This is Jack now talking.
Yep.
Where we'll keep this just between us and our traders. The rest of the planet doesn't need to know. We can visit you on LV50 and have our own private relationship with various people. So we can we can't make a deal right at this moment, but we can sign and ink that into the agreement that this will be exclusively with you. So your patented secret is not out to the rest of the planet. And our traders or our merchant company, when we're able to arrive, will be able to purchase these goods from you. So this is Jack talking right now to him. Jack is there with Vincent because, of course, he's always on the business deals.
Yep. The guy says, would you mind if I just met with the village just to see if they're okay with that?
Absolutely. Whatever you need to do.
Okay, so
we're interested in establishing business relationships, and we can keep the anonymity and
Cool.
do what we need to do.
So he meets in one of the buildings with the other 30 odd inhabitants on this area. There's not a hell of a lot of them. And they take all of a couple of minutes. They come out and say, well, if you can guarantee that these aren't going to get into the, anyone on planet's not going to find out about this, then
No, we're going to take it off world. We guarantee it.
Yep.
We can write a business proposal now. Nothing will go anywhere else. They'll be purchased and taken off world promptly. They will
agree
not
to
be
that.
sold in any way,
Yep.
shape, or form on Euros to any nation on Euros.
Rightio.
And we will stamp that in our agreement.
Okay. So when could we expect this business arrangement to arrive, and what are some of the details?
Well, he says that's the thing. We're on a mission right now, and we're filling out reports. But I would say, in standard 6 months to a year, you could expect a merchant business link, and you could expect a trade to start to take off. And we'll give you contacts with our company, and they'll have the contract agreement that we agree upon right now, and they'll come in and start purchasing as long as the prices are fair and reasonable, and we can market this. Well, we can negotiate that a little bit further. At that time, we'll come in and set this business relationship up, and
Well,
it'll be constant. I'd say every week or so, you'll have ships coming in buying the merchandise from you,
don't know if
paying
we
you
can
up
keep
front,
that,
and then
but
taking it away.
Okay, so
It'll go right off planet.
yeah, great, he says. But until then, what are we going to do to survive? We need something now. But I mean, is there some sort of forward advancement?
So I
you
look
give
at the
us?
crew and I say, what do you think you need to survive in the meantime?
We need something that we can trade with other people on this planet for stuff that we don't have, which is, as you can see, pretty much anything. See, the only problem with spagma is that you can't eat it, but you can do a hell of a lot with it. You're standing on it right now. It's what we built our flotation pad on.
How about that?
So is this a rare material, or what is?
Yeah.
It's no. It's not that it's rare. It's just that it's how we produced it.
Secret process. Yeah. Basically, they figured
Well.
good out of it.
I don't know. We can't really do much for you right now. But
Is there
we can
anything
promise
you're
future-
carrying that we can use as a perhaps an advanced payment or something that we can then use for leverage with the other establishments and settlements?
We can give them an
Well, we have
advance
copper
for-
and polymers. What do they need? Or we could have some cash that we could give them.
They would rather have one of the former. They'd rather have some polymers, because that holds great bartering ability for them. They can use that on any one of the other places.
Well, gentlemen, what do you think? Should we give them how many tons of polymers would you need?
Well, we wouldn't want tons. You've got tons. How many would you be prepared
What
to?
would you like?
As much as we could, but probably if we're going to be in business, we don't want to appear to be too greedy. Would you be happy to separate with a ton of your polymers?
Oh, absolutely, not a problem. If you sign on this agreement,
Yep.
and you sign on this dotted line that you'll exclusively trade with our company and only our company,
Yep.
and we can write this in here, and he's already pulling it out.
Yeah. So
And that you can
definitely got
expect our company to appear.
interspatial. He's going to have to go back to the ship and start producing some interspatial letterhead for all of his future work.
Mhm.
But yep, no, they're happy to do that if they can get a ton of polymers. That will definitely see them through a year.
We'll give them a ton of polymers.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right?
So we give them a ton of, which gives us 19 tons of polymers, which
Yep.
is still profitable as hell.
Yep. And they
I'm glad I didn't say, because I was going to give them more than that.
hmm
Yeah.
You know what I think we should do, boys? I think, just for good sake, let's give them 2 tons. They asked for 1. Let's give them 2.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to be, because you're working exclusively with us, we're out of good faith, we're going to step it up and give you a little bit more cushion. But remember to look, and I show them our company logo. When our company re-arrives, remember our names, and we'll set up the factions and the business deals with you.
Well, they'll have a copy of
Your
the paperwork.
product, what is it called? Stegma? Stegma?
It's there in the thing.
Bag.
Spagma.
Spegma.
hmm
Yeah, your product will go nowhere but on this planet. Spagma
You mean nowhere
will
but
not
this
be on
planet?
this planet.
Yeah,
Everywhere
yeah.
but here.
Yep,
We will be off-world.
that's what they want.
So that's a guarantee. So we give them 2 tons out of good faith. We give them an extra ton of polymers, which would shock them and impress them and
Mm-hmm.
double their living standards. So that would be a gesture in
So-
good faith. So
What type of beings are they? Them? Like
Humans.
Humans.
What are they? Humans?
They're
Okay.
human
They're humans.
colonists. They've colonized this planet for about 120 years.
we're
Ocean
way,
going-
way spinward, Ben, and way far from the Imperium. This is common Imperium. It's
there-
the OTU, but it's an alternative subsector. I mean,
Is there
sector
any
way
way
far
that
away.
you could like quickly catch me up to what's going on? Because I'm kind of like a little
Okay.
confused.
Basically,
with everything.
the group set out at the end of the what there was in the current year. They're now a week into the new
11:05?
year. Yep, they're now in the new year, 1 week, and their job is to go through if you are in after you are in, if you can see the star map, the subsector map.
Yep.
We're on
They're
Euros.
going into this. Yep, they're going into this subsector. They're going to try to find out what's on each planet. They're trying to find out from a mercantile point of view. You guys have got 2 years to do all of this. At the end of that 2 years, you bring back the database full of all the mercantile information. The group gets the ship. The group gets whatever profit they make. But they hand over the highly detailed database to their company parent, their mother company parent company.
Yeah.
And then they are going to use that to on-sell to all of the other mercantile interests in the Orion Alliance, because it's going to be worth millions, that sort of information, and that's where the big money's going to be made.
So they're giving us a dime, but we're actually giving them dollars.
yeah,
Well, we're happy to
that's
get
okay,
our dime
because
we'll have our own ship.
when you get
Yeah.
back, that dime is going to turn into tens of dollars for you guys. But
Yeah.
also what Jack, the other player that Jerry's playing, is also setting up, because you've got a company called Interspatial, which is what you represent, and that's the one that's setting up all these agreements with all these new worlds as you go through them. The problem is, as you can see, no one knows much about this subsector. That's the danger. You don't know what you're heading into. This is your
See how
first
he's got
clue.
the map, Ben? Those dots are star
Yeah.
systems, but we don't know what's on them. And
Or
we
if they
can
have
only
gas
scan
giants
for
even.
gas giants or fuel sources from 1 parsec away. And our ship can only jump 2 parsecs, which is 1 parsec per week, so it would be 2 weeks for 2 squares.
'Cause it's
So
a jump one
we have
ship,
to
but
guess
capable
where
of
we're
2 jumps.
going.
Yeah.
These worlds are colonized, but we don't know what's on them because it's just like a frontier.
Yeah.
But
You're
there's
over the
trade
line.
opportunities that we want to exploit.
So you're
that's
trying to
our
find
mission.
out rumors and trying to verify them, and unfortunately, they are only information they've got is some people turn back, some people go ahead, and they've never heard from those people who have gone on ahead before again.
So we're going into a crazy frontier, and there's aliens and all kinds of stuff he designed that's in the setting book.
Yep.
I could send you. And we don't know where we're going, but we're totally in a frontier that's been colonized, but is not known about anymore. And we're
All right.
establishing merchant trade routes.
I
for
mean,
our
that
mother
sounds
company.
good.
Yep.
If I'm confused with anything. If you wrote a log, Steve, or anything like that, I'll try to ask for that, or try to like text you after
Yep.
the game. And,
Yep. Well,
see what happens.
if you have a look in the Dropbox, which I think I've attached to, there is a gamer's log that you fill out, but I will be after tonight posting the game on the 8+ blog site, and if I can
Okay.
find, I've got to cut some stuff out of the first game, and I'm going to try to mend whatever left over, mend it with this one so that it sort of makes sense. But there's a whole
Okay,
lot of info
thanks.
in the Dropbox, background info, which will make it much more clearer. But in a
Okay.
nutshell, you are explorers, but for a mercantile in a mercantile capacity. That's it.
Okay, makes
Yep.
sense.
Okay.
But yeah, we can go back to it. Yep.
So, the rest of you sort of, as usual, twiddling your thumbs apart from Frank and Bob. who are finishing up with the desalinization plant, which is now humming. The rest of you don't have to do much because Jack's doing all the, as he does, the business stuff, all the paperwork. If you're just wandering around, the people seem to be fairly, they're slightly on edge with you, so you got to be careful, but they are trying, you can see they're trying to be friendly. The tallest building here is only 2 stories high. They only have one of those. Most of it's all 1 story, built quite close together. They probably survive through fishing. You can see they've got some solar generating abilities. They've got some on one side they've got a tidal wave, a tidal power generator, and on one side they're also using wind to generate some power. So they're trying to use as much as possible, but this probably is a very power poor little settlement. So that, yeah, so that's pretty much it. The kids,
Ben, check your email.
the kids
Alright, I'll
don't
check it.
tend to be open, a little bit standoffish, and the parents, especially the mothers, seem to be a little bit protective of the kids when you come around. So you're not sure why that reaction is, because just everyone a few minutes ago was at this meeting to say, do you want to do this or not, and they all said yes. But for some reason they're a little bit on edge.
Well, they're probably scared about, you know, their product getting in the wrong hands, but yet they need to make money to survive. So that's my assumption. That would be Jack's assumption. And Javon's just, you know, trying to keep an eye on Jack and be security and
Yep.
hanging out.
Anybody do anything else?
I think we're ready to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
Okay. So you filled up your fuel tanks with unrefined fuel at open station. There was no refined fuel. Unlike 77 where it says +3 when you're using unrefined, I'm just going to take it back to the standard +1. Given the fact that you're going to be running into an awful lot of unrefined fuel places. So basically I need a proper piloting roll for you to get from atmosphere to space when you're ready, Joaquin.
Can I assist him?
Yeah, I think it'd be best to assist him because we're all. I'm green. I'm a rookie, like you know, 1 term only, and I gained.
Oh, there, man. You should have went to school a couple more years.
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
years.
it does take you away from the gunner chair, but you've got Frank in one of them, so. And
Frank's got one of the gunners covered. I can run to the other turret if need be, but I can't assist him anymore. But I mean, for taking off and some things, I'm going to come down and assist if I can.
Yep.
Then we're both only pilot 1.
Yeah.
Pilot 2 would definitely be nice.
Yep. Okay then, so make your roll please, Javon, to support him.
I roll a 9 for support.
+1 on your roll please, Joaquin.
All right, so that makes this still
Okay.
bad.
Yo there, man. I grab the controls from him and pull upward. You have to shoot the gun, man. I'm gonna sit in this seat.
No. I'm gonna say that on your upward flight, Joaquin, you've done a Joaquin. You've whacked one of those airships. You haven't impacted on it, but you've definitely hit it, and it's spinning off, and you're spinning off.
Zeppelin.
Yep. So Javon, you have a piloting roll at a -2 to make.
Who does?
Crap.
You do, because Joaquin
I
is
do?
currently going, what the fuck?
At a -2, so that's a -1 with my +1.
Alright.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
No, that's okay. You're spinning. Okay, Joaquin, you try to take over and try to do something to get the hell out of it. You've got a -2 as well.
Which means it's
Okay.
a -1.
Well, yeah, I figure it is a modifier.
Oh
Holy
yeah, we're going right into the ocean, man.
There's only one good thing about this. You're hitting water. Even though you're hitting it at a great speed, you're hitting water, which is much better than
Yeah.
dirt. Okay,
Yeah, we're
you hit water. Bam. Roll 2d6, please.
cool.
Oh my god. No, that's okay.
God,
Someone
we
roll 2d6.
suck. 9.
9.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, use his. I don't know what's
9
better.
and an 8. We both rolled.
Yeah. Just getting to the damage place.
Jesus, we can't even take off, man.
this
Well,
this is going to be a hell of a game if you can't just take off. Well, you can take off. It's just that you can't get to the space.
we
that
probably
whole
landed
space transference
upside
thing.
down, but our gravity plating
Yeah,
still
oh man,
makes us stand in the
something
right way.
horrible's happened. Okay, when you landed,
You mean when
Bob
we
is
hit the
going to
water?
be Bob is going to be so furious with you because you hit and damaged a fuel tank, and you have lost 20 tons of your fuel.
We're not jumping. We're not leaving now.
Yeah, he's got to
Not if
repair
we
the
have a
thing,
hole.
and
Yeah.
he's got hull plating. He can repair that, but that takes half of the hull plating away.
We got to land back down. We're stuck here for a minute.
He can
We
repair it
can't
underwater. That's easy enough. But then he's got to repair.
Then we got to can we skim the fuel right from the ocean then and
Yeah.
just take off?
Well, you've got a couple of hours to make it into unrefined fuel.
Yeah.
But yes.
So we're underwater now. We hit the water. We're underwater. It's probably best we stay there and let that Zeppelin fly away. We didn't
Yeah.
damage the Zeppelin, did we?
But
just
Bob
spun it around.
hearing about the crake is probably not terribly happy about having to go out underwater to fix the damn ship.
Yeah, can we do it in dry dock somewhere away from critters?
The only place that you've had any success taking off and landing on is Open Station, which did cost you 100 credits. I need to tell you
So
that.
what? I say go back to Open Station. Go back to Open Station and fix it. We had a little mishap.
Okay, if that's what you want to do. Can you both please give me piloting rolls?
Oh my lord.
Um,
Where's Jacob Promethean when you need him?
Yeah.
God.
Regular piloting roll,
Yeah.
no mod?
yep.
No, you get a +1. Yeah, there you go. 8.
Okay, right. You managed to hop, skip, and barely crawl to Open Station land. It's another 100 credits, so that's 200 credits you got to take off your money. The guys come out and say, "What happened? Look at what? Did you get hit by some creature or something?"
Yeah. Yeah, we got it. We did a little skip and got hit by a creature. We got some damage. We have to fix our tanks. We had to turn around and come back.
Again,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you bullshit too much, I have to wear my filter mask.
And so
Yeah.
if I get an 8
Well,
or
we don't want to
more-
tell them that we were that
Yeah.
dumb. We bumped into one of their Zeppelins because we're brainless pilots.
Right.
We hit a creature. Let's go with
Um,
that. We need to repair it.
If I get an 8,
Please ask me.
they have some hull plating from some other ship around. If I don't, you're gonna have to provide your own.
Who's rolling for that?
I just did, and no, you're lucky you've got your own hull plating. So, once Bob sort of stops swearing and spitting and fuming,
Oh yeah.
he's going to yank Frank out of the gunner chair and say he's needing you to help him
Frank is
sort
Ben.
this.
+1.
Yep, sort this mess out that the pilot jocks don't seem to actually understand that you don't do that sort of thing to a ship. Frank, you get an earful from Bob. He's not happy at all with the pilot, or pilots, he doesn't know, but he's not happy. This is the second piece of damage he's had to deal with. First the guy tries to blow up the maneuver drives, then he takes a hunk of the skin off the ship. Anyway, if can someone Ben, you are online, so can you roll please for your mechanic roll, 2d6 plus 1.
2D plus 1.
Yeah, you can hear me, right? Let's
Yeah,
see.
yep, we can
Yeah.
hear you, thank you. And Manta, if you can get ready to roll
2d6
Bob's mechanic
one.
roll.
plus
Plus
1
1 is
was
6.
6, okay, unfortunately nothing, so Manta, if you can do a 2d6 plus 1.
Oh,
There we
Okay.
go.
Bob does do it, but it's taking him a lot longer than he wanted to. Oh, for goodness sake, Steve. Roll the right number. Yeah, a lot longer by 1 hour. So it takes him an hour to get it all done. He hangs the hose over the side, fills up the fuel tank, checks that it's going to hold, and then he lets the fuel thingy do whatever it has to do to make it into fuel. Which is going to take another hour. And then you're really...
Yeah, he's happy. If I was him, I'd be pissed off too.
Yeah. There was no way he was doing it in the middle of the ocean. Just saying. Yeah.
I don't blame him.
No. Not with those bloody big things out there somewhere that are all teeth and claws.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, for moral support, Bob's going to come into the cockpit with his wrench to support the pilots. Or
Vincent,
that's what he
also
says he's
hand-
thinking of.
Vincent also hands the 2 pilots flyer for the computer training course that he's doing. It says, they have pilot course,
So you want to pilot a starship?
Yeah.
Yo there, man. I'm not the pilot. He's the pilot, man. I'm the gunner. I'm just here to assist.
They got gunner courses, but I think piloting courses would be good. Yeah,
Right. So,
just saying.
are you wanting to just stay here for the rest of the day, or do you want to take off?
We want to get out of here. We could sleep and jump.
The I Hate to Pilot book? Yes. That's the one, Joaquin. Okay, Joaquin?
Piloting for dummies.
Yep.
You have those over there, I guess.
Mm-hmm. We got the for
Piloting
dummy
for
things.
dummies.
I love the D&D for dummies. I thought that was a cool book. It was
Have
funny.
that?
Yeah, it was a funny book to
Okay.
read. Okay, anyway. Piloting roll, please, Joaquin.
Oh, yeah, okay, darn, I'm starting to hate this, but I'm stuck at a 1, that's why.
These dice are not friendly,
Just
my
so you
friends.
know,
They are
this is
not
a required
friendly.
role in the game. Anytime you go from
Yeah.
from an atmosphere to space, it is actually beautifully done.
I don't even need to assist.
No. This
I don't
time,
even need to. He's got it this time.
the idea of Bob standing behind him with a wrench might have motivated Joaquin a little bit. We don't know. However,
Oh, that's nice.
Joaquin, you've done a beautiful job. Bob is still grumbling under his breath, but at least he can sit back. You haven't underpowered the ship. You've not put any more holes in it, so he's happy for that. You head out into space. G'day, Sid.
Now remember, Jack Bright's also Engineer 1. He can assist Bob with the engines if Bob needs it, but he's not doing admin or steward duties.
Yeah. So, you go to the upper atmosphere. You sort of have one last thing there. G'day, Sid. Your microphone's.
He's just listening in.
muted.
How you
Ah.
doing, Sid?
Yeah, no, I don't want to interrupt
All
too
cool.
much. Yeah.
No, all cool. They're having a wonderful time
Oh,
trying to
it's
just
all
pilot
good.
off the planet.
Good luck with that, guys.
So you finally leave Uros behind.
Finally.
You're in space.
Finally.
I'm just going to roll for any encounters.
Yeah, I won't soon forget that
I'm
virus
I'm back in the
landing
turret,
map.
just
Yep.
to remind you. I went back in the turret.
Alright.
On one of the pulse turrets
Okay.
with Frank. Frank's in the other pulse turret.
Yep.
Pulse laser turret.
Okay, where are my encounters for the ships? Here we go. No. Oh. That's
This is
excellent.
pretty empty space. We should be good.
Yeah, oh no, I've got a a slightly different
No ships anywhere.
encounter set of tables, which takes into consideration frontier, which is what I like. 2d6. It is 2d6. Yes, it is. Major routes, frontier routes. Here we go. Total silence till you get to your jump point. It's eerie.
Right.
It's eerie. No ships, apart from their audio signals that you got on the way in, the entertainment shows, things. That's all you get out of the system.
So we're jumping into the blank, empty interstellar space hex of 0102, right?
Hopefully.
Right here.
There are no tapes, so I'm going to require the navigator to give me a 1d6 plus their skill level, and I'll roll the other d6, and I'll then be able to tell you once you jump whether or not you got them or not.
Okay, understood.
So
Is there a way to do an assisted roll?
Vincent's
Yes.
the navigator, I think. He's the navigator sensors guy.
Yep.
Vincent's got to roll for this.
yeah, so if anyone wants to try to assist with Vincent, one other person can, whoever's got nav.
Yeah, I can try.
I also
Let's
have
see.
nav.
What are my stats?
But
Oh,
I'm-
you have nav.
Has anyone
But I'm
got
in the
Wow.
turret right now.
Has anyone got
Wow.
nav 1 apart from
got nav
Joaquin?
Vincent, Javon does.
Yeah.
Well, we're clear. I could come out of the turret and go assist.
Does electronics one help?
For sensors,
Not for this. Not for the nav.
Oh, well, great.
because you guys
I'm
have to,
useless. Alright.
change the programs, get into navigate, generate program, put in the course, actually do all your equations, and then hope like crap that you're going to get the right thing. So, Siobhan, I think you're supporting Vincent.
I'm supporting Vincent.
Give me your roll, please, for support.
Javon's roll.
Yeah.
2d6 plus 1.
Awesome.
6.
Not enough to give support. So away you go, Vincent. It's a 2d6 plus your skill level. 1d6. Sorry, 1d6 plus your skill level. I've got the other d6.
1d6.
Sorry.
Okay.
4.
Not bad.
Halfway. Okay. Well,
Doesn't
I
matter
know where
exactly.
you're going.
Yeah, it doesn't matter exactly where in an empty hex we will go.
Exactly.
'Cause there's no target.
So the only other thing is when you because you didn't go and try to get any passengers or anything, that's so cool, because who'd want to go where you're going. First thing I'm going to do is a dry failure roll. Vincent, again, can you roll for Bob? So it's a plus 1. 2d6 plus 1 and get really low. Nice. There's no dry failure. Pilot, let me have a look. 2d6 plus 1 and get low.
Joaquin.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was going to be doing a GM's roll, but obviously it's there, so I had it set
Yeah,
up as a
see
GM's
it.
roll. I must have typed it again and not put it in.
Okay, I am doing regular pilot roll.
Yes, please. Yes, no, it's a standard. No, it's a standard 2d6 plus 1, no piloting. This is to see if you misjump.
All right, okay.
Like Bob will do the dry failure, you'll do the misjump because you're the pilot.
Okay.
So just 2d6 plus 1 for the unrefined fuel that you're using.
Yeah, I was considering writing 2d5 and see if anybody would notice. but I
That
guess
would
that's-
not be a good move. Beautiful. Boom.
Barely.
1 week later, I'm assuming those of you who have set up your study regimes are doing those things. Otherwise, it's just checking the ship, practicing on your software for targeting, whatever you're doing there, looking over your astrogation plans or the other sort of stuff that you might do, maintenance or just general information. You have got 0 library data where you're going. So no one can check up on anything
Well, we're
there.
going. Yeah, we're in interstellar space. We're just
Yeah.
trying to get closer to the
But I'm saying
2 stars
you,
we can
yeah,
reach.
you
in a
have
second.
at the moment no information on anything apart from what's behind you. But bam, you arrive in interstellar space. Now electronics is where you're going to be starting to use to try to discern whether or not 0103 or 0202 has in fact a gas giant.
We can't see the planet. We can only see for a gas giant.
You're basically using some, like they find exoplanets here, basically using something similar, but because you only got the resources of a small ship, you can only go out 1 parsec. Yep. So when you get there, who's doing what? Because you're there now. Bam.
Alright, Vincent has got electronics 1, so he's not great at it, but he's going to try to run the sensors.
Hang on.
To,
Okay.
scan.
So Vincent says I'll help.
So he would focus on what, 103? He'd get 2 rolls, one right, one for 103 and one for 202.
Yeah, but is anyone doing anything else to help?
Can we assist him?
Yep. Who's got electronics?
And also, I mean, wouldn't we just scan the interstellar space around us? We're in just dead interstellar space. There might be something floating out here by rare, weird chance.
There could be. So you can scan your immediate area first if you want to. That's not a problem. So Vincent, Javon suggests that you scan the immediate interstellar around you straight away, just to see if there's anything there.
Alright. There we go.
It is as you suspected. It's empty, no dust, no nothing. Probably a shit ton load of dark matter, but they still haven't proved whether that exists or not. So even in your day in the game, so yeah, it's empty.
Okay, then we're going to scan 202.
Yep, but is anyone else doing anything else?
Anything else we should do?
Well, you did say, can anyone...
I can come down and assist. I have electronics 1. We're not piloting right now.
Nope, you're just
We're just
sitting
in
in the middle
interstellar
of dark
space.
space, and that's all you're doing.
Yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere, deep, dark interstellar space.
Yep.
Yeah.
Light years from anything.
A little help would be good. I can't train any more skills. I've got my 2 Mac trains, so.
Well, which one are we going to do first?
Let's do
Vincent.
202.
202. Okay, so we're focusing our sensors and our equipment in on 202, and I'll roll the assist roll.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
No.
Where are you, matey? Sorry, I'll get down to where you are. Cool. Okay, +1 on whatever you're rolling, Vincent.
All right.
So that's the +2 for you now.
Oh, ouch.
Okay, rightio.
Yeah.
So just Sid, if you want to come in and see what they're trying to aim for, you can. That's the invite into the actual Roll20 thing. If you want to do it, you don't have to, but because it might sound really weird what they're doing. Okay. You get a reading, and you're going on. Was it 103 or 0202?
0202. We're looking for a gas giant.
Okay, 0202. Alright, hang on a second. Let me look at my map.
Or worlds, or water world, anything we could pick up
Yep.
about the system.
So at the moment, the only thing you will pick up is whether or not you feel there is a gas giant or not. Boom, boom. Here we go, and right. Well, if that's what it is, so you believe that what you picked up is a gas giant.
So there is a gas giant there.
You believe that there is a little bit of data that worries you a small amount, but there's enough evidence to feel that you're pretty certain that there is one, but there's a slight possibility there may not be.
There he is.
Yep.
Yep.
So you turn your focus to 0101.
Yep. We're
There
right
goes your
now, Sid. We're right here, and we're scanning these 2 stars that for what they have. Where this is all blank. So we're scanning this guy right now. And I'll roll for the assist roll.
Yep.
I roll a 9.
Another +1. Okay, where you go, Vincent.
+1 to your assist.
103.
Okay.
Yes.
That one's much clearer.
Much clearer, because, and I'll put it in. You have confirmed. Both of you have confirmed that there is a gas giant there.
All right.
So we'll do it that
We've
way. Purple
confirmed it.
is probable, highly probable, I should say, and red is confirmed.
All right.
Okay. Well, I would say we should jump to 103. When we get to 103, as long as we don't have any encounters, we should set our course for the gas giant, of course, to refuel promptly, and then we could go in system from there. But we could also scan. Once we're there, we could rescan this system and scan these other 3 systems, and then try to. Once we're there, we could also go for the main world here and see what's there. That's my vote.
Remember, these circles are all stars, not planets. So at the moment, 103 is confirmed to have a star, at least, and a gas giant.
Give me a gas giant.
Least. Yeah. There may not be a, until you get there to confirm, there may not be a planet.
Well, yeah, once we get there, we'll confirm the planets or not.
Okay.
Or then we'll jump somewhere else and we'll know we have a fuel source.
Rightio.
But the biggest thing is to find the gas giant.
Cool. Okay, guys. So, you are going to do navigation stuff again, guys?
Yeah, who
Yep.
wants to assist
So,
me?
who was the extra? I think Jerry.
can
I think
assist
your
again.
character's the assist for that, eh?
I'm not assisting
Not this
well.
time. Not this time.
Okay.
Okay, Vincent, 1d6 plus your skill.
I got it.
That's a good roll.
Yeah.
So I'll take the 6 and the 1, because you only need to roll 1. So it's kind of hard for me not to roll. Something that's going to be successful. Can I get a roll for Bob for the drive malfunction? Plus 1, 2d6 plus 1, straight roll.
And we're aiming for
Whoa.
the gas giant.
Yep. And Pierre, before you jump, miss jump. 2d6 plus 1, low numbers.
36 plus 1.
Don't get double
2d6
sixes.
One.
We got another week and jump.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Safe.
Nice.
Safe.
You guys end up in 0101. Vincent, can you do a sensor roll, please, to see what's around you?
You mean 0103?
103, sorry.
Well, we still got a week.
You got a week? What? You got, this ship carries 8 weeks of life support and operation, normally, and then 2 1 jumps. So you've had 1, 2, 3, you got 5 weeks of life support and operation, normal. Okay, that's the miss jump. And Vincent, if you can give me a roll for your sensor sweep of the area. You're picking up complete static. There's not even an automated station out here. It's not looking like this is at the moment an inhabited area. The scan you've done, you've picked up gravitational masses, small ones, closer into the sun. You've picked up 4 what you assume to be gas giants. You're presently parked around about, roughly 100 diameters away from it. Or you're drifting nearby it.
How big is the gas giant? I mean, how long will it take us
It's a large
to get...
gas giant. And I don't have that table right in front of me just
We
now.
got to go in to skim some fuel, man.
You will be.
And then we need to scan the 3 stars around us.
Yeah. Well, we need to check those planets.
Okay, are you using your 1G or your 2G, guys?
There's planets in system or planet bodies, small, you said
The
static.
sensor sweep has said that there are 2 small, so Mars size or less, planets closer to the sun, but out where you
What
are,
size
there
are they, and are they in the
4.
habitable zone?
You don't get that information. They would probably be in the habitable zone, but you don't get their exact
Oh,
size
that we
because
got
you
to
don't
look at.
get that sort of stuff. And you've got 4, and this one's the largest one, 4 gas giants. What
two
G are you
planet
travelling to
bodies
the
in
giant to
system.
get your scooping up going?
Yeah.
How fast? 1 or 2 G? No, yeah, 1 or 2 Gs, because this ship can go 2 Gs, can't it?
We would go 2G, save our time. Yeah. But
Okay.
static, we got nothing out here. No
Nothing.
signals of any kind.
No signal at all. Just
Yeah, if there's people,
cosmic background radiation.
primitives, if there are any.
Okay, so if you're going 2G, that takes you 12, just a little over 12 and a half hours to get there. And it will take you to skim
Good.
2 hours. You're very lucky. And then you'll operate on some of the other fuel you've got, because that fuel will mostly be jump fuel. So once you've skimmed, and I'm not going to ask for a piloting roll this time because I really dread what might happen, but I am going to next time you skim. What do you want to do? You've got your tanks full after a couple of hours of refilling. What are you doing?
Well, we've got 2 months then of operation fuel, plus enough fuel to make 2 jumps if need be.
Well, you've
I would
used
say
3
that
weeks of it.
we would head in system or try to check out those planets. How far away are those planets in system?
Okay.
Say they're in a habitable zone.
So you are looking at 2G. You are looking at someone's going to have to translate that into 170, close to 118 hours.
That's about 5 days.
Yeah.
120 hours is 5 days.
Yep. So about
Well,
5 days
we just
to get
came
in.
to. Yeah. We just came. We just did 2 weeks worth of jump. We've been in the ship. I would say it's a worthy cause to cruise in for 5 days and go get closer to these planets. Maybe do some sensor scans to see if we can get any information about them as we head there in that direction. Pick which one is better by the time we get to the halfway point. We'll accelerate continual and then get to the halfway point and decelerate to the planet that seems more promising of the two.
So what, are we doing intergalactic Google?
Not quite. No, this is all by the seat of your pants stuff.
Doubting.
So after a day's travel, another sensor roll, please, Vincent, to see if you can pick up anything else.
Alright.
Nothing really. You're not. Yeah. You're thinking your sensors are not super great, so you're probably going to have to get a hell of a lot closer before you can get any sort of
Can
discernible
I
data.
assist him? He rolled that. Assist wouldn't matter at this
Next
point.
one you
He
can.
rolled the
Yep.
five.
So another day in. So you're roughly halfway. You're almost at your flipping over point. So roll again, both of you.
That's my assist.
Yep. So +1 on your next one, Vincent.
Plus, yep.
Plus your skill.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
There we go.
The only
Just,
thing you've got is that you're getting a bit clearer on the size and the fact that this planet does have 2 very small orbital bodies. They're both less than, you can't get their exact size because that's just too distant, but they're both less than like 500 kilometers.
so they're small rock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like almost asteroid worlds.
Well, they're either
Oh,
small
like
rock
Sirius.
asteroids or they could be stations. At
we
that
we
size.
can't tell the size of the planets.
The
though,
planet,
or
no,
any of
you
the
can. That's the other thing you can. The size of the planet, it's around about a 4. You can't tell anything about its composition, its atmosphere, if it has one, whether it has
Or water or what it has.
This close, you know that the second one is going to be the one you need to go for because the first one is outside on the side of the sun of the habitable zone. Now that you got closer, this is the only
So
one
I
that
can't
would.
scan anything to like see if I could.
You get a little
get
little
more.
round ball that you might be able to get some reflection off, but that's about it.
What is that planet? We know its size though.
Size 4.
The other one.
Size 4 planet.
The one
it's in the
size 4,
habitable
but there's
zone.
another planet.
There is, but it's not in the habitable zone.
Okay, we're going to the size 4 planet that's in the habitable zone then. And just a heads up for information, I'm looking at the Mega Traveler in-system travel times, and at 2G4, it's 5 parsecs is 4.9, or 6 parsecs is 4.9 days. So the distance we're crossing is a little over, 6 astronomical units. That's 6 times the distance from the Earth to the Sun that we've just crossed in 5 days.
And that's only halfway there.
Accelerating.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're halfway there.
Yep.
Are we decelerating yet?
You would be turning around now that you've decided which one you're going to, because that second scan was on the second day, and the whole trip takes about 5 and a bit days. So
yeah,
flip
so
around,
it's a little over
decelerate.
6 astronomical units.
Yep. On the third day, just after you've flipped, I don't know if you want to make another sensor sweep.
We might as well. I'll assist.
Okay.
Not much help there.
Not
I'm
this
under.
time.
It's going to be his straight roll.
Yep.
There we go. I got it.
He still made
Got
it.
it. Okay. You still no finer degree of understanding of the orbital factors of this planet. You let me think. What could you get at this distance? Not too much more. You're not, again, there's static. There's absolutely no comms, no energy signals at all apart from you, cosmic background radiation, and whatever the sun is producing. You have picked up and have moved around a very thin, sparse asteroid belt. It could have easily been missed because it was so thin, but you managed to pick it up. So you know that between the gas giants and these two inner planets, there at least was something else there. But that's about the only other thing you've got. Day 4, if you want to do another one. Jerry?
Sure, I'm assisting. Not much help.
Nope.
He's on his own.
Okay. Vincent?
Yeah.
Not getting a hell of a lot. You are passing through a part of space that for some reason or other has an awful lot of background radiation, and it's just making any sort of defined sensor work apart from your gross stuff that you've already got.
It's static.
It's doing nothing for you, so no. You have checked your sensory equipment. It's not damaged, so Bob doesn't have to get out on the surface of the ship or anything. But yeah, it's just some sort of radiation zone you're in at the moment. Nothing deadly, but it's just really bad for any sort of sensory work. And on your last day, as you're starting to approach the planet,
All right, we're real close now. We should even get bonuses on that. I am no help at all. I stumbling
I
man.
got it.
okay, right, Vincent, you start getting some information that starts making sense. So yes, this is a size 4 planet. The 2 orbital bodies have been confirmed as asteroids, irregularly shaped. One is around about 370 kilometers in length. The other one is under 100. They both seem to have been captured. They don't seem to be in actual orbit of the planet. They just seem to have been captured at some time in its history. The planet...
Venus and Phobos.
Yeah, possibly. The planet would have the following stats at the moment. Spaceport question, size 4, atmosphere 0, hydro 0, probable population 0, therefore government, law and tech 0.
Oh wow, we wasted all that time coming here,
Unfortunately.
and it's
But
dried
not a
up
waste.
dead rock.
it's not a waste because you know at least what it is. And with technology, you can use that to actually make this place habitable.
Should be-
At that, guys, I'm gonna call the game because we're close to 4 hours. So I'll just turn off the. If I can get
Yeah.
in there, the recording. Stop recording, and we are.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
here. I'm sucking on
Oh, that's
noisy
cool.
cough drops.
Awesome. Noisy cough drops are the best. So we last left you in hex 0102. You're about to determine which of these places, 0103 and 0202, have gas giants. Well, you did actually, sorry. You verified that 0103 does have one, and it's most probable that 0202 has one as well. And that's, I think, where we almost left it. Is there anything else you guys can remember? I'll take that as a no. Okay, so I guess the next stage is to what you decide to do with this information. You've got a definite and you've got a possible.
I would say we go to 103 and scan the surrounding stars from there.
I think we went.
Refuel.
Are we orbiting the planet that's the dead rock that was in the habitable zone right now as we do this?
We jumped to 102. We're in an empty sector right now.
Yeah, I think we went a little further
Yeah.
than that because
Okay.
we did decide to jump to 0103.
Okay, well that's so cool. Yep.
And,
So now,
we-
now that you talk about dead rock, yeah, I can remember a bit more.
Yeah, we made it up to a planet and we were in orbit and we were looking at.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We
Yeah.
confirmed
Yeah.
it was an airless planet with moon with some asteroid type small
Oh, that's right,
moons.
captured planetoids. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
bumming because we couldn't get the sensor reads on it until we got just about on top of it.
Yep.
And we found out it was just, it's a rock, it's a dry atmosphere, no atmosphere
atmosphere.
rock
Yep.
in the habitable zone.
Yep.
Lifeless.
So that's pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much where you were. So you are in what appears to be an uninhabited system.
I would
and
recommend we
moving
still
on from
scan
there.
it a little, maybe see if there's any ruins or anything of any value on this, on the planet, while we're there before we just decide to jump off. I don't know if I'm assisting the pilot or if I'm in the turret. I mean,
Mhm.
obviously we have nothing. There's no signs of any ships or anything anywhere, is there? It's kind of a dead system.
It's since coming in, Manta, I think your character's been doing sensors, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So nothing from Vincent. It's static all the way.
Yeah. What we did. I remember that now.
Interesting.
So Siobhan, I think it suggested that you scan the planet, Vincent.
Oh, alrighty.
That would take a wee while though, because you're going to orbit it properly, and you're going to get, wherever you orbit over, you're going to get good data. Everything that further it goes out, it's going to be less and less.
Alright, here we go. Let's see what's on this rock.
Okay, you can determine that this rock is made of rock. It's always
This
good to
rock is
verify
made
it.
of rock.
Yep.
No
you
mineral
can-
deposits? No, nothing of any value, or
Unfortunately, this isn't
trade
a ship that's equipped with prospecting surveying gear. So there's no energy readings apart from some natural small volcanism. That would be about the
Yep.
biggest thing on this planet of any
you never know. There might
interest.
be mining opportunities, and we could tip that off to our company.
Well, you can always go down and have a look at them closer.
Yeah, that might take hands-on prospecting to do though.
Yeah, but you
None
can
of
always
us are belters or
yeah, you can always
have
just
prospecting.
oh no, that's right, that's a different game. Yeah, but you can always just do a quick investigate and say, well, this is what we found, and anyone interested can buy that information.
Yeah,
you don't have
but it's
to.
kind of a. I could go either way on that.
Yeah. Seems like a bit of a schlep.
Okay.
Let's skip it.
Right, so the next thing you want to do is decide the places around you, I guess, for gas giants.
Yeah.
You do have a gas
yeah.
giant. You still have to fly through and re-equip. The fuel tanks. Well, no, you don't actually, because you've got enough to jump one, but you might want to just fly with full fuel tanks. It's entirely up to you.
I thought we were empty after the 2 jumps.
No, we filled up.
Oh,
We filled up, but
on the
we
way
burned
in.
5 days worth of fuel out
That's
of our
right.
month heading in system. That
Ah.
we're hot for gas giants, but we have enough fuel for 2 jumps, and still another 7 weeks worth of operation.
okay.
We could work.
I would suggest we head back towards the gas giant, and in the meantime, I will scan the 3 neighboring stars and see what we've got. And if it looks like there's gas giants all around, we'll just jump to one of the neighboring systems.
Okay, which tanks do you want to start looking at first, Vincent?
Let's
First of all, I need to ask if the captain is turning the ship around to do that, or is he going to go into the planet to do a little bit of a closer look?
Do we
Sorry.
have a captain?
The pilot.
If we don't have a captain, the pilot, yeah.
Yeah.
We're still feuding over that mod.
Yeah.
Joaquin, what are you going to do?
Pacific was quite good. Alright.
Pierre?
So,
Excuse me.
hey, Whack.
Yeah, still around.
Yep. What do you
Let's
feel like
see.
doing?
In orbit, let me check.
I was gonna scan the neighboring systems for gas giants. Suggest that while I'm doing that, we head towards the current gas giant. If I find there's no gas giants in the neighboring systems, we want to get some more fuel, because then we'll have to.
I think we did.
down.
I think we did fuel up. I made a note of that.
But you got a week's use already done, just getting here.
Yeah.
I think Mantar's just saying if you don't find a gas giant in the neighbouring ones, to fill up as much as you can.
Yeah. Just a precaution, but I imagine I'll find a gas giant in one of those 3, and we'll just go there. We don't have to fly all the way back and refuel here.
All I can really do is computer assistance. If you want to try to survey the ground of the planet, I can use computer skills.
Did that
for
already.
If you want to find a gas giant in a neighboring sector, I can probably help with that.
Yeah.
But you are the pilot, aren't you, Pierre?
No. Oh, I am the pilot. Yeah, pilot
Yeah.
1.
I just need to know, is the
one.
pilot, is the pilot point going down to the planet's surface to scan closer, or has he decided to turn around and fly just in the general direction of the gas giant in case you need it later on?
I'd be tempted to fly closer unless there's a kind of nuclear tipped welcoming committee.
Alright, well,
But we're still about at the 100 diameter point, so we still could jump if we had to, or are we already in close orbit?
No, I think you have to you'd have to be in orbit to be able to scan what I gave you
Yeah.
already.
Because I
Somewhere
know we
between-
accelerated and decelerated to
Mm.
point.
alright. Pilot wants to close in, let's do that, and we'll run the
Okay,
scan.
well,
again.
the lucky thing here is pilot, because there's no atmosphere, you just pilot in naturally. You don't have to make a roll for it or anything. So you're down along the surface. So the surface of the planet, it's obvious from a higher level, but getting down, you can, this planet has not had an atmosphere for a long time because it's pockmarked with a whole lot of things impacting on it. Every now and then, as you get closer, you can see where part of the planet's surface has been broken, either by an impact or by an eruption, and there are some low-level volcanic. They would be the tallest things on this planet. So, things about a third the size of Everest. That'd be about as tall as it gets on this planet. And you get the odd
So
little
there's
chain.
mountainous regions.
Yeah.
Is there any
Volcanic.
ice caps or hydrographics of any kind?
Where's my book?
I think you gave us like 0 straight through, like
Yeah.
it was airless.
No, it's
None of
zero.
that.
Zero across the board. Apart from the
Nothing.
size.
Okay.
The size is a 4, I think.
Correct.
Yeah, I would say we just blow this joint. It doesn't seem like there's anything really worth looking at. I
Yeah,
eyeball that's
Sorry, just one detail. Is it like Mars-like, which has signs there used to be air and used to be
No.
water? Not even?
Um,
Okay.
No, this is more like the moon.
Bye.
Okay. And
Yeah. Apart from the volcanic activity, that's about the only real difference, and the size.
okay. And there are no radio transmissions. Nothing of interest from the other planets that were mentioned. I think there was a small inner world and a large ice ball somewhere else.
Yeah. But as I said before, Vincent's been on the sensors pretty much all the way in. He's picked up no radio, television, any other sort of, apart from naturally occurring radiation. There's nothing else out there.
Hmm.
So there'll be some natural recurring radio waves, but you know they don't make any sense, obviously.
I say we scan 104 and 203, and then based on scientific data and the star type in the system, the one that's most likely to have a habitable planet that has a gas giant is the one we hone in on.
I kind of want to scan 202
Makes
again
sense.
from a different angle.
Mhm.
See if I can clear up that
No, that's all cool.
possible
Yeah.
gas giant there.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so
can assist him if he needs it too.
All right.
I have a look.
okay, so
You want me to
we'll
assist it, Steve?
well, if Vincent was calling for you, then you make your roll first, and then he makes his roll based on whether you assist him or not.
All right. I could use some help here. I'm
Okay.
a doctor, not a sensors operator.
11 on the
Yep.
assist.
Okay, +1.
Alrighty.
Away you go. Almost a +2.
All right. Gonna scan 0202 again.
Yep.
And that's a +1. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scanning it.
Yeah.
No, you can. The results you get back from scanning it would give you a much. Hang on, I'm just going to take the previous drawings away. Would give you much more of an accurate reading. And so you've got the gas giant where you are, and you've got the gas giant over on 202.
Okay, so now we probably are looking at the planetary orbit plane from a completely different angle, and we probably see better,
Could
and
be.
so there definitely is a gas giant there.
Yep. Yep. He's checked and double checked because of the unusual reading before, but no, there is definitely a gas giant there.
All right. Now let's go on and scan these other two while we're at it.
Okay, which one are you going to go for next, matey?
203, I guess. Let's
Okay,
go
I'm not. Don't have to
clockwise.
worry. Oh no, you do. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Vince. Siobhan, if you can do another support, please. Sorry. These are different planets. Yeah. So whenever you're ready, Jerry, for support roll.
Someone's gonna have to roll for me. I'm away from my computer for a
Ah,
second.
Okay. Rightio. Well, away you go, Vincent. Do both rolls. So first one will be Siobhan's roll. He gets a +1.
Nope.
Okay.
Alright.
Doesn't. Yep. Okay. You're on your own for 203.
But I got it.
Okay.
What do we see?
You check, you double check, you triple check because you want to make sure, because you know you don't want to be jumping off the stuff. You cannot detect a single gas giant.
Alright.
So just let me see where I've got my write-ups. Gotta go all the way back to there. Sorry. Yep. Okay. Radio. So 202 read as a maiden sequence yellow star. 203 read again as this one, a small red star with no gas giants present. whether that means there's life there or not, you
Can
don't
we
know.
detect exoplanets from that distance?
Only the gas
The red
giants.
stars tend to have planets.
Yeah, but maybe only the biggest planets
Yeah,
are
just the
detectable,
biggest.
such as
Yeah.
the
But you
gas
also got to remember, you guys, we have 2 jumps. If there's a chance there's a good world, we can always jump back to one of the places we know there's a gas giant. So,
Sure.
I mean, we're a red star. I mean, you look at Proxima Centauri, has Proxima b is orbiting that, and that's a potential tidal locked planet with some potentiality. So you never know. Red stars tend to have worlds. That's just my point. But they're way closer to the worlds for the habitable zone. They're like 0.02 AU. They're real, or right on top of it. So I mean, that might strike my curiosity. Just my opinion.
Okay. And then can you, Javan, give a supporting role for 104, and then Vincent can roll his last one. Jerry, that's you. Are you still? Are you away from?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm back. Okay,
yeah,
supporting role for 104. Here we go.
Yep.
I just had to check on something, so I
Nice.
walked away from my computer. Ah, support. You got support, brother.
No.
Plus 1.
All right. 104 plus 1. Oh, there we
You,
go.
yeah. That one's coming loud and clear as having a gas giant.
I suggest to the crew, to the captain, and to Vincent, or I'm not going to say captain, excuse me.
Pilot.
To Whack. I suggest to our pilot, we take a couple weeks, we stop by 203, and then we set our course to the gas giant in 104. We blow off 202 right now. But I have a feeling, my character has a feeling, we'll have enough fuel to jump again. But, I mean, we just jump and check out 203. We can't tell about exoplanets. We can only read gas giants. But there is a chance we might hit a good exoplanet and a small dwarf star. Or Fred star.
Good.
Well, yeah, resources is resources. Intelligent life is customers. So,
Equals profit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all about the money.
talk to, well, it's like number 1, talk to the inhabitant. Number 2, lots of question marks. And number 3, profit.
Yeah. Javan, man, he wants to help you guys every chance he gets. We got to set the sensors, man. We got to pilot right, man.
Yeah.
Hopefully there's no guns to shoot. I got to
Man.
run to the turret now, man.
Okay.
Can I endure a long-term mission like this? I don't know. Uncertain.
Okay, so Joaquin, what are you doing? Because at present
okay.
you've moved beyond the 100 diameter of the planet you were looking at.
Okay.
You don't have to go to the gas giant, which is 5 days away.
No,
We're full.
we're full. Got plenty of fuel.
Yeah, we're full. It's unrefined. Of course, we're mainly going to run on unrefined fuel from now on.
Unfortunately.
We can jump to the unknown, and it's a bit of a risk to jump to 104, which is still not perfectly known. You know, you never know. It might be a gas giant, but it might be covered wall to wall with that sphagma stuff, and it's inaccessible or some crazy thing like that. So
I thought we got a
Jumping
good
back-
reading on 104.
yeah, we did. Is there any situation where a gas giant is unsuitable to scoop gas from? I guess
No.
hydrogen is the most common thing.
Well, the only
what?
thing would be that if it's protected by an in-system entity, in which case
Yeah.
you're only going to find that out once you get there.
When you get there.
Unless it's bigger than the gas giant. And if it's bigger than the gas giant, you don't want to go there.
Oh, and some gas giants, a few rare few gas giants we have to rule out because they are orbiting the star real close, and that
Yep.
makes them super hot gas giants.
Joaquin, don't give the universe referee any ideas.
The universe referee already has some ideas.
No,
That's why I've been
we'll-
mentioning the types of stars you're going to as well.
yeah.
Damn, I kind of figured so.
We
Yeah.
can tell a gas giant in a close orbit because the star is so perturbed that we know it's a gas giant in
Wobble.
close orbit anyway.
Yep. Yeah,
So
wobbly wobbly.
it's fairly safe to jump to 203 and even acceptable to jump to 104 after that.
Yep.
So
I say
And-
we aim for the habitable zone of 203. We'll be close to a world.
Yeah.
All right.
We set our course and we aim for the habitable zone.
Yep.
And then worst
And-
case scenario, if there's nothing there, then we aim for the 104 gas giant. So we kill 2 weeks.
Yep. The other thing
Sooner or later,
too
we got to run across some population and some trade
is
opportunities.
it's a yellow star on 202, just so you know. Similar to Sol.
Oh, 202 is a yellow star.
No, 2 is yellow, but 203 without the gas giant is a red star. Yeah.
That's a red star.
Yeah.
It's a red dwarf.
Yeah. 104.
Reddish. Well, maybe not red dwarf, but M.
None of
or
these are
the-
binary. They're just single stars.
At
All
the
three?
moment they are, yes.
Well, we should be able to tell if they are or not, no matter how far we are.
That's the wrong one. Yeah, well, I will tell you if there's 2 stars there or not.
Yeah,
And
in
104
classic-
is 104 is a yellow single star. And
So we
none-
have 2 yellow single stars and a red dwarf in the middle.
Yep.
104 probably has potential too. We could just jump to 104. If it's a yellow star and it's stable, the stars are stable, that would give a planet a time to evolve. I mean, because that's our sun, man. Shit. That's as stable as it gets. And the gas giants are out far enough. How many AU out
well,
are
the gas giants that you've detected, Vincent, do not indicate that they are within they're not close to the sun. To the
That's
star,
good.
sorry, to the star. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You guys have a change of opinion. Yellow stars are, any of them are potentially something. I don't know. What do you want to do? You want to hit the red?
We could always hit 202 on our way back. And just do what you were saying before. Check 203 and then head on to 104.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, so
I go with the consensus. There's a
Yep.
lot of potential here.
okay, so Mantar, can I get Kurt to get? So what I'm going to do is the engineer's going to do the drive failure roll and the pilot's going to do the misjump roll. So engineer, give me basically you
Straight
roll a
36.
12, you may have a drive failure. It's highly unlikely you're going to actually anything else happens.
What
So
you
it's
do?
gonna be
You
good
do
or a
a
12.
2d6.
Beautiful.
Yes.
No drive failure. Okay, so you are not within any diameter. You are using unrefined with the +1. Same for you, PF or Joaquin. 2d6. Don't get a 12. Whenever you're ready.
We're rolling. We're rolling.
Straight
as this
2d6.
Yep.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Nice.
You want to roll
Okay,
low.
Boom.
Beautiful.
Okay, you got another week.
We are in jump drive.
Are you guys doing anything?
I think we'd be reviewing the data that we did get from the stars and
Mhm.
maybe looking over if there's anything else.
Okay.
Maybe rolling a fatty man,
Right.
kicking back.
Okay, so which does not that conducive to studying data, more just chillaxing.
You never know, man. The stars come clearer, man. A little bit of focus.
Yeah, yeah, and some of them aren't even real. But anyway,
Jack's counting his beans and his dollars,
Yep.
thinking about all the money he could make on those diamonds or
Right.
those pearls. Excuse me.
yeah, the pearls
And,
and the
looking for more money opportunities. He's like,
Yep.
boys, we got to find some markets. Come on, boys.
and
We got to start landing
Vincent,
some more markets.
are you
Let's get this
looking
ship.
over the sensor logs and stuff? Vincent,
Sensors
that?
of the
Oh,
gas giants, or the
Yeah.
sensors of.
the sensor suites
What
that he's
log?
taken.
Yeah, I'll be perusing them a bit in between doing my usual medic training and stuff.
Okay, so if you can give me another sensor +1 because you're taking time to pull this over, like a week. Where you go? We're just going to focus on 202 at the moment because it takes a while to actually go through this data and with the
I don't
Okay.
want to get anything else out of it.
No, you can't make anything definitive, but you believe from your data there's enough of a disturbed pathway of the gas giant you saw to make you believe that that system may even contain multiple gas giants. You don't have corroboration, but the data seems
That's
to be
is that
swinging
104 or
that
202?
202.
Oh,
Yeah. So just for your information, at the moment, it's probable that it carries multiple gas giants. Whether that means
What
anything
about
or
one?
not, it's going to take a week to verify a whole sensor thing. It's got to go through it at a really low level, piece by piece. Yeah. But everyone's doing something, so that's all cool. So at the end of the week, one thing I forgot to ask, because I mean normally we're playing sort of high combat games, so everyone's usually sitting on the edge of their feet when you guys sort of thing when you guys come out. But when you do come out, what's all loaded? I know roughly where everyone is, but what's loaded for the software?
Oh, okay.
Given
Did we ever figure out
that,
software?
yeah. So pilot, you do the actual ship, and I'll let Jerry do the combative stuff.
Well, I would
Two
imagine
computers.
we have 2 turrets. We have 2 gunners. We got 2
Mhm.
gunners, right? I'm a gunner, and who else is a gunner?
Blah, 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 blah,
Frank is. So
Frank.
Frank's in one of the turrets. We have 2 computers. We could use both of them. So you're coming out of jump, which would mean that your jump. I have 4 slots, right? Defensive.
4 slots for your ship. For your
Auto
part.
evade would take. Auto evade takes. I can run auto evade on the regular computer, right?
Yeah.
So I would be running definitely gunner interact and target is
Yep.
running for sure.
Okay.
I don't know about malt, but definitely we have 4 slots.
Yep.
I'm gonna stay with 4 slots. We're running auto. We're always coming out at a completely offensive phase.
Mhm.
Instead of running maneuver on the operations platform, I demand we run auto evade over there, and I'm gonna run gunner interact, multi-target, and predict. We're gonna
Okay.
be set for combat.
Right
And
out.
also, I'm going to have Frank in his turret, and I'm going to be in my turret.
Yep.
And
Yep.
once we know we've got static, I'll come out of the turret and assist.
Right.
But when we first come out of jump, we are combat ready because we never know what we're coming into.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So instead of running regular target, I'm going to run multi-target, so both Frank and I can maximize our turrets.
Yep.
On the second computer. What Pierre runs beyond auto evade is up to him. We don't need to really run anything else. But what's important is auto evade's on in place of maneuver in the regular computer. Instead of running regular target, I've got 4 slots, so I can run gunner interact, predict 1, and multi-target. So we're set.
Okay. And on the operational computer, Joaquin?
Okay. Let's see. We have to have jump 1 activated, maneuver.
Or auto evade?
You don't need maneuver activated anymore if you have auto evade. That'll replace maneuver,
okay.
doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
All right.
And-
What does generate do?
Generate is to generate the jump pass that you're making. You need to have that running once you're sort of leaving the system to generate once you do your navigation. You navigate.
Oh.
That helps you generate the thing, then that helps you feed it into the computer, and then you activate it with the jump.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that might be handy if we need to get out quickly.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
think
Worst
all we
case
need is-
scenario.
I don't know. All we need is a jump 1. Auto evade is running. There's also anti-hijack, library, voice interface, generate, navigate.
Yeah.
Voice interface just operates. It's not actually going to take up space.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
doesn't
So
take
it's
up
not
space.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Well, only the jump 1 is my part, really. That's all I can think of doing.
Okay, so you'd rather have the jump than anti-hijack. That's all cool.
Yeah, we're.
Oh, I think I'd run the anti-hijack.
You think? Yeah. If I have 2 slots, that's the
You
other
have
one
4
I'll run.
slots.
4. Okay.
We both have 4 slots.
Yeah, but
You
auto
have-
evade takes up 2.
Oh, auto evade takes up 2 slots.
I believe so.
I didn't know that.
I believe it does.
There's
I don't
one
think so,
slot
Steve.
here on page 12, but
I
Well-
don't think so.
yeah, 1 slot.
One slot. Oh well,
once-
that's cool. 1 slot.
Okay, so it can be jump and anti-hijack. Once we're done with jump, I can switch to generate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. all good.
So jump to change to generate and then anti-hijack.
Okay.
We have 2 Model 1 BISs, right? Which
Yep.
means, yeah.
But what 2 Model 1 F fibs, because they're all fortified.
Oh, they're
Hardened.
fib too.
Yeah.
BIS fib. Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
I didn't
so you're coming out of space. Boom. Okay, so the very first thing you're walking into on 203. Let me have a look for their information. 203. I really need to pull this together. I've got it about 4 different
So the
books.
jump bubble just collapsed and we're in
Yep.
regular space.
Yep, boom. You come out
In the habitable zone.
in very close to the habitable zone.
Okay.
So let's have a look. Okay, obviously everything's with that sort of reddish haze that you get in this sort of place. Vincent, I need you to give me a sensor suite, please.
Frank and I are ready for anything.
Yeah. Okay. Stuff's coming in, but you can't make sense of it. You're not quite sure why.
Yeah.
You definitely can't place anything, but yeah, you're going to have to do a computer roll to try to clean this stuff up. Okay, so as the so just pilot as this is going to take him a wee while. As the pilot, like a matter of tens or so minutes. What do you want to do with the ship? Do you want to sort of halter, or do you want to continue on its ingoing vector? Because you haven't decided where the actual planet is that you're trying to aim for. What do you want
I
to
think
do?
I would lay low until you get the sensor stuff straight.
Joaquin?
Passive sensors. I don't know if we should be active in an unknown place.
Okay, so yep.
Yeah,
make
sensors are not my thing.
Yep. So are you keeping the ship going, or are you just halting her in space for the mo?
Do we get any sort of residual velocity when we leave jump, or is it just
Basically, the G's that you went into is the G's you're coming out with. Is basically how I'm going to run it.
okay. So yeah, all right. Well, we have a certain velocity, but it takes hours to go anywhere, so you can decide what to do, guys.
Alright.
Okay. Where you go, Vincent?
Alright, so I can just run this sensors again. Then?
This is a computer roll now. You're trying to clean up what you got.
Well, alright. Okay, let's give this a shot.
Yes. Okay, you clean it up. Basically, you clean it up and you apply some filters and all sorts of bits and pieces. This is modulated. It's not the frequency it's modulated slightly differently. But anyway, you get some repetitive sort of stuff which you associate with sort of like either communication satellites or auto repeaters sort of stuff. Nothing worrisome or anything. You also get off some, and that's part of it's trying to hard to find it, some low-level radio frequency signals. Once you tune in, it's sound. You're not really making sense of it too much. You're trying to search for anything in the database that you've got that would make any sense of it, but it's definitely sound. And you are, so if you're maintaining your 2G, you've also picked up the planet itself. The planet itself, where all this is originating from, is right on the edge of what you consider the life zone. So you're probably heading towards a coldish planet.
The inner edge or the outer edge?
Inner, just on the inside of it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's probably cold but livable without too much of an issue. But yeah, And sorry, just looking up planets.
Any gas giants?
Yeah,
Now that we're there,
yeah, but he's not.
there
looking
is a gas giant. now.
There is a gas giant, yeah, but he's not looking for that just yet. But where are we? Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. You
Well, you can get
estimate
rid of
traveling
that.
at 2G. It's going to take you about 188 minutes to get within orbit of the planet.
The planet that's in the habitable zone that's putting off radio frequencies.
It's got some. It's got two different sets of frequencies. It's got something that you'd expect from like a repeater, like a satellite, communication satellite or something like that, and then you also get these very low level radio. I believe they used to call it AM radio.
Oh, sweet. It's a primitive world, but it's technology. So you're talking technology level 4, 5, or 6, or 4 or 5 maybe. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So there's something there. I'm definitely say we hone in on that, and I think Jack would say the same thing. Oh, there might be some trade value here. I think we need to hone in on this place. Find out about it.
So Joaquim, you've got a location now. Are you sitting down for that place, or what are you doing? You still got a jump one in the tank hold, and I believe 6 more weeks of use.
Maneuvering. Okay.
Maneuvering, yeah.
Great. Well, we have a planet, and we seem to have some primitive radio signals coming from it.
Yep.
But when the sound is decoded from that, it's unknown.
It's
What are the
he's
stats
trying
of
to
the planet,
find out
Steve?
what they happen.
What are the first 3 stats?
Won't get them until you're a lot closer.
We don't even have a general idea.
No.
Okay.
You know
I'd
that,
approach-
like you said, you know that they are capable of sending out both radio and something that would probably be a satellite. How advanced that satellite might be, you're not really sure.
That puts them at technology level 5 or 6. They could have just basic rocketry, 1950.
Could
or
be.
60. Well, yeah.
So,
We're honing in on.
are you going in, Joaquim?
I'd suggest going in and having a closer look at that planet.
Okay. Well, you're piloting, so that's where she goes. So you're heading in. Can I get another computer roll to see if you can sort of work out some basic something?
All right. I'm gonna try. Yeah. I'm not a computer guy. I'm a doctor.
No, every time you try to do something, the computer comes back with some sort of error partway through parsing bits of information. It's almost as if it's trying to compute something that doesn't actually belong in the computing world, which is really weird because you're receiving a signal that is sort of digital
Analog.
in kind or possibly analog.
I think
Okay,
it's all analog.
that
Hmm.
makes sense.
I
Yeah.
don't understand this nonsense.
Rightio. So, you said you've come down, so I think anyone else who's got computers who wants to give this thing a crack can, because you've got enough workstations on board the ship to everyone trying at once.
Let me see if Jack does. Jack doesn't. Oh, I got computer. Javon's got computer 0. He
Yep.
could take a stab at it.
Yep.
With just a straight 2d6 roll. See
Mhm.
how he comes out. Let me take a look at that, man. I know a little bit about computers, man. Hey, I think
Yeah.
we honed it in a little bit, man.
Rightio. So what Javan can actually make out is that there's sort of 3 different it's like a multi-track, that what has been sent out on this radio signal is multi-track stuff, and you've successfully separated the 3 components out. One is what you're thinking is what you loosely describe as created noise, like as in a musical instrument. One is probably vocal, and you're really not sure what the hell the other thing is. It really defies analysis at the moment. But at least you've got the other two, and so if you want to focus as you're coming in on the vocal part, you might be able to work out, you don't have a universal translator, but you might be able to at least work out how you don't say your mother wears, you know, combat boots or something. You know, you can say something a bit more. Where you go.
The third track is probably smell-o-vision.
Benny Hill. Oh yeah. Can we make out any of the language of this radio broadcast stuff? Or?
No, it's not low and guttural. It's low, but it's more sibilant than anything else. So it's more sort of like that sort of noise, but with definable words, or at least sentences. The computer is trying to chew through some of that sort of stuff. But yeah, you're not going to get instantaneous translation stuff. It's going to be a bit of a hit and miss thing. So anyone else on the team have computer 1 or more or 0, apart from the other two that have tried? Because their time's been spent trying to actually get to this point. Anyone else got computer 0?
Look at
has computer 0.
You do, Vince. Let's see, you did that already.
Yeah, Vince has already done it.
Joaquin's got computer 1.
I do. I don't know if I can rightfully roll if I'm involved in piloting stuff.
True.
Park it.
We'll take it to 0, but I mean, at least you can give it a go.
Aren't we just sitting there? You're not piloting at the moment.
No, he's bringing the ship in slowly in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll get us into
Yeah, you could do a computer 0 roll, man. It brings your skill down to 0, so you could still do a 2D straight 2D roll and see what happens.
So it's like my regular computer 1, but at -1 modifier. Then
That's it.
Yeah.
I'll have to roll it that way for my in my macro. Here we go.
That's so cool.
8.
8.
Made it.
Nice.
That's a success.
Okay, you pick up. You're starting to now that Javan has managed to break down the various components. You're beginning to work on what you're considering the voice part of the signals are. It's probably going to take a wee while. Do you want to keep continuing towards the planet, or do you want to stop and try to give yourself some time to work a bit more on the language?
Well, we don't have anything threatening coming at us, so we can continue on.
Okay.
Actually, well, wait a minute. We'll be there too fast. We might.
To about just about 2.5 hours, just under 2.5 hours.
Well, maybe I
we'll
should.
slow it down. Maybe we slow it down to 1G. Take our time.
Well, I think we'll need more than a few hours to sort out their whole language and civilization, won't we? So we might even decelerate to a dead stop somewhere.
Okay.
Well, we could just go in orbit, get there, and then just
but
go
then
in orbit.
by
Let's
then
just
they'll
get there
probably-
and make an orbit.
They'll probably detect us by then.
Yeah,
all
it
the
doesn't
work.
sound like they have the detection capability as of yet. Analog and weird signals, but then again, who knows?
Well, they might have radar, and maybe have missiles that could reach us. So let's not panic them too quickly. I say we hang back. Maybe hit the range point. That's farther out.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't go in on a normal deceleration tangent yet until we know more about them.
Okay, so you sort of where do you sort of want to park the vehicle, so to speak?
Well, right on the way.
On the way?
Yeah. Actually, can we? We weren't heading to that planet in particular. We just want to stop and kill whatever acceleration we have compared to the orbit of this solar system.
Okay.
Whatever it is, shouldn't take too long.
Okay, so you'll bring it to a stop, and you'll be working furiously and getting the computers to work furiously and trying to create some sort of structure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So give me a 2d6 roll, please. Because it's now stopped, you're not piloting. 2d6 plus 1. You're focusing solely on computering.
All right. A little better.
Okay. It's going to take you don't know how long, but it's going to take some days before you can get any sort of sense out of this. So you might just have to park here for a couple of days, just to see what's what. In that time, Vincent, if you want to take some more sensor readings, you can.
All right. There we go. Ooh,
Okay,
hey.
rightio. So you can get quite a bit of information. So the first piece of information is very interesting. There only seems to be one outward bound AM radio signal. It would suggest that they only have one broadcasting unit that would do the entire world.
If that's the case,
yeah,
we
the
ain't
oth-
got to worry about them even tracking us. We could go right on in.
the other thing though is
depends.
the other signals you're getting from them. You're definitely picking up at least 5 different satellite signals. And there is another signal, but you haven't been able to. It's encoded, and you don't at the moment have the, unless you run it on the no, you can't, because it'll get into the weaponry. So you're going to have to wait until you've got some ability to run it on the operational computer, to try to crack it, to see what is, if anything, is in there.
Yeah. So either they just invented radio technology and this is their first station, or the technology is strictly controlled by like a totalitarian government, and there's only one station for the entire planet because they won't allow any other voice.
Yep, that
The
could
latter would make me nervous.
be it. Yep. So several days go by. Can you give me one last sensory sweep, please, Vincent?
Alrighty.
No. Okay. You don't pick up any other extra information other than what you've got. So you can definitely ascertain that there are 5 different satellite signals. There is one AM radio signal coming off the planet. The satellite signals are fairly weak, so you're just managing to pick up some. Some would probably broadcast a little bit further out, but like they wouldn't broadcast much further out than about 100 AU from the planet. They just don't have the output. And you've had a look at some of them, and there's two. There's that encoded one, and then there is another one that you are interested in because it doesn't look. It looks more mathematical in its structure, if that makes sense. But you have to wait till the computer sort of finishes its job with the language, because that's really complex. So that takes about 5 days, sorry, and you've got some very, very basic components of so you've got what you believe is basic welcoming. You can communicate probably on very basic levels. You try to get into anything that's too specialized, you're probably going to lose them. So make sure you just talk on a basic level, because if you don't, I'm just going to give you blank looks as the aliens. That then leaves you time to input the 2 things you've got, Vincent, if you want to. And I don't know at the end of the 5 days where you want to head in now or what you want to do. The only other thing I can tell you is that there's been no other signal or anything of any importance on the sensor sweeps that you've done in the meantime. I mean, there's been the odd passing small meteorite or asteroid sort of thing, but you're well clear of them. But that's it, guys. What do you want to do, Vincent?
Well, think. I don't know. I'm a little leery of this place. Maybe we just take some recordings and analyze them, try to figure out what's going on, and we go check one of these other stars. Maybe when we figure out what these recordings are saying, we come back, or
I think we should go in for close orbit and take a look, man. Anyway, we're already here on this life.
well, all right. That's one for that, one for turning around. What do the others think?
That'd be you, Joaquin.
Yeah. Hey, Whack,
Yes.
you want to go in and take a closer scan at this place, or do you want to just take what recordings we've got and go check out another system while we work on deciphering their language better, so we can understand what this broadcast is all about?
Oh, you mean to jump out of this system completely?
I was thinking, the one radio station for the entire planet kind of makes me leery of possible, like, religious dictatorships or something with missiles, and I don't know if I want to go down there, but Javon wants to go in. He's
Impossible to speculate on just, a prototype radio station and what it is. They all started off.
We don't know that it's a prototype. It could just as easily be that they've had radio for a century or two, but the government will only allow one station to broadcast the official line, and everyone else is okay with it, which kind of makes me leery.
Oh dear, Kim Jong alien, yeah.
Yeah. Basically,
Possible.
yeah.
Anything's possible.
In Korea, in North Korea, you buy radios. They are only tuned to one station. You can't change them.
That might be what we have going on here. So I don't know. We're 50-50 on whether to go in closer and take a surface scan and let them see us in orbit, or to just head out and take the recordings we've got and try to work on them while we scan other systems.
What are the basic 3 stats of the planet? We're right on top of it now. We should be able to tell.
No, you're not in
what's the
over orbit
atmosphere?
yet. Not in orbit yet.
We slowed down long
and
before any
stopped,
orbit
yeah.
over there.
Yep.
Stop at a range point or something.
I mean, we may get a gravity size.
Okay,
to
so
give you an idea.
Vincent's put forward this idea. Vincent, I just want to know: are you, now that the computer is free, are you inputting any of the 2 pieces that you've recorded in the meantime?
Yeah, I'll do that.
But which one are you working on
Oh,
first?
let's see, probably the vocal one. That would be the most interesting.
Which one? Sorry.
That'd be the vocal station.
The one that wasn't encoded.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Well, it turns out that the one wasn't encoded. You can reconstruct in about an hour. It seems that it's a satellite photo of the planet.
Oh.
And you've got about 2/3 of the height of the planet, and just like its first, well, a scan width of the planet. So you can see that there is some form of water on the planet, and there's some form of land on the planet. It's not in colour, it is in black and white, so you're not quite sure what is what, but you can definitely see there's 2 distinct types of things that you would guesstimate land and water. That's about all you can see from it.
Alright, and the encoded one, can I
The
try to
encoded
find
one's
that?
going to take a wee while, and you're going to have to make a computer roll, because that's a lot harder.
I might pass that to Whack. Let
Okay.
him, take a whack at it.
Take a whack at it, whack.
Yeah. Okay. Computers.
Yeah. Full part now.
Ooh,
So
did I press that? I thought I pressed it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Bloop.
Okay, actually it doesn't take work that long to break the encoding. Of course, these people are probably at the beginning of this sort of nature of thinking and doing. So it is relatively easy to break the encoding. What you get is some more language that you don't quite understand, the odd bit and piece you do, and then you get an interesting pocket of data, and you reconstruct it, and it's out in space, and there seems to be a small white dot that seems to be highlighted. Yeah, the language sort of would indicate that they've found something new out there.
Right
Right,
now,
yeah.
how long ago was this?
This was about 2 or 3 days ago.
Okay, probably it's us.
Yeah. Okay, well, they've been spotted. What kind of impression do we get from the words we can make out?
It's kind of more like a scientific report than anything else. You can definitely tell there's a change in their tone. You're not whether sure that's excitement or danger or what, but there is a change in their tone, because they do send in verbal reports as well as other data.
But
Yeah.
this is not something that's broadcast on the main AM station. So
No.
they're keeping
No.
it under wraps.
This frequency is more akin to what you're normally used to.
Uh-huh.
So they have.
So it can carry a lot more data packets.
Mhm.
So this isn't something the public has access to.
So I don't think we approached the planet very close at all, but they somehow detected that we came in the system at one point and we're moving around in a way not at all like a commentary or anything,
Yeah.
because we stopped.
Yeah.
Most comments don't tend to stop.
So
Make a note of that for the future.
yeah, I think to minimize fuss, we might consider jumping out of the system, and they probably can't detect our jump trace or anything like of that sort at all. But we can jump out of the system and look at one of the other two stars, the yellow ones.
Yeah. That sounds good. We got a couple days of that radio station recorded that we can analyze later on and try to.
Yeah, I have a small. I think when I was a pilot, they gave me a tiny little laminated guide about prime directive stuff, and then Whack whips out something which is in a laminate, and it accordions out down to the floor about what to do.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Vincent's gonna suggest we jump over to 104.
All right,
All
because
in favor?
that's fairly deeper.
Jack says, hey, wait a minute. If they're primitive, we could make first contact. We could be gods and take all their gold.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Jack's always about the money and the
Yeah.
deal. So he's saying, you know, if they're primitive, we can make first contact. We're the gods from heaven. Give us your gold. Let's check out your jewels and your gems, and we'll
Well,
make your world
they-
safe from.
They
I don't
could
think
be
they're that
headstrong. Yeah, they could be headstrong people who were the lead in winner on the winning side of a world war, and they have like indomitable spirits, and all their guys are named Mick or Rick or Bannon, and they just roll up their sleeves when they get threat from space. You know, they might be in that phase of their development.
Yeah.
Javon
Yeah.
just says, whatever you want to do, man. It does look interesting, though, man. You never know what's down there.
Prime
Yeah, there's-
Directive says we've been spotted, and I think it makes sense to bug out.
Yo, man, there's no prime directive in Traveler.
What's your
It's
prime
take and
directive?
do what you want. Prime directive
okay.
doesn't exist. We have no prime
Okay.
directive. It's about money, man.
That's your prime directive.
Actually, that's money is the prime directive of Traveler. Profit.
Yeah, I'm trying to determine their grammar and politeness, and I can say we give gems to get heap big pile of ground bananas. Good, good, good. I think we're going to be at that level of language for a while
Yeah.
until we learn the terms for amortization and easy credit rates.
Yes, they're much further along the line.
Yeah, we're humans from Earth.
Mm.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
whatever.
With that, the group decides to do what?
I'm with the group, whatever the group decides.
Yep.
I'm just playing the characters a little.
It's all cool.
I think we're gonna hold off on trying to swindle these guys right now, and maybe come back to them. Because the prime directive might be money, but the second directive is to not get yourself shot with nukes or to have a planet try to steal your ship.
Cheapers, that puts out all the adventures then.
Yeah.
Okay, so which way do you want to head, guys? 202, 104, 103.
Well, we're right. You said there's a gas giant near. How hard would it be to swing on out and refuel?
Oh, not
somewhere
in
just-
not here, not in this system. No.
Oh no. Okay.
No,
None
there's
here.
no gas giant here. But you've seen that there's something that approximates liquid down on the planet's surface.
Oh yeah, we could sneak down and skim and check it out. I mean, just quick. But then again, you're worried about setting off their triggers. I'd say skim. You're right on top of it. Let's try to sneak on in, passive sensors. Maybe go on the night side, skim right there. They can't be that high tech. Go on down, skim, and maybe see what happens. And then take off out.
We have jump one, don't we?
Yep.
Yeah, we have enough fuel to make it to the next place.
Yeah. Let's just move on. Head for 104, I think. Get this show on the road.
If that's what you want to do.
All right.
Okay, so can I get Kutovsky to make the so now what you'd do, Pierre, you'd be swapping around your software to generate your nav plan, make your nav roll, da 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 da. I'm not going to get you to do all that because at the moment it's not that difficult.
We never went in deep into a gravity well to have to worry about struggling out to 100
No.
diameters.
No.
So we can pretty much use jump and plan the jump.
So if you give me
And we're jumping to 104, aiming for the
Yep.
gas giant, because we're going to need fuel once we make this one.
Yep, so you're aiming for the gas giant, so that'll be a nav roll, please, whoever the navigator is.
That is me.
And before you, I know you've got data from Vincent before, so you've got the identity or location of it. Yep.
Can I assist him?
This is a nav roll. Have you got nav?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, make a nav assist
Alright.
roll.
Okay, 1 second. Get back on there. Nav assist. Oh,
Yep.
11.
+1 on top of your whatever you've got. Who the navigator is?
All right, that is me. I
Yep.
don't think anybody else has nav.
Okay.
Okay,
Actually,
rolling.
Vincent's got nav
Good.
2, nav 1.
Okay.
22? Okay, well,
Cool.
I got it anyway.
Cool. So Kutovsky, you need to make a jump drive function, not a malfunction. Roll 2d6. Don't get a 12. So,
Good.
nice. And Pierre, back to you to make the don't get a miss jump roll. Don't get a 12. 2d6 flat.
2d6.
Straight 2d6.
Yep.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Best
Roll was
roll.
good.
Okay. You got a week in jump space. Vincent, are you repeating your previous week in the previous jump space with looking at 104 for multiple guest giants or no?
Sure.
You are? Okay,
Wouldn't
unless
we
there's
be
something else you
trying to
wanted to
decode
do.
the language too, or no?
Well, he can. You're just going to have to share computer time. What do you want to do, Vincent?
take one off that. I'm viewing sensors there. That's a 7.
Okay,
Accidentally.
a 7. Okay. Again, the data suggests that there's more than one gas giant, but you don't have enough data to corroborate it.
I'm a big deal.
And
Big one.
yep, and basically your computer is still chunking down on that previous language, trying to come up with some more stuff that makes sense. So you had 5 days recording, so that's good. It does come across there's this thing that keeps on getting repeated, and it does come across several times in the recordings that you've got. And I'll just type it in for you. There you go. Klauhopterpan. The computer can't make any sense of whatever that is. But usually there is a pattern. It comes on, this Klauhopterpan thing, and then a few minutes later in the data stream is that third thing, whatever it is, and it sort of goes on, for about 15-20 minutes. And so there's quite a few Klauhopterpan, small gap, this thing, and then it goes on to something else. There's quite a few of them on the signals that you've got.
That's Kim Jong-un, an alien.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's about the only other thing you sort of get. So you guys are in your stance, coming out. Boom. Sensor sweep, please. Sensor control.
In the turret, same program's running.
Alright.
Sensors. That's right. Yeah.
Actually, I've got to do a different roll, don't I?
I got nothing.
Just waiting for my roll. Okay, rightio. So there's an awful lot of stuff happening in here, but you have come out at the gas giant, so it could be its natural radioactivity interfering with your sensors. It could be many other things, but at the moment, so on your first attempt, you basically think you've got just a lot of gobbledygook in the terms of just like random radio and magnetosphere sort of things that get sent out from a planet, from a gas giant, I'm sorry, as well as the background cosmic radiation stuff that you pick up. So you're going to have to try to narrow your sensor bands, so that's a roll of itself. Away you go, and that will take a wee bit of time.
Sensors. Okay.
Yep, okay, and that takes you, it's going to take you roughly an hour. Okay, so you take the hour. Sorry, not Pierre. Joaquim, you sort of are waiting for the sensor sweeps to come in before you start engaging engines to go wherever you need to go, because you don't want to plow into something you don't want to plow into. But this is this gas giant would be about 1.5 times the size of Jupiter, so it's a big puppy. And as you re-narrow your sensor sweeps, make another roll, please, Vincent.
We need fuel.
You do need fuel. Vincent's going, oh look, all the sensors are working beautifully. I've got all of this sensor input and all of that and those, and oh dear. So you have been given a repeated signal it doesn't sort of take long for you to sort of interpret what it is. It's a cease and desist, hold your position sort of signal is what you're thinking you're getting, because your sensors are also picking up several, you're not sure what, but several probably ships heading in your general direction. There's about 3 of them.
Nice.
Not sure
We
how
got
big they
friends
are.
here coming.
And we don't have any fuel to go anywhere else. That's a great idea.
Yep, you've got about I think 5 or 4 weeks of
Regular fuel, no
Yeah.
jump fuel.
can't jump out.
It's always good to refuel if you have the option.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
We'll
you
take
never
this more.
know. We could engage. If we had enough jump one, we could engage the jump and go and
Mhm.
fail right now.
Yeah.
So, once you guys get this information, there's also all sorts of other stuff you're picking up. You're picking up other encoded signals. There's yeah, that's about it really at the moment. So what are you doing, guys? Are you gonna stand to, or are you gonna try to
Well,
make a run for
I
it, or-
propose to send back this signal in the exact same mode and frequency, and if they understand that we're exposing our digestive systems, maybe the meaning will come through. It's like this.
Okay.
So, you know, hold your position and all that. That's our response.
Okay.
Just grab the first tongue. Just grab the first tongue GIF I could find.
No, that's all cool.
We'll be scooping. They're probably not that developed to send a 3G fighter or 4G fighter against us, so we'll be out of here before they react.
So,
And they can write up, you know, years of little top secret reports about what they saw or what they think they saw. And
so what are
We'll
you
probably
planning on
start-
doing? What are you planning on doing?
well, we got to scoop, and then we got to get far enough away from the gas giant to jump, and we decided on jumping to 104.
Yep, you're in 104
That
now.
right?
If we can dive into the gas giant and refuel, we could hide. They can't detect us. If
Remember,
we can
you
even just get...
you jump right on the 100 diameter, so you have to get into the gas giant.
And the gas giant's 1.5 times.
That's pretty damn
How
big.
far away are they from us? Do we have enough time to get down to the gas giant? The
You've
gas
got
giant's 1.5 times
Yep.
Jupiter. It's
you've
gonna
got
take some time to even get.
96.2 hours to get to the surface of the gas giant to actually be able to scoop.
That's a lot of time.
96.2 hours.
I
We can't make
at
it there
2G at
and away
2G.
in time. We're sitting ducks.
Depends on how fast they go.
Are they?
You
And
can't
how
really
far
make
are they away?
you can't really make out how fast or how far they're away. You've just got a general indicator because they've sent a signal to you. Remember,
Yeah,
you've
but
only
they-
got a half a
I-
light year
I-
or something, half a light year second.
I'm not worried. You know, they might have nothing but a Gemini capsule that'll take 8 months to get here or something. Who
No,
knows?
if they're a half a light second away, that's like 150,000 kilometers. If
Now
we
that's
detect
as-
them, they'll be on.
That's as far as your sensors go to detect explicitly
Oh.
what it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is a whole new system here. This is 104, so
Yeah.
we don't know what they've got.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be able to see any ship if they could even get one over to us. But we're still millions of kilometers away dealing with a gas giant to
Yep.
fuel
So,
up.
Joaquin, are you heading into the gas giant, trying to get to the gas giant and refuel? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I suggest, and
Yeah.
we can fuel up and refuel. Because if we miss any fueling out here, we're dead. You know, we got to
Yep.
be
Yeah.
complete
Okay.
in case there's trouble on the unknown hex.
Vincent's gonna try and get a ping on those things with his sensors while we're doing that.
Okay, and then I'll need him to make a computer roll after that to see if he can work out roughly what they might be doing, as in
Alrighty.
G's, because he's got one reading on them and he's got the time.
Alright.
Okay, computer roll, please.
Alright. Computers are. Oh, yeah, I don't really have any skill with that. Nope.
Okay, no, you can't work it out. At the moment, you can try again later on, because it's just you either like going oh my god, or something else is happening. But in a couple more 10 minutes, where you go, make your next roll.
Alright.
I'm assuming at the moment that Frank and Siobhan are warming up the turrets, getting everything nice and greased and ready just in case.
Alright. I'd like to try and
Absolutely.
Yep.
Oh, I'd like to try and hit them with the sensors again and see how far
Yep.
they've come. If I can't read it directly from the sensors, I can
Yep.
interpolate between the
Yep.
two signals and see how far they've gone.
We don't have any choice but to head in for fuel in the meantime. We're sitting ducks
Oh, yeah.
either way.
Right, there we go. Sensors again. Okay,
Yep.
and now I know how far they've gone, and I should be able to work it out from there.
Okay, you're looking at ships that are probably 3G capable.
Hmm. Uh-huh.
So, Joaquin, are you now piloting the craft towards the gas giant, and just to get the hell out of here, just to scoop and get the hell out of here?
That's my idea.
Okay, radio. So I just need a basically Vincent's going to keep them on the sensors as best he can to tell you where they are and that sort of stuff. So you're heading in, Vincent. Another sensor roll, please.
All right.
A couple of hours into this.
Ooh, that's bad.
Crap.
Double ones.
Well, they're coming either way.
Yep.
Yeah.
We could play stupid like we didn't hear anything and we need fuel. And hey, if they get on top of us,
yeah.
don't fire unless we're fired upon.
Yeah.
Except of course that Joaquin has sent them a.
Yeah.
I think I only
yeah.
proposed that we send out such a signal.
I
don't know if anybody backed me. Nah.
I don't
Hey,
think
hey.
that's a good idea. I'd say silence is better than farting in their face.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a
Radio.
raspberry.
Another couple of
It's a raspberry.
hours into it. Yep. Another couple of hours into it, Vincent. Make your roll.
All right.
No, not really. Joaquin, not Joaquin. Javon and Frank, if you can give me just flat 2d6 rolls, please, on your basic scanners.
Okay. Devon, basic flat 2d6 rolls on our scanners that are gunner turrets.
One for you,
Oh, that's getting real far.
and one
and
for Frank.
Pierre, that's you.
Do I roll what?
2d6.
Straight 2d6.
2d6? Okay, just. No.
Not yet. Okay. Couple more hours into it. Make your next roll, Vincent.
All right.
We're way
Sensor
far away
back
from that
on.
gas giant. Jeez.
Yep.
Yeah, but they're not a whole lot faster than us. We're maneuver 2, they're maneuver 3, so
Possibly.
possibly.
Okay. Rightio. You can confirm they are 3G ships. Also, Frank and Javan, if you can give me a 2d6 plus 1 roll now.
10.
Okay, Javan, all you've got is little pinpricks of light, but with what Vincent's told you, you basically be able to focus the lights that are moving. So as long as you keep your eyes on them, you know where they are, basically.
Okay.
Yep. And Frank,
And I will do that, of course.
Yep.
I'm in.
so they are a long way away because he still hasn't got any in-depth data apart from the fact that they can move at 3G. So they are.
So
gonna-
they're ways away, and they gave their location away when they sent the message to us.
Yep,
We
but-
couldn't detect them otherwise.
No,
Okay.
yeah.
So now we're tracking
now
them.
you sort of you've got visual because of the reflected light sort of thing on them. Yep. And Frank, can you do the same? 2d6 plus 1. Pierre.
All we have is two double pulse lasers, right? We don't have missiles or sandcasters or anything.
Do I still have control of Frank? Yeah.
Yep.
2d6
Yeah.
plus 1.
Yep.
Okay.
2d6 plus 1.
So Javon, and Frank. Okay, you guys know these pinpricks of light. They are too far away for you to even start beginning shooting, but at least you know the direction that they're coming in from and all that sort of stuff. I'm going to cut it down now to the last, like, you're around about 8 hours away. You've been tracking them. They've been getting closer and closer, obviously. You've been still being able, so it's been a couple of days you've been able to sight them. You can see where they are.
So are they decelerating to reach us at this point, or are they still accelerating?
Don't know. All at the moment, the only thing. Sorry. No, you would know that all of you would be in sort of deceleration mode to some degree.
Okay.
Because otherwise, you're going to just plow
Because
into
if
the
they're
planet.
yeah.
So you'd want to take it down to at least 1G. So you'd be probably traveling at 1G at this point. You're about 10 hours, outside of the planet, and
So this is a big boy. It would be like huge in our
it's taking up there. When you look at it, it just takes up the entire space. It's monstrous.
Yeah, this is a giant Jupiter.
You can see the crackle of the radiation as it interplays across the whole plating. This is quite an active planet. And yeah, you can still see those pinpricks bloody following you, of light, that is. We get down to around about 3 hours away, and I need you to give me another sensor sweep, please, Vincent.
Alright.
Huh.
Yeah, these things are on the fritz again.
Okay, no, the radiation
Yeah,
has
okay,
interfered with it, and you've got, so you take an hour to try to refocus narrow the focus of the sensors. Meanwhile, Frank and Javan, you're following them by sight. Make your roll, Vincent.
Alright. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Rightio, Vincent, you can finally get a very basic reading on the size of these things, or whatever they are. They're roughly around, they could be a bit smaller, could be a bit bigger, but roughly around the 400-ton mark.
Oh, shit.
That's
Patrol cruisers, dude. Patrol cruisers.
that is roughly what you've got. They
And
continue
you said
to
there's
send
3 or
out
4 of them?
3 of them. They've
Man,
continued
they're not
to
pirates. They're government.
send out the a cease and desist and stop signal all this time. Sometimes it's been someone actually saying it. Sometimes it's just been the repeat message.
And we've still gone into fuel, right?
Yeah, you're still moving into fuel. The more you hear their language, the easier it is to understand it. Because,
They're not human, though.
well, because it's almost like English.
What?
Yeah.
They are human, then.
And who knows? It's
Or they could
at the
be
start of it that it's
a
different
humanoid or
enough.
mutant. Or,
It's different enough
hybrid.
that you don't understand it, and as you've been listening to it for a couple of days now, you sort of go, hang on, doesn't that sound like? Doesn't that sound like? And doesn't that sound like? So someone might have the idea of running it through the computer. I don't know.
Yeah.
From your
What the hell?
recordings.
Alright.
Let's see what we can do. I'll give it a shot. No, I'm in the turret. I suppose
Yeah.
I can't.
Okay. Yeah, well, Vincent's just standing there running sensors, so
Rightio.
we'll give that a shot. There we go. I
Nope.
got nothing.
Or not much.
He's gonna call Bob down in engineering and have him give it a try too, because he's got computer 0 as well.
Okay. Well, he's not doing too much at the moment.
Yeah.
Make your roll.
Ah, he's also got nothing.
Seas and disease. Diseased. Okay,
No.
so you guys are starting to sort of. It's like you are recognizing your own language all over again, sort of thing. It's weird, is the best way to describe this. It definitely is different from the English that you speak, but it's
Sort of like South
there's
African.
there's some very big commonalities.
They're human.
Yeah. Okay.
They are human.
Maybe
Or they
we
could
open a
be-
channel.
Yeah,
Do
or
we have
they
enough-
could be.
Do we have enough of their language to send a message back?
You could try to generate one. What do you want to say?
I would recommend we say, hey, we mean no harm, but we need fuel before we do anything. And we're getting fuel first, and we hope you mean no harm either.
Yeah. So tell them we're here on a trade mission.
Okay.
I would at least start sending a message back. We need no harm, but we need fuel before we need anything.
Yeah. Vincent's in favor.
Okay. Right. As they sort of come in with your sensor range, they are almost on top of you. You are just about ready to start scooping. They send you a message, and sort of once you sort of puzzle it and put it through the computer a little bit, it sort of says that basically what it boils down to is that you make any move, we will shoot you out of the sky. If you are only refueling, once you're refueled, we will meet at this location and talk. And the three of them just hover there.
I would have best that we're going to refuel and we'll meet you at that location. We're cornered. We can't mess with these guys.
Yeah.
We can't outrun them now. We're too far into the 100 diameter point of the gas giant. But refuel first. Then we have options because we got a full tank of fuel.
Yep.
So let's refuel and let's agree to meet them. We're cornered.
So
There's
Vincent,
basically 4 patrol cruisers and we're a
three.
3 patrol cruiser, 400 tons.
Yeah.
They're basically patrol cruisers, man. We ain't
Yeah.
messing with them. We gotta agree to meet them.
All right.
So Vincent,
Yeah.
can you send the message back? Do you want to do a last sensor sweep because they are within your sensor range finally? Give you some coherent.
No.
Okay, you've got 3 ships. Check. You've got 400 ships. Check. They don't, but again they don't have to. But they don't configure to any patrol cruiser you're seeing. They do have weaponry. You can detect that they have some kind of laser and some kind of missiles on board. That's about it. You've got a basic, idea silhouette sort of thing. These things, if they were going to be patrol cruisers, they look like they're very pregnant patrol cruisers. They look more like bloody transporters to you. But it could be their design, who knows?
Yeah. That's weird.
Oh, when do you come up with these things, Pierre? We peel no kill, but we need scoop the go-go juice. Okay. So basically,
Go juice.
go juice. Yeah. Just need a piloting roll, please, from Joaquin to make sure nothing horrible happens.
Oh, with my record, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's it's one of those things. Thinking.
Can I assist him or no? I'm in the turret.
No.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
I'd say you'd.
one-termer. Here we
Yeah.
go.
Here we go.
1 turn.
And look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
Smooth as silk. Scoop. Arc, a beautiful arc heading towards the location. You in your little 200-ton far trader, and like you pull up, you guys can see, you got visuals on these things now. like I said, they look like bloody pregnant patrol cruisers, if that's what we want to call them. If anything, they look more like, yeah, most of you would get the idea that it's more like a modular bloody freight vehicle than anything else.
Uh-oh.
But a well-protected modular freight vehicle, because they've got
Well,
four
it
turrets
still could
apiece.
be. Do we detect? Are they close enough now? Could we detect if they have jump drives or the structure is a little better or no?
Yes, you
Are they
could
jump
detect that.
capable?
Well, blah, blah, Vincent would have been able to detect that before, and yes, they are.
They are
They're
jump capable.
Holy
So
cow.
they've been around then. They may have a lot of information for us. I think but at the same time though, they could be hostile. They might not be government. But three of them, pirates usually act alone.
Yep. So you
Yeah.
get as you get to your location, you get a signal going across, which you'll feed through your computer now, and it feeds it much easier, so you can understand it a bit more. This language is not that far removed from the language that you speak. So basically they want to know who you are, where you're from, and what are you intending to do in system. The system is owned by EPUR. This is EPUR space.
What
Can you
space?
spell in the
Oh, it's
spell it.
one of them aliens. Which
Possibly.
alien is it?
They just say it's EPUR space. EPEUR. EPUR space. Yep. So what'd you say, Pierre?
can you spell place names and things in the Roll20 chat?
Oh yeah. Easy as.
See if they match up with any of the aliens on our library data. I think we just tell them the truth that we're on a merchant mission and we're looking to establish trade routes, bring goods and sell goods with various worlds in this area. We mean no harm. I mean, we don't want to cause any grief, but we'd be interested in seeing what we could do to help establish trade routes. Maybe bring you goods or purchase goods from your world. I think we should send some kind of message like that. That's what would Jack would be on top of. He would be up there mentioning to Vincent and Joaquin on what we want to do.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Who are you letting speak for the group back? Because you'll basically feed it through the computer.
Yeah. So we're gonna send a
Have to be
message
somebody-
like that, let them know what we're up to.
It'll have to be somebody with the best computer skill if we're going to do it by text.
That would be you.
Do I beat
Well, he's
you all with
skimming right
computer?
now.
Basically, yeah. Basically, no, he's not. He's finished. But you don't need to worry about doing anything with the computer. You've got it. The computer's already doing it for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to break anything again. It's just it's doing some
Well-
very minor translational things.
Yeah, we have to try to use simple language and say, you know, we be traders, merchants, traders, and we use all the synonyms we can
We let
think
the
of.
computer do it. We're trader. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think
okay.
we're in a position where we have to meet with them.
Alrighty,
and
so
we have to do this.
they send back. Does your civilization have video casting technology?
Yes, of course we do.
Then tune your receivers to this frequency.
Let's do it. Oh,
You get to see it.
hope these aren't the people that hate humans. Think of them as the devil.
Who is comms?
Oh. You're
Well,
gonna
we're gonna
attach
know.
a picture and tell us what they look like now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
let's-
not going to
let's
give you a
be
picture,
honest
but I'm going
then.
to tell you what they look like. Okay, so the picture comes on, boom, and they sort of are a little bit stunned themselves. It's almost like you're looking at humans. There is a slight difference though, and I've just got to get to the right page to tell you what that slight difference is.
That would be pure.
Okay,
Or not new.
so basically where you guys have got a mouth, they have a mouth, but their mouths are wider. Their teeth it's filled more with grinding type teeth than any canines or any incisor sort of type teeth. That's about the only difference. They might be a little bit shorter, but that could just be a video thing.
So they look human, but they have wider mouth with sharp teeth.
No, wider mouth with more molar type teeth than incisors or canines in them, you know.
Okay, interesting.
And they sort of look at you guys, and they're sort of a bit stunned, a little bit taken back.
Yeah, to them we probably look like delicate featured little greys with our tiny jaws and everything.
And then you get a someone finally speaks up and says, "Are you from Earth?"
What's Earth?
Earth.
I think it means Earth.
Yes,
originally,
Earth.
yeah. Tell them, yeah.
Do you mean Earth?
Yes,
I see you have
Earth.
to clarify. Huh?
Earth. Yes, Earth.
I would think we would tell them our ancestors are from Earth. Earth.
There's a sort of a
daddy of daddy came from Earth.
yeah. There's sort of a there's a sort of a bit of a quiet, some concerned talk, and then there's a bit of excitement in there. Like, so on a human level, you understand the emotions that they're expressing. They're not hard to tell. They're very, in that sense, they're very human-like. And within a short matter of time, these people are talking to you with some excitement, some enthusiasm. They want to know if they can dock with your ship if they have similar docking apparatus, or you could go with them if you want to, and go to some place called Motting Central. Up to you.
I think at this point we have to make contact with them, and maybe we can go into their world and establish goods and potential trade routes. So yeah, I would say the best bet is we meet them out somewhere like around the 100 diameter point, or wherever we need to, and we're cornered either way. We dock with them,
Yeah, I
meet
think
with
we're
them,
good.
try to be cordial, civil.
Blue ones. Well, if Joaquim is asking what do you breathe or whatever, they send over some data. It would match perfectly what humans would breathe.
So they may be, they're of relation to humanity, where they may be
Yeah.
transported by the ancients.
Yeah,
Do
I
they
agree
know
with all
about
that.
the Earth? We needed to learn about their history. But hey, this is about money too. They're trading goods, and we want to get them aligned with our company and our company logo, if nothing else. See what they
Yeah.
have and what they don't have. You know.
Well, watch out for a face-to-face meeting. We might have things that are dangerous to them, like microorganisms and compound interests. So you got to watch out for that stuff.
Yeah.
Don't catch that
Who's
compound
our
interest.
Who's our medic? We have somebody with
that-
medic. Is that you?
I'm a doctor. I'm a
Oh,
doctor.
Cool.
Vince got
Told
medic
you that
1.
before.
Yep.
Yeah. Medic
Yeah,
2,
you had it.
actually.
Oh,
You
you
had
do?
a crap.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'm gonna upgrade
Yeah.
that. Medic 2.
Yep. It's
Alright.
training up to 2.
Yep.
He's got Medic 2 and Airraft 1 from the training regimen.
Okay.
Okay,
Alright.
so are you going to dock out here?
Oh, well, we might as well, unless we could ask them if we could go on into their homeworld and maybe.
Homeworld? No, not Homeworld. Motting A Central.
Yeah.
Oh,
Homeworld's
How
not
do you
here.
spell that?
How?
homeworld's not here. Well, I say we dock with. Why don't we see if we can dock with them? And while we dock, we set a continual course because we'd like to go to the world, the system world, the primary world of the system.
Oh
I would
yeah,
like
they
to know
can.
more
They
about
can.
them.
Well, that just come from there. So they'll send the other two ships back to Ipa, and they'll escort you in.
And we could dock with them at the same time, and then maybe we can meet. And while we're on our way there, we can have discussions and meals and catch up and see what we know. You know, they sound like now they're peaceful and they're interested in us in a peaceful way. So we need to capitalize on that.
Mm-hmm.
We're not getting blasted to shit. I mean, they're excited to know us because we're from Earth.
Yep.
So we got to play good on that. You know, let's be buddies, be friends.
So
Always happy to not get shot.
Yep, Vincent, you sort of, while one of the ships is sort of manoeuvring beside you to basically dock with you, you can see the other two ships move off. They get shortly outside the 100 zone and they both jump, boom boom, they're gone. This other ship meantime is docked with you, and they're ready to open and they're heading out of the orbit of the giant back to this place called Motting A Central, and they're wanting to know if they can open their airlock to meet you in person.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so the airlocks break, boom. These folks they're not quite running, but you know they're in a hurry to meet you. They are basically very human-like, if anything, slightly more mesomorph squat, and you don't really see anyone over like 5'8". The average is around about 5'6".
So they're shorter and they have
just a bit broader.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All of them look, including the females, look a bit more muscular. They've all got big huge smiles on their face. They come in and shake hands. They all have 4 fingers and 1 thumb, and it's all opposable, and 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head, all that sort of stuff that you'd expect a human to have. They start talking, all of them together at once, and yeah, you guys can't process that. So once you've worked out that you process it through the computer, they sort of sit down. They brought some stuff over to drink and to eat.
Does it match our? It probably does match our metabolism then.
Well, not really. No.
Oh,
no, it doesn't.
They're drinking and eating something really different to you. Basically, they're eating refined hydrocarbons, and they eat like porous rock.
Well, we explained to them that won't agree with our digestive system, so we have to eat what we have. But I mean, I think we would be interested in finding out about their culture, having conversation. If we have computers and translators,
got a couple of days, so yep, that's easy.
Yeah, and also, what is this that they've heard about Earth? If there's anything we know, learn about their history.
Yeah, they say that they know that they are a transplanted people. That sorry, I gotta get to the right place.
I have a feeling these are kind of like ancients moved these people out here, and that they're a mutation of humanity. They might have been planted on a world, of their digestive systems, and some of these things have been changed about them.
Yeah. So
somehow they have knowledge that they came from this place called Earth.
Yeah, the Earth. Earth. They call it Earth.
And I'm surprised that they haven't ran across any other humans by this point in the game.
Yeah. So the Epirites, as they call them, there's this legend, story, myth, whatever you want to call it, of a great powerful being called Gantatha, and Gantatha helped them with their great migration. They're transplanting from Earth to Ipa. When they first came there, everything was fine, and in their history some sort of ecological disaster happened, and Gantatha again came and supported them, and he modified them so that they could actually live off the very stuff that they walked on, and no longer had to drink water. They can drink water, it doesn't do anything for them. They'd rather drink hydrocarbons, things like oil.
So
fuel.
they're human in appearance, but they have a completely different biological system if they're
Yeah.
drinking
Yeah,
hydrocarbons and eating rocks.
yeah, pretty much.
They're not
Rock,
human at all.
they bring up
inside.
some stuff. They've got they also chew wood, and other very 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 fibrous materials.
Do we have a
seemingly-
little wood on us still?
No, you sold it all.
No.
No, we dumped all the wood because we could
But
get them some wood, and it might be a fine delicacy. We might, even
Yeah.
make better friends with them.
Yep.
Huh.
So, but you do have a whole lot of copper, I think.
Wow, they would eat copper?
It's possible.
We had two things in trade. We had copper, and what was the other thing?
Maybe we just get a little bit of copper and say, is this etiquette, and see where that goes. Just a little bit out of there, enough for maybe a meal or a couple sandwiches or something.
One of them
Copper
brings
burger.
out some sort of equipment, small handheld device, and sort of does something with it. He sort of
This is-
shrugs his shoulders and sort of says, "Okay," and one of them picks some of it up and just bites into it and chews it. And sort of
That's
sort of
insanity.
goes,
So they're
We
digesting
took-
copper. They actually have the mouth capacity to chew copper.
yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to be bitten by
Holy
these
cow.
boys.
Must be rough
That's
on the teeth.
insanity. Yeah.
Well, remember,
They
copper
totally
is
are,
one of the softest metals.
We had polymers too. They probably won't like polymers.
No.
No. No.
So, other things
Um,
you get to find out about these guys. They don't really tell
Yeah.
you too much about their home planet. They said they'd rather leave that surprise for you. But what they do say is there was, we were literally eating ourselves out of, and they use sayings that are similar to you, house and home, literally. And so with the limited elements available to us, we were able to create a small fleet, travel to what this system called motting, and what we've been able to do is mine motting for all of its nutrients for our people back home. They
So
talk
they
about
don't.
their,
They live off of elements and not any food chain. So they don't need to eat plants or animals in any
well,
way.
they can
shape,
eat
or
wood.
form.
You've seen them eat something that looks like wood.
Weird.
Yep.
Okay.
Um,
Well, there's a universe full of food for you everywhere.
Yep. So they talk about Motting A Central. It's actually a captured planetoid that they put in orbit around Motting. It's a large place. It contains a couple of thousand people. And how they describe stuff, the Motting base itself, the planetoid, is a sea. Hang on, I'll write this in.
So do they really shit copper nickels?
No, they do not. You don't want to see what they produce.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
believe it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Curious.
You're curious, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, curiosity can kill
As
cats.
a doctor.
Of course.
Yeah.
As a
Yeah.
doctor.
You'd be. Will they, any of them let you examine them a little, or their insides? I mean, if we could examine each other, their doctor could examine us. We could examine them.
Yeah.
You
We'll-
just
we'll
slightly
probably
not
find-
hurt each other, but get a little bit of an idea of how things work, how they were changed.
So that's Motting.
Yeah.
It's got a sea.
That's the inner world. Oh, it's got a corrosive atmosphere.
Yep. It's a
Or a-
sea. The planetoid that orbits the planet is the sea starport. There's no port on the planet itself, but it's a size 6. It has a
A.
has an
So it's a
corrosive
fluid
atmosphere.
world.
Yep. But
It's
it's
not
a
water,
fluid.
it's fluid, and
Yep.
it has a corrosive atmosphere.
Yep.
What does the G equal in the back?
Gas giant.
That's,
Yeah.
yeah, that's where we are now.
Yeah.
There's multiple, so it's not really a wonderful place. Its size.
Well, not for you, but for the people, the Yperians, it's almost paradise for a food
The
source.
corrosive
Anyway.
atmosphere wouldn't be to them. They can't
No.
breathe that though. But the
No.
food, there's a lot of food.
Yep. Yep. So the planetoid serves as their mining base, which they send automated and miners down to the surface, highly protected, who mine the various chemicals.
What's their jump capability? Are they got 3G? We know that. Are they jump 1, jump 2, jump 3?
They tend to not talk about all that sort of stuff.
Huh?
They tend to not talk about that stuff. They say,
Ah,
well,
okay.
our home planet is one jump away.
So that their home planet must be 105.
Unless
Or are
it's-
they?
Civilization.
unless
Their
it's-
language doesn't match the language we just came from. I would
No,
assume that's
no way, no way.
okay. Interesting.
So,
So they have jump capability. They've never crossed paths with the people on 0203. We could get a lot of information from them about the sector or the subsector.
they can't really talk about that stuff because they don't really know. Most of that information would be held on EPA.
Oh,
So yeah,
Teethar, Gon Teethar. That's the name of the world. Modding Ace.
Gontatha. No, Gantatha is the name of the big guy who appeared one day and took them on this great migration, and apparently returned later on when they were having some sort of eco collapse and modified them somehow to be like they are now.
So he's an historical figure, Gon Teethar.
Yeah. Well,
He probably has
historical,
something to do
yes,
with the ancients.
yes, but he appeared about, well, there's about 10,000 years in between the time he appeared for the Great Migration and the time he appeared for the Great Transformation.
Yeah.
And they talk as if he's the same person.
Yeah. Crazy aliens. Always doing that kind of crap.
Exactly. So you basically, Motting A is a orbital platform, as I said, that receives the mined hydrocarbons. It houses the maintenance crews, scientists, miners, their families. So they're very open about all that. It was a captured asteroid. They're very proud of the fact that they were able to capture this asteroid, mine it out, refit it so that it could do this job.
Gotcha.
Yeah, what else can I tell you? They say almost all of what they mine goes in towards food production for the Yperian homeworld. You can, as you come in, you can actually see that there are four module cutters. One's sort of leaving. 2 shuttles. There's space for more though. The guy also points out the 6 fighters and a system boat, which is out on duty at the moment towards the other side. He says that the fleet of 400-ton vessels that return to and from Motting and Ypres is basically what you encountered, part of that fleet.
Okay. So they can fight, but their main interest was the design of these ships was to transport lots of these rocky foods
When you came upon them, they didn't know what you're going to do, and they thought that you might be endangering their food source. Considering that the only other food
We
source
have
they've
no
got is their
interest
planet.
in your food source. I think Jack would speak up and say,
Yeah.
we're interested in goods and trading. If there's any way we can help you get your food source, maybe for something that you have of value, or that we might be able to create trading routes to bring you, what is your best food? What do you prefer the most? Now they prefer hydrocarbons, which is
Yeah.
petroleum, right? More or less, you're saying?
Pretty much.
Yeah, they actually live off of gas and oil type of things. We may be able to trade hydrocarbons with you for other goods of
Mhm.
value. I mean, what do you see that's not of value? We could bring or
Well,
help create
they
trade
say
routes
they're
that
still a rich, yep, they're still a rich culture, and the change of ideas in and of itself is quite interesting. They
yeah.
still want different products, like, I mean, most of their stuff, their like clothes and stuff, is made from the hydrocarbons in some form or other. All the food comes from the hydrocarbons. Um, yeah, so it's almost everything they need comes from this hydrocarbon source. They would be very interested if they could find ways to protect it. Also, to open trade, they can produce a whole interesting range of equipment made from hydrocarbons. They have some interesting products which are very lightweight but extremely strong, because they've had to develop that technology. So they can show you that sort of thing. They have several types of technology that make great efficient use of any fuel. So their ships actually run on half of what your ships run on.
Really?
Yeah, but that's a technology that they can't really offer, but they do somewhat. At some stage someone will put that forward and get a bit of a dirty look, but once it's out sort of thing. Yeah, so they've got a couple of they've got a couple of things that are different in that sense. These would be another very niche market. Food would be useless to them, but other things might be of great use to them, such as copper, or other delicacies. I don't know. You have to look and see what's a delicacy to them. Might be a lump of clay to you, literally or figuratively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'd
I
have
don't
to
know
go
where to go.
slow. And
Yeah.
they'd have to go slow and test carefully in case they,
Yeah.
you
Get
know,
a
you
bad
might have
tummy
a
ache.
fraction of the population suffering from copper stipation or something.
Yeah, constipation.
Copper stipation. That's not a good thing.
Oh.
You can't shit your little copper nickels.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know how to treat that.
I'll just put some oil somewhere and hope it works.
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
with copper, it's in for a penny, in for a pound.
Oh, we're gonna get some horrible jokes, aren't we? Okay. So, that's it. That's what you encounter here. You spend several days getting in system. They're very, very. You are a little bit of a celebrity. They give you a bit of a guard that sort of lets you have a little bit of peace and freedom. And just about anywhere on the asteroid, they're willing to take you to show you stuff. They can take, like, Kurt can go and have a look at their engine systems and all that sort of stuff, but they don't open up their converters and things so you can see inside them, because that's where the technology is they have to protect. But apart from the fact that their fuel tanks are roughly half the size of yours, there's not an awful lot of difference in technology. And they've done a pretty good job of creating like a whole lot of range of textures and fabrics and things. Colors do tend to be muted. They do tend to have an awful lot of grey, black and white. They don't tend to have an awful lot of colour. It's more textured and patterned stuff than anything else.
Their vision range is like us, right? Is it a normal vision range?
Yep. It is.
Weird. Very strange.
They are a bit weird in that sense. But then that's what you're going to expect, wasn't it?
Yeah. Huh. And they weren't in the listing of races that you said either. So
No. Well,
I just don't
remember,
understand if they have jump capability, how they haven't ran across humans already. Because we were just.
because
Is this like the furthest point in? We were just Euros is full of people.
Yep.
They would, and yeah.
Well, you keep on asking. Do you ask them that question?
Yeah.
We don't need
I
to
do.
go any further. We
Yeah,
have
they're-
a
they're-
story of an encounter in our early days. We just call it the planet of the Thunderers, and we went there with what we thought was open hands, but unfortunately the encounter was something less than desired, and so we decided only to go to where we actually need to be, and that is
So how
uninhabited
far
systems.
is their homeworld from where we are? It's one.
One
so
jump.
105 is the homeworld.
They just keep on saying one jump.
They've
Yeah.
one jump. It's got to be 105 then.
Can
Because
they?
we were just
Unless
at
they have
103 and
unless
there
they
was-
have a 2 or a 3 jump ship.
Can they?
Oh,
point
one
out-
jump and they have a 2 or a 3 jump ship.
It could be.
So it could be 106. It could be 306.
hmm
Could you point to us which one it is? Could you tell us where your homeworld is, or you're the world that you've fleet is left from? So basically, 104 is a mining post for food
Yep.
for their homeworld.
Yep.
This is not their homeworld, and that exotic liquid that world is full of petroleum fluid oceans, which just
Pretty much.
is all they need.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
they're-
this is a major source of food.
Think of it
They're
as a
too-
farm.
It's
Yeah.
yeah.
They're too content. They're not interested in going places. We
No.
just have the itch to travel because we had to, starve and forage and whatever and go across the earth like that.
So
Well,
one
also
jump
those-
away. They won't tell us where though. They don't want to tell
No.
us about their own.
They don't want to take us there, so that's
Yeah.
fine. Can they point out on the map like where the Thunderers were?
Oh,
Because we want to
easy.
know. Ah,
Where?
okay,
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
yeah. So okay, we
Oh.
did good for not going into orbit around that planet because apparently they shot at somebody else already.
oh no! They didn't,
Uh,
well, no, they didn't. Well,
Something.
they said they didn't shoot.
What
no,
happened there?
We made landfall, tried to make friends with the strange creatures there, and basically
Do you know what they,
they
look like? Do you
were
know anything more about them?
hostile, and we have legends. They were hostile, and we decided not to go back. You'd have to
Okay.
look in the archives on EPA to find out more information.
Oh,
We're just told don't go there unless you want to get hurt.
Well, it was a good call to not go down then. All right.
interesting. So they have jump technology, but they're not interested in jumping anywhere. And this place, Moating A Central, is what they were looking for. It's a fluid
Mhm.
hydrocarbon corrosive planet that's perfect for their food source.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, think about
Ah.
the changes in evolution. If you had a food source easily available, technologically it is, would you need for much else?
I suppose not, but there's a whole universe out there, and you have an interest in your relatives. There's complete empires and
Yeah, but
aliens.
that's
that
you got to
you're not even
remember
aware of.
why you're propelled to move outwards like that. It's for land, or it's for food, or it's for resources. These guys have everything
Well,
they need.
yeah.
Apart from the fact that they start eating their homeland, they're in a big trouble. They won't have a planet.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically.
Well, I don't know what to do with this, guys. I'm drawing a blank.
Mhm. Well, you
How many
wanted
of them are
wanted
we on
Alien. I
the
gave
ship?
you Alien.
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
definitely. All right. We'll have to visit their home world and mark this down. And
Well, yeah. They just say basically we just need to wait here until we get a message from the homeworld.
You know what? Another thing we could ask about is if they do have, if there's normal food sources for like the type of food we eat.
No.
We're gonna need life support on the route here, you guys. We got to start thinking about maybe trading what we could trade for.
You've got a whole year's
our
life support. Don't forget, you got
Do
a
you
whole
remember
life
that?
support.
We don't have like all this life support to travel, so we need to see if there's maybe we can give them some copper for some human life support. If they can process any food that carbon based.
Well, they're
organic
carbon based.
food.
Yeah.
Well, we're carbon based. They're carbon based, but they eat
Different.
these other weird elements. We need to see if we need to also secure and find a source of life support for us that we eat. So we need to make that clear if there's any way that they have on their home
Well,
planet,
there's
they
probably
can
stuff on
process.
IPA that you could probably eat that we don't.
Yeah, that's what we need. We kind of show them and explain to them what we eat. This is what your ancestors ate. This is what we eat. We eat organic carbon-based food.
And they're a little bit
Either
shocked
plant or
when some
animal.
of them realize you eat animals. You eat other animals. That just to them is just
Yes.
like, no, that's so
Horrible,
wrong.
probably.
Yeah, because like, no, that none of the things that they eat are alive. They don't even eat plants, which they have some difficulty about, but at least it's not sentient. But to
Well, we
eat,
explained to them about the food chain and the food web and how most species do in general, that they've been changed not to, which in some ways may be a blessing to them, but in other ways that how there's this cycle of life. We grow plants and animals, they die, we grow them again, we peacefully, we turn them into meat, cuts,
yeah, it's that
steaks,
last bit that a lot of these people don't seem to understand why you want to do that. But you know that they're trying to be open-minded about some of your. They understand that they came from this barbaric stock themselves.
Yeah, we're barbaric to them.
But it's a pity
We
you
don't eat
couldn't
hydrocarbons.
eat what we eat, because then you wouldn't be killing anything in the universe, and you still would be able to consume what you need
Hey,
to live.
You guys gonna how much longer are you gonna play? It's only 8, so we're playing for a little while. I'm wondering if I could drop out for about 20 minutes and come back.
If you need to, I was thinking,
got
aiming for
something I
about 3/4 of an hour more. So up
You're
to
aiming
you.
for about 3/4
Yeah.
of an hour more.
Yeah.
How about if you
Just
give
that?
me about 10?
Yep.
Give me about,
That's
are
cool.
you recording, Steve?
Yep.
Okay.
That's
Give me
okay.
about 10 minutes, guys, and I'm gonna mute right now, and then I'll be
Okay.
back.
We'll carry on. Okay.
All right.
You two guys, what is it that you want to know about anything about this place or anything, or what you want to do? They told you that they're going to need about 2 weeks to make sure that you know, all the boxes are ticked and you're allowed to actually enter hyperspace. Deeper than this, that is.
Need about 2 weeks to clear us, sort of, security-wise.
Yeah, well, they gotta wait for a message to get back from the home world,
Yes.
and then they're gonna want us to come with them.
Well, no, if you got to travel on somewhere else, you travel on to somewhere else. We don't hold people hostage.
Yeah.
We are very. They say they're very happy to meet their distant cousins, so to speak. And a lot of people here pump you for information of Urt. Still not quite understanding that you yourselves were sort of transplanted, but anyway. So, how much of your stories and your history do you tell them?
Oh, anything they want to know.
Okay,
Uh,
so you guys are going to be spending like 2 weeks of doing this sort of exchange, so you get a fairly good understanding of each other's of the cultures that are involved. Apart from the fact, see, once they were transformed, poverty became a thing of the past, hunger became a thing of the past. Their whole evolutionary sense changed from that point. And I just realised I haven't filled in the rest of the numbers for you, so you know what they are. So that's the rest of the stuff that's missing.
Okay. That down.
So, you're writing a planetary stat for modding.
Yep, sorry, that was
6B.
Mount, yeah. C, which is the orbital station, and then the rest is the planet. Except, of course, the people are in the orbital station, not on the planet's surface. They wouldn't live very long. So C, 6BA 330-A is the tech level. They do have a closest approximation is a scout base. It's a extraterritorial. Consider it something like the Texas Rangers, really.
All right, and as both. Well, you wrote G for gas giant and S for scout-like organization.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Uh,
Tech level A. Law level 0. Most the Epeirians don't really carry weapons because there's nothing here that's going to hurt them. The environment might, but there's no actual animals or sentient creatures that exist as far as they can tell on the planet. And another Epeirian would never hurt another Epeirian. No, they just don't do that. It's not in their natural culture to do so.
all right, interesting. We can make them blanch by showing them Saving Private Ryan or something.
Introduce a bit of psychosis into the population. So yeah, so you sort of discover a bit more about their culture. That they're not like the, if we use a bit of metagaming, they're not like the centaurs, the Kukri, in the sense that their way is the right way and will obliterate you if you don't agree with us. They do hold a bit of the moral high ground, and it's very hard to actually to combat that, because what they are doing and saying is actually very true. But it's not meant to be. It doesn't come across as an attack on your views, but more as a pride thing in themselves, that they hold these things to be true, sort of thing. So they've got a very healthy sense of self-esteem as a culture, and as individuals. Yeah, and the weird thing is, you haven't seen anyone using any weapons, and you haven't seen any weapons on board station. Yeah. And also, I'd be assuming that you'd be using your own life support during this 2-week period.
Yeah, because if we order scotch on the rocks, they're going to misunderstand.
Exactly. It's going to be probably a tape of scotch tape and some rocks. Yeah. So
we show them that we have a load of polymers, which is usually in pellets to be formed into shapes. What do they think about polymers? It is petroleum based.
Yeah, they explore the idea, and to be quite honest, they've never really gone to any sort of, apart from making food out of the hydrocarbons and some of the other bits and pieces. It's more like, it's less polymer based and stuff. So the actual idea of polymers is something new to them, and they thank you for sharing the bit of information with them.
All right, so nothing.
What do you do with them? They say.
I explain that we make stuff so we can shape it in infinite ways, and it's lightweight, not porous to water. We store water in it. We store other things in it. It's fairly inert, and it can be recycled and remelted if we have to.
Ah. Okay. Kind of like some of the products we make from our hydrocarbons.
Yeah, so I probably would want to try to go through a dictionary or encyclopedia type thing to show them products and things, and I try not to emphasize our history, which is about coveting little shiny yellow rocks that we don't eat.
Yeah. Why would you eat them?
That's just nastiness.
Yes. So they're intrigued and interested in some of the products. Obviously, the things that they can't find any sort of derivative of in their own cultures is intriguing to them, and they ask you about things like Christmas trees. Um,
Oh,
like,
I got a great idea. I explained to them the concept of a periodic table to organize elements.
oh, they've got that,
Okay, and then I
and you find that they've actually got 2 more elements on theirs.
two
Yes,
really
yes.
okay. I what I do though is I project in the third dimension a height over each elemental block to indicate or to symbolize how valuable each
Mm-hmm.
element is to us, and I ask if they have any of those things with the high peaks. Like our biggest value are things like gold and some of the other
Mm-hmm.
elements like platinum. Oh, we for some reason we need what's that? What's the metal to coat starships with for jump drives?
Lanthanum.
Oh,
Lanthanum. Are they using lanthanum too?
They do use lanthanum in their starships. Yes. It's one of the
Okay.
few things they are not permitted to eat,
Okay. And
even though it's
I
been shown that they can actually consume it.
I asked them if is there an element of value to you that is cheaper to us.
Um, just thinking about some stuff. Probably the stuff that you call ore. Um, yeah, because they see it as food or potential food.
Yeah, but
Um,
ore can be just an impure form of many elements. I'm asking if they separate things into elements, are there valuable elements to them that are dirt cheap to us, and
oh
vice
right.
versa? That can be the basis of trade.
Right. Hmm.
Like I saw a science fiction film, and the aliens come down, and their valuable metal is mercury, and they have a tiny dab of mercury in a dome, in a tiny little
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Yeah.
dome and cylinder, and to us that's not so expensive, so that can be the basis of trade.
Yep. Yep. I'm just thinking probably um, some of the, well, no, see, not really, but like the gemstones that you would value for their monetary or their clarity or whatever, they would value them as like highly prized food items. So the value would probably be either slightly less or higher, depending on what it is. Um, they, because, yeah, because the as you stay there, you sort of become aware that their business system, so to speak, is not is not the same as yours. Um, Basically, people do certain jobs to. It's a bit of a socialist sort of has some sort of socialism elements into it. You do specific jobs to generate food for your fellow man. They then generate enough resources to keep you housed and healthy, for you to generate enough resources to feed your fellow man. It's all that sort of stuff. Um,
Socialist, eh? Red alert, launch missiles. So let's see, that's close range.
yeah. So I mean, and that's also why when they said they don't have anyone who hurts anyone, um, the people who do hurt other people are deemed to have a mental illness and are looked and cared after while they're trying to re-educate them or find ways to help them return to the norm for better rights. So
All right,
they
well,
still have like common human type problems. They just put it down as under a different sort of title or heading.
okay. Okay, well, we got something to work with, which is ores for food, maybe the gems for food. We
They like
did
this
we
idea of glass.
glass?
Yeah, glass. It's like things made out of glass. Obviously, you know, some of them will consume a lot of what makes glass. So to actually use it to make things out of it, it's not quite the same, but it's almost like when kids make things out of dried pasta. You know, it's not quite the same analogy, but you sort of know what I'm sort of getting at here. Yeah, they've got that. That's intriguing to them. Oh, so you destroy the food to make that, which in its own way is quite interesting, especially when you get all the coloured ones and the pattern ones and all the different shapes and sizes and things, which they find quite novel. So that could be an interesting industry.
Okay, interesting. So
Yeah.
yeah, we'll take a note. And so far, we're just trying to look for some general trade angles, but we
Mhm.
could get surprises later on anyway.
Yep. I mean,
Uh,
anything to do with Earth. The other thing is anything to do with Earth, or Earth, whichever way you want to call it, cultural history or society. They seem to be very into. Um, so yeah. So you
I'm back, brothers.
cool. And so
Aye.
in trying to work out sort of, see, that's the other thing you haven't worked out. From what time period were they transported? Because you guys know your one roughly, and you add around about, I think, 500 or 600 years onto your one. No, 1,000. Sorry, 1,000 years. You don't know when theirs happened.
Well, we do know that the ancients moved the aliens around 300,000 years ago based
Yep.
on regular traveler, and this isn't the major traveler timeline, right?
Yeah.
Did I just interject too quickly?
No, that's fine. They're just thinking.
Yeah,
about it.
when you were gone, Jerry, what did we talk about? We established the full code for this planet Motting. That we didn't see any. We landed on their orbiting asteroid base, or base on the orbiting asteroid, and they have no weapons indoors. Like they have no, they don't carry security pistols or anything like that. Once they were transformed, hunger and poverty stopped. It increased their self-esteem and their attitudes. They're not trying to brag. Gems are a delicacy to them. They seem to have a socialist system. So when I heard that, I said, "Red alert! Launch missiles." Let's see, that's close range, indoors, and but no, okay, I'll hold off for now. And people work to produce enough to be given, what they need to live on, which is super easy. They're like grazing animals. They're not going to have a shortage.
Well, everybody lives different. If that's how they live, that's how they live. That's cool. But
And we were
our
trying-
goal in the bigger picture is trade. And
Yeah,
it doesn't
and I
seem
was
like
trying to
they
do-
have much.
I was trying to do a thing to give them a periodic table and show them like a graph of what is the most valuable element and what is less valuable, and see if they had a different graph, and if we could exploit the differences and trade what's dirt cheap to us. But it's hard to get them to think economically like that, so we didn't really get any clear answers for the moment. And what else happened while you were gone? That's pretty much it. Summary.
They have 2 more elements than we do.
Two.
On,
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's probably in the trans radioactive things. I don't care about those. They last for 5
it's
milliseconds.
notable.
Who
Do
cares?
they have something like lanthanum or something
Yeah,
that
yeah. I think they're pretty much using it like we use it for the jump drives.
And it's the
I wonder how
food.
they evolved their jump drives. Did they do it themselves? Are they a major race? Are they a minor race? We don't know that either.
Yeah, we're not
Where
going to
they
get
are
too
in
many. They're reticent to talk about technology like the jump
Yeah.
drives, so we're probably not going to find out about that until they trust us more.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
Oh, Steve said their fuel tanks are half the size of ours, and they jump 2, jump 3, that sort of thing. So
That would be
far,
a
that's-
value to understand and know that.
Yeah.
But anyway, they're not going to give that up. We're not pushing. We don't want to make enemies. We want to keep friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But we also need to, like I said before I left, we need to secure food for ourselves so we can keep on keeping on.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's such things around this planet, I don't know. They're mining a straight rocky planet.
Yep.
And they said that they need about 2 weeks or so to get a message back from hyperspace to clear us so we can visit it more. What would be the most useful use of our 2 week time? Should we perfect? Should we perfect an understanding of their language, or should we? Yeah.
Oh,
Their system is too different to work out a trade deal this quickly. You know, we might have to move on to the home world or something.
Yeah.
Well, Jack is quite frustrated by the fact that he can't talk economics with them. It's a
yeah, he would be.
they sort of have a very basic understanding, not a high degree understanding. It's sort of like they have enough of an economic understanding to keep things going, but
They have no interest in wealth or anything. They just have interest in making sure that their basic needs are met.
pretty much.
And they don't even care about traveling or exploring. All they
Nope.
care about is having their basic needs met.
Yep.
But they still are curious about Earth and their history and their culture. This is what I'm gathering. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep, no, that's right. So as I said, anything that was another, so you might look at it differently than, as opposed to things, it might be information and customs and things that might possess more of an economic drive to them than anything else. But, so, one of you sort of going down to understand their language a bit more, which is not that difficult. Vincent, you were trying to trade stories about history and culture and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Javan, what were you doing?
Javon's just observing, man, taking it all in. He's not saying a lot. He's kind of scratching his head and being peaceful and friendly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Javon's not doing much.
Okay, 2 weeks are going to go past, roughly, just over 2 weeks. A ship appears in the port. It's obviously something important because it's decorated much more than the others. Off it comes some sort of important person. There's lots of not bowing and scraping, but just deference to this person's authority.
Like a president or a leader, huh?
Something.
And he would probably want to meet with us then.
Mm-hmm. So there's no demands or anything, but
Are we we're at their facility now?
Mm.
We're still at the asteroid base.
they haven't asked
Oh,
you
yeah,
for any
okay.
money for docking or anything. You're just there using life support. Da, 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 da.
Yeah,
So-
they breathe oxygen, nitrogen like us. They're human in well that format. Okay.
So
What about food or animals? Can they provide food for us? That's what we'd be.
nope. And they can't
Not
even
around
drink
here,
water.
so looks like we're stuck with the canned stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We can get water, perhaps.
They don't drink. They have to drink water. They're still water-based.
They drink hydrocarbons.
Oh man,
Yeah, their blood is like
big old mug of
completely,
gasoline.
Radical.
completely different
That
to
shit
you.
would kill us if we. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my
Ask
god.
them what they take to get high. That would just be right down Javon's alley, and we might
Yeah,
make
man.
new discoveries and
Mhm.
start some whole new.
Well,
Smoke the
um,
ganja, man.
Well, they don't know what that means, but they're not quite sure
oh
what
my
smoke means.
goodness!
Um,
Really pure little socialist
Mm.
comrades.
Even the
um,
socialists smoke the ganja, man.
They still don't know what you're saying.
Okay, well we'll chug it down to misunderstandings.
Hmm. They have your computer sort of struggles to. It's making suggestions of alcohol, drug, synthetic entity, and words like that. It's not quite sure what they're saying, but they keep on saying
Mind altering.
something.
Leisure, relaxation.
And they
No clue.
say, you want to try some of that?
I could check it out.
Okay, Vincent, give me a medic roll, please.
Alright. Do that because I'm a doctor.
Yeah, well, we need something like analysis.
Yeah.
While you're not getting every single detail, you know that to drink this would be like to drink some rocket fuel.
Ah.
Probably for the first few minutes you'd feel something really intense, and then you'd start dying and in great agony and pain as it poisoned your body, if it didn't actually eat your body out inside.
Yeah, that's not going to work for us.
Yeah. So different chemistries.
Not going to work for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different chemistries. So anyway, you're at this requested meeting with this individual who's dressed a little bit differently. Not greatly or overly. If anything, he's got more sort of natural clothing, if that makes sense, like things made out of like linen or plant life, which is weird in itself. And he wears some sort of ceramic badge or device on his chest. He introduces himself as Hol, H-O-L that is. Last name always horrible to think of. Hol Daly, that'll do. And he is a commissioner. He's been given the job to just ask you some questions, also give the homeworld the appropriate amount of time to prepare for your arrival, and just to ensure that this meeting is going to be mutually beneficial. So he goes through, and you can actually understand him better than anyone else because he's got a little bit of an eye on government and that sort of thing, so you can sort of go, here's someone we might be able to talk to. He understands a bit more around some of the stuff that you normally would get engaged in. Even though you might try to talk to him about other things, he's strictly on just what do we need to do sort of thing. Da 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 da. He asks you about your positions, about your job positions, about your expertise, that sort of thing. He says, would it be possible at all for us to, of course in the presence of whoever commands that section of your ship, to investigate, to look at your ship. We would be happy to do the same in return.
If you would let us look at your ship, we of course observe together. We would gladly let you look at our ship. But we'd like to look at your drives and your ship also,
Okay.
and also get an understanding.
They're trading like for like. It's good, and be around to explain anything.
Yeah.
That's great.
Cool. So it's a couple of days. He orders some people there. You get into one of their 400-ton transports. You actually have a look on board. It's like, apart from just a slight difference in like how they what they stock as life support, food wise, they have a bigger lard obviously because they can't really reduce rock down to anything else much. Big huge cargo decks. You go into Kurt will go into the engineering section, have a look, and after he's finished, he would sort of come back and says, I understand now why they've got 2 other transuranic elements. Yeah, that's what makes their fuel go so far.
Okay. That's cool.
Really? Okay.
So
There's our ticket right there. Is those elements?
unfortunately, he says
We
I
can
have
model that
no.
technology. We'll be rich.
He says I have no idea how we'd be able to copy their technology. The idea is basically simple. You pump in the fuel, it interacts with the element, and that produces twice the amount of energy that the fuel will have, which then goes to power things.
Well, maybe we could trade petrochemicals in mass quantities for that element. We could build ships.
I asked them how they came about this. It's an element they create or have created, but they're not willing to tell me about how they create it, which is why we won't be able to copy it. I said I could probably
Well,
copy
we
the
can't copy
chambers.
it, but maybe we could trade them for it,
Yeah.
and we could have it installed in ships.
But then we
Yeah,
wouldn't
it
be able
would
to
be fun
repair
if
it.
we could extend. It would be fun if we could extend our range and basically double our range.
Oh yeah, maybe we could
But
get it, have them put it in our ships, man. Then we
Yeah, I don't
double
think
up
we'll.
our
I don't think we'll be able to have an exchange of knowledge fast enough to
No.
do it
Well,
unless they build us their own
it
kind of
sounds-
ship.
It sounds like it's not a technology so much as a substance you dope your fuel with. In which case, we just need some of that substance, and we put it in, and it increases our reactor's output. Something.
He says,
Or blows us up to kingdom come.
Yeah.
and that's what Kirk, Bob, is it Bob? Yeah, Bob Kotowski
Yeah, Bob.
says. We'd have to do a bit of experimenting.
Fine.
Yeah, you can do an experiment on the other side of the asteroid if you want, not here.
Yeah, either that or
don't
get
be
to
such a
talk to their
weenie.
scientists and they can give us a bit more of an understanding.
Yeah, come on, just stick it in there. Let's go. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Okay,
Yeah.
he says, right, well what I'll do is I'll just go and try to write up the little design of the little chamber that they created and see first of all if we can't mock up a model of that. And then we'll
Yeah,
start
yeah.
jury rigging the ship.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
If
I
we could
don't think
double our
it'd be-
fuel, if we could double our fuel capacity, that'll save us a lot of headaches. Especially
Yeah,
when it comes to finding gas giants and shit.
Yeah, that's too much to hope for. I mean, so much can go wrong. Maybe our underlying metallic structures won't be able to handle the new stresses or
It's just
whatever,
another
you know.
+1 to the jump rope, Pierre. What the heck? We won't miss jump. Not at all.
Hey, wait a minute. 2d6 triangle is not linear. If you shove it one over, you get a bigger column of probability odds, so an extra stack of chips can go wrong.
You
Oh.
gotta keep the faith. You can't look at it that way. You
Yeah.
gotta keep the faith, man.
Yeah,
Right.
That's where the
We'll
fun
get the
is.
roll. We'll make it.
it's a
Right.
triangular distribution. I shudder to look at it,
Mhm.
and I shudder to see that thing move around.
Okay.
But okay, do any other surprises come out when when they examine our ship and our stuff here?
No.
Our
They'll
shit-
sort of
Their technology, besides this element, their technology is not that much different than ours. Of
No.
course, it's an alien design, but it's still the same jump drive concept
pretty much, yeah.
and maneuver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob can come back and says that they got jump 1 ships. They don't have anything better than jump 1. They can't understand jump 2 or 3.
Well, that would mean that their homeworld is 105.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only place it could be. So they've only come out a couple parsecs. They haven't gone anywhere.
I thought we stayed
Yeah.
here. I'm confused
Yeah.
here. Did we jump to 104?
Yeah.
We've been at 104 for a while, yeah.
We're
I
at
thought we were
104.
here. Oh, we have.
Sorry.
The X is that. No, that's where the potential hostiles were that
Yeah.
we left
Thunder
alone,
was-
where we got
I
the
see.
signals.
Okay, so we did jump after and spent a week to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's where we were stopped by these guys.
Yep.
Okay, so
So at the end of this period, the whole says we would like to officially invite you to the Epia homeworld. You would be met with most welcome arms, and of course protected, and of course any information you give us is solely at your with your permission. You will not be you know, and he points all this stuff out, all the other stuff, but you actually feel like he means it. So these guys might be a little bit naive.
Non-violence, no need for violence. Great, I can work with that, you know. And
No need for
since
violence. Weren't they just going to shoot us out of the air if we didn't identify ourselves when they first met us?
As I
Personal
said,
violence
the
is
only
bad.
weapons you were away, I think, the only weapons you've ever seen these guys have are on their ships.
In
Uh,
person fighting only. No personal
Yeah.
combat.
And I wonder what made them do that if they never fight anything. They must
The
have obviously
Thunderers?
ran into hostiles and knew that they
Yeah.
needed to in space.
They did. The Thunderers over at 0203 apparently hurt them.
Hmm.
or something.
Yeah.
And there's some sort of archives on the planet, home planet, so you might get a bit more information that way.
Yeah, so it's a slight cultural deviation, you know. They we fire the photon torpedoes, but they cry on the bosom of a ship's counselor for an hour saying, why did those aliens fire at us? What have we done? We failed ourselves. You know, it's a different culture.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we can inspect. We can likewise inspect their ship and see if we
Yep.
can pick up anything new. Ask questions, but that's not my department,
Okay.
or is it? It's not. No.
Anyone who want to go on the,
Engineers.
you can. No, you can go. Ask any question you want to. Because I mean, their cockpit, you'd be interested in that, perhaps. I don't know. Their
Yeah.
sensors are pretty much what you'd expect. Cockpit, same sort of thing. You're not really seeing anything of any great difference apart from this mysterious bloody
Fuel-saving
catalyst
element.
charger thing.
Yeah.
Yep. The other thing that, because probably Joaquin would probably be able to see it, is every now and then in a stateroom or in a room, there's always this little figure. And it stands and it's got two arms raised in the air. It's hooded, and
It's their
You-
their version of Jesus.
possibly,
Yeah.
and out of the hooded part of the robe is a small snout. But yeah, and there's an odd bump at the bottom of the back of this figure. You're not quite sure what that is. It's just something under the robe that they've kept on. putting
Is
in.
I ask if it's that Gan Tather person.
They all say yes. Yes.
Obviously.
We
Does that look like one of the races we know?
Is it a
No.
groin?
Metagaming, the answer would be yes.
It's a droid.
But none of us knows that.
No, none of
We
you
would
come
know
up-
that. We're
You
from
don't.
Traveler. We're,
No, you don't know that.
Not in
No,
the
we
don't know what a
Orion
droid is?
Alliance.
Nope.
well, we're in the Orion Alliance. So it's
Yeah, so we got to put that idea under wraps. But it's some strange creature, winged.
No,
Or
no
things
wings.
on their
No
back?
wings. Not that
No
you can see, but
wings.
it's fully robed, so but there's not any bumps on the
Oh.
back.
That's
Okay.
an ancient. Granted.
Yeah, I got
Well,
to take some pictures of those
God,
statues. and-
grandfather. Gan Tather is grandfather. Gan Tather
Hey.
is grandfather.
Click, click, click.
Yeah, there you go.
Grandfather moved them here. The original. Did you guys ever read that? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gan
I
Tather.
know what you mean, but huh?
I just made a gaming.
Still alive in a different dimension. He doesn't. He's got
Yeah.
anagothics. He's been alive for thousands of years.
Oh, yeah.
Aye.
Yeah, our characters won't know though.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you head out of the system towards EPA, given the flight pattern, da da da, and yes, it takes you right there. Is there anything you want to do, Vincent, that you've been doing before you jump to new systems?
Well,
Gas giants.
yeah, well, I assume there's something there, since they jumped
No.
out. They must be able to
And they're
fuel
running
from
on.
there.
Yeah.
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 So I'm gonna assume that's fine. Instead, I'm going to continue working on the on the 0203, the Thunderers recordings, and see if I can get anything else out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Could maybe learn some more of their language.
Okay, so first of all, I need a roll from Bob to make sure there's no drive failure.
Okay. So there. For the drive roll, it's fine.
Beautiful. And one from Joaquin to make sure there's no misjump.
Just a plain 2d6 again.
Yes, please. Don't get a 12.
All right.
Nice. Okay, Vincent, you already told me what you're doing. Can you give me a roll for the end of that period, please, on computer?
Alrighty. The fourth one. There we go.
Okay.
6,000.
That third bunch of information on the AM stream, you actually look at it and think, what if I plotted those as positions? You plot them and suddenly you get this 3D model of something weird is the best word, and you try different ones and they're all different. There's a couple of variables that you're not sure of, so you actually consider putting them in as in color, and then all of a sudden you're like presented with these little 3D holograms of these sort of firework construct / sculpture things that come to life.
Everyone would look at that.
Yeah, and you can do that with in that third stream with every piece of recording you've got. You can do it, but they're all different. Some are more basic shapes than others. Some are really highly complex, convoluted shapes and colors and patterns, and it's actually quite those ones are really beautiful to look at. This could be an untapped art form. Where is he? Jack? Jack would probably think, this could be an untapped art form. It is really beautiful. I mean, if this replicates on the planet this way, or is this another form of communication? You're not sure. But whatever it is, right at the moment, those complex ones are really beautiful to look at.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it could mean we explode planets for aesthetic purposes.
Yeah, could be.
Ha ha!
I don't think they can do that.
Well,
But they might want to. Who knows?
who would go around exploding planets? You have to be insane to do that.
Oh, barbarians! Yeah,
Yeah.
totally good enemies of humanity would do
That's
that.
right. Damn
What
straight.
kind of, yeah. Sociopaths would write bye bye Froggy on a missile.
I don't know what kind of sociopath would do that. Oh man. Okay.
Just too horrible to think of. Anyway,
Yeah,
Yep.
poor Froggy.
Anyone else doing anything else in that week?
Just chilling, man.
Okay.
Rolling the fatty. Thinking
Righto.
about the rock.
Yep. You might want to start being careful on how much of you use that stuff. You don't have an endless amount.
yeah.
No, man, I
there's-
budgeted out. Just burn 1 or 2 per jump, man.
Okay.
I got a quarter pound in the drawer, man.
Yeah.
Roll the killer.
Okay.
What does that break down to in doses? I don't know.
Yeah.
Uh,
So you jump into EPA space. I'll give you the bits and pieces, but first of all, yes, there is a gas giant present. Okay. You jump short distance away from the jumping in zone. You've come in via the planet's jump zone, there is this huge armada of ships. And if this was at ocean, you know, at the sea, it'd be like one of those things when a big ship comes in or something. But you got all these ships sort
An
of lined
armada
up.
of ships.
Well, when I say armada, what I mean is a whole lot of different size and shaped ships. So some things as small as 50 ton up to things are like there's actually an 800 ton vessel there. This one does actually have 3 patrol ships in the system, and they're all there. What else can I tell you? You're welcomed. There's a national broadcast shortly after you enter. The guy speaks halfway between his normal language and your language. He's obviously making an attempt to sound more inviting. The interesting thing about the EPA star, though, is that it is, I believe, a blue star. Yeah, it's a blue star, and it's named Stolt, is what they call it. This system has a small gas giant and a very thin asteroid field. That's it. And of course EPA itself. So it doesn't fall within normal parameters of what you'd expect out of system structure construction, but then we all know who bought them here, so why couldn't he change it if he needed to? But again, that's metagaming. So it's a bit of a puzzle while this is like this. So let's have a look. Boom, 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 boom. Yep, that's it. You're welcomed and invited to land on EPA.
Okay. Do we get an idea of what the population is on this world, or are we? Can we ask for a total?
They don't live in houses because they ate all the wood. There's no house to live in.
It's all made. It's yeah. They do live in.
What do they live in? They live in a buffet house. Wood, drywall. No matter what they live in, they're going to want to eat it. They get hungry and just break a chunk off the wall.
Yeah.
They're exposed to the elements. But
It's
they have
Hansel and
2 more of
Gretel
them.
all over the place.
Mama, could you see the little boy? Joey ate the bathroom door.
Oh. Yeah, you might run into some of those potentialities eventually. Just trying to look up the here we go. So
You know when you get a Happy Meal in a little house-shaped box? Well, it probably is a house.
yeah.
Little
So,
house.
as you're coming into the planet, you can see that it is a size 6 planet. It has roughly a 7. It's got a normal atmosphere 7, and it's around about 40% hydrographics. You are picking up an entertainment channel, and you can see that it's screencasting out to and from various positions all over the planet. And at one stage you hear that all make sure I get this right. Yes, all 800 million inhabitants of EPA welcome our visitors from Earth, and da 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 da. And they actually start flashing up pictures of you guys. Someone's obviously got pictures and managed to, in the time it's taken to get into in system or something. They have names. They only have your first names. And they have some interesting facts about you, which are probably partially right, partially wrong. But yeah, so they're just trying to make everything feel really quite celebratory. You touch down at the location. They have a at their spaceport, which is not that much more advanced really than what you saw at Motting. And then you sort of look around and you sort of go, Motting might have actually been a bit more advanced than this place. However, it does have a ecosphere. It's very much kept in manicured sort of condition. The buildings tend to be big, so if you imagine a cross with a circle around it, you know, it's that sort of shape building. So you can have some of them that are as high as around about 4 or 5 levels, but nothing really over that apart from the control tower at the starport, which is about 7-8 levels tall, but everything else is only as high as about 5 levels or 1 or 2 levels in that, and almost everywhere has got that same shape or variation of that shape of habitation. So that tells you what they live in. It's quite a beautiful place. As I said, it's very well manicured. As you're coming in, there was very little wild, untamed area that you could see as you were sort of coming into the system, into the planet. Yeah, they've really sort of taken over the ecosphere. That's about it, really. As you land, you get out your wave. There's a whole throng of people. You come down. There's a gentleman there. You've got some aides to usher you to various places. There's some guy there who shakes your hand, who you later find out is the president. And like the president, well, not the president, sorry. That wouldn't be a true word. He's the leader of the world, basically. And what you find out is that, so there's got an A for population, is that it's a bit of a feudal technocracy. Yeah, that's about EPA. Yeah, so what you do know, oh god, the sun's in the way. Okay, yep, I'll print it out in the suite 674. You go. So you're still not sure about low level or tech level. Somewhere near an A is the best I could describe, and it's on the bottom side of the A, not the high side of the A, if that makes sense. Yeah, so EPA, you get out, you can breathe, there's lots of people, you're asked to stand up and do something. Who's speaking for the group? Who's standing up?
I forgot which character was best at social type relations and language, and
would that be Jack Bright?
Okay.
Who's been slinging the computer the most to figure out their
Vincent.
language?
Yeah.
Vincent has.
Yeah.
I say Vincent.
Yeah, I suck at the
Vincent.
computer, and Vincent's not great at, not exactly the most social guy.
Go
So,
together
yeah,
then.
he's been doing translating with the computer, but that's about it. Probably don't
Jack
want
Bright
to
has-
Okay,
with it.
so you guys have got this moment, if anyone's seen Fifth Element, and where Ruby is interviewing the main guy, I can't remember Bruce Willis's main character. He says, so what's the word? And he goes,
Corbin Dallas.
Corbin
yeah,
Dallas.
Corbin Dallas.
Corbin
Yes.
Dallas. Yeah.
Hi. You know, you could do a hi moment if you want to. It's, you know, up to you.
Yeah.
They'll lap it up. They'll take anything.
Yeah.
This is good.
So the guy in front of you speaks about this momentous moment, contact via the stars, back to Earth, and we hope that this is the beginning of a wonderful relationship where we can reconnect back to our roots and all sorts of variations around that whole theme. Welcomes you. I can't think of anything funny at the moment, so I'm just going to give you the key to the city, so to speak. Yeah, and of course with guards. So you're quite big celebrities at the moment on this planet, and they feel quite open to you. You will notice at the moment that your guards actually do have weapons at their side.
Huh.
They have some sort of hand weapon. You're not quite sure what it is. You haven't managed to get it out or anything.
But nobody else anywhere does, hey?
No.
Yeah. That's weird.
Did they actually say key to the city?
Well, I was going to try to come up with something much more clever than that, but I couldn't think of anything funny. But in effect, what they do is you sort of almost have a key to the city, sort of thing. Obviously, there are certain places that you can't go to, but apart from that, yeah.
And the guards do have weapons. Do they look like they're rusted or vintage or taken out of a
No,
museum case or
they
something?
They don't look like they're, well, it's hard to say how old they are, but they don't look like they're not going to work. You can, well, you can go over and ask them if you want to.
In good time.
Okay. So with all the celebratory handshakes and hugs and all that over, a person, you might call them a handler or a PA or something, I don't know. They come up to you and say, we have arranged rooms for you to relax now if that's what you wish to do.
What about food, man, and life support? That's what we need. We need some dead animals and some vegetables.
She says, could you keep your voice down around the dead
Plants are
animal
fine.
part?
Yeah, plants are fine.
We've managed to find some plants, and we've taken them to where you're staying, and if they're agreeable, we think we've constructed what you probably would need to use to prepare them.
Okay, sounds good.
Right, so
No burgers. We're gonna have to get one of those. What are they called? The new thing that just came out, Wonder Burgers.
Wonder Burger.
Beyond
Yeah.
meat.
Beyond Meat.
Beyond Burger. The
Beyond
Beyond Burger. We don't
Beyond.
get real meat. We get a Beyond Burger.
Yeah.
If we can make a couple Beyond Burgers, then we're okay.
Right.
We're gonna have to just do a vegetarian diet, but we need to.
Well, you can always go
Yeah.
back to your ship because you've got some life support in there. But anyway, Beyonce Burger, not quite that bad. So you
Beyond
get
Burger.
taken to one of these big, huge, like 2 or 3 level, fancy, domey sort of places. Yeah, the guards. One of the guards says to you, he'll be placing people around just for your own protection because you are celebrities at the moment, and people have been known to do interesting things to get to meet their celebrities. So
Okay.
and don't worry. And he says, and he pats his
Do we have our
weapon.
guns?
Weapon? No.
Our armor? Can we carry our guns? Like at least pistols underneath? During the law level here?
Well,
I'm
there
not gonna lay down a piece.
there may be a law level, but they haven't told you what it is. If you want to wear your armor, that's fine. They probably think it's some sort of ceremonial stuff. Armor's not an issue.
Well, I'd be wearing my reflect and my cloth
Yep.
with the reflect underneath it. Can I carry a gun underneath anything, or does anybody care, or are they scanning?
The guards would probably, before you meet the leader of the planet, probably have a few interesting things to say about that.
Okay. Well, I definitely would have a dagger on me. That wouldn't be an issue, would it?
No,
Dagger. Yeah.
no,
See,
dagger's no
I
problem.
definitely would have a dagger on me.
Okay.
I can't carry a big blade.
Or
Javon at least has a dagger and
Yeah.
armor on him.
and Bob, of course, always has one of his blades.
And Jack Bright's just a mouthpiece idiot
Yep.
with no strength.
He's
so-
probably got his satchel. That's his weapon. His
Yeah, he's
satchel.
just
with
hanging
his-
close,
yeah.
hanging close to Javon usually,
Yeah.
Okay.
or Frank. Looking,
Yep.
looking
Yeah,
at
So-
him.
pay no attention to my 30-centimeter blade. It's just a ritual vegetable cutting thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they you notice the technology is it's a gravity car thing that you get taken to. So they do at least have
Grab
gravity.
car.
Yep. But looking around, most of the vehicles aren't grab vehicles. They are traditional four-wheel sort of vehicles or two-wheel vehicles.
So besides the fuel thing, they're probably around technology level 10 then, huh? 10 or 11 maybe, tops?
Somewhere around a 10. You're not quite sure yet. It could even be a 9, perhaps.
Well, you know what's weird is, well, they had a desire for fuel. They got an armada of ships, but they're not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck is that? Except for their food source.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. Isn't that weird?
That's
Yeah.
weird for
Yeah.
a human, but not weird for these humans.
Yeah, it makes
What
sense.
are they called again?
The Epur.
Well, that's the name of the planet. Epur. E-P-E-U-R.
Epur. Yeah. Oh, the Epurians or whatever. We actually haven't asked them what they call themselves as a people, huh?
Mm-hmm. So they basically this home extremely plush. It has big huge widescreen TV, all the bits and pieces you want. So the guards, as he says, "Don't worry, sirs." And he pats his weapon. He says, "I've got my ST-12 here. You'll be fine."
Is there a lot of danger on this planet?
Oh no.
Alright.
Just in case you're worried about crowds and all. That's all. This will make sure that they don't come near.
Nah, not worried about crowds.
Well, that's all right then.
Well, there's obviously a reason why they're guarding us, so we don't understand exactly everything about this culture.
Yeah.
But so let's just be optimistically alert.
Yeah,
Cool.
My
sounds good.
suggestion.
Okay, so
See,
you
Javon,
can.
Javon has got clear-headed when he's in normal space. He
Right.
just likes to puff a little and to jump on.
Right.
So,
Does
so
anyone have a hand?
Javon is good.
Jack has a hand computer, doesn't he?
Yes, he does, I believe.
Rightio. So he could use that to sort of translate partially what he's seeing on the big screen TV, and you can actually gain information off the smart TV, if you wish. So he can use his little hand computer as a bit of a translator. What do you want to know?
I don't know exactly a general idea of what the security's about. I mean, why do they got to protect us from themselves if they're socialist and non-combative? That would be kind of a curious factor.
Yeah.
Okay. You do find a channel that is talking a bit about the whole preparations and how they had to enlist unusual security preparations to ensure the comfort of the visitors. Apparently there is a group of people who believe that you present some sort of doom, that could pose a threat to you, but no one's sort of saying much more than that, because the announcer just says, in response to the such and such group, I'll have to make up their name, and their belief that visitors who could spark another mass migration, in the fear of what that might hold for some people, and then she sort of goes over to Ganthatha, grant us peace, that we would have to resettle and repeat the whole cycle again, which is highly unlikely. And like she's sort of in like, you might take it as denial. Some people would just see it as security and just that's how it's going to be, sort of thing. But basically, it could be to protect you against this. For the want of a better word, they never use the word, but it might appeal to you, cult of these believers. Also, they're expecting a whole lot of people, and to ensure the privacy of our visitors, they will have the unusual precaution of having guards posted to ensure that only the people that they wish to see are allowed through to see them. That's pretty much
Probably
it.
at the back of their minds, they're probably concerned that we off-world savages might get all violent at the people.
Could be.
Or start talking about go find some animals to kill. Let's eat.
Well,
Let's have a barbecue. What's that? Oh, you're gonna
You
love it.
really think about it, and you really think about it. If you lived off of hydrocarbons, killing animals would be weird as hell.
Mhm.
It would be like unsynced, and they're socialist and they're peaceful, and I mean, killing other life would be like sacrilegious.
Okay. So they're like the Kukri then. So we have to shut
Sim-
zip it.
Similar, but they're not as militant as the Kukri.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I suggest that we wrap it up unless you want to spring something on us like a cliffhanger?
No, that's
No.
all cool. That's totally all cool.
So we're on the home world, and that's where we're at, and we're trying to figure out trade routes with the alien
Information and anything else.
hydrocarbon eaters.
Yep, hydrocarbon.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So I'm not sure it's not that they're vegans. It's that they're minerallegans or something. I don't know what the term would be. Geogans. Geogans.
No, it would be Lithians, people who eat rocks.
Lithian.
If you're going with the Greek, they'd be Lithians.
Cool. Okay, Lithians.
Nice.
So you're on a now you got an official name for the people of this world. They're Lithians. Cool.
Well, it's not their name; it's just their kind of.
Yeah, but they
dietary
practice Lithene or whatever. How you would say it? Eating minerals. Awesome. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
and they take it for granted.
Very good. I'll just stop the recording on that last one. Clang.